Alrighty. Good evening to everyone. I'm going to be playing a game tonight as soon as I hit the right buttons, always with the right buttons. Let's see. I'm going to be playing Solasta. What do they call it? Crown of the Magister. It's yeah, that's right. Crown of the Magister. It's a RPG. I heard it was based on 5e. In fact, they said that it uses the 5e SRD, and so we'll take a look at that. Already started just a few minutes in, done the character creation, so we'll just kind of blow through that. Tried to play this multiplayer with a friend of mine last night, and we had some issues. The multiplayer setup is a little bit hinky, and Steam doesn't do any good with it either. Um, it has, I don't, it's kind of a problem, but I can see where it's coming from in a way too. So what happens is, if a player accidentally drops and you're playing with a four-player party, then any of the vacated players will control will be assumed by those who did not drop, which is convenient, um, except that there is no way to get back in once you've dropped out. And it was a mistake, button pushed by mistake, that my friend dropped out of. So after a good hour of character creation and tutorials, we get into the game. One little mouse click that was a mistake, boom, blows the whole thing up. And we tried several different ways to try to jumpstart the game, and it just wouldn't let you. So that's kind of a flaw. She's not going to be playing tonight that I'm aware of, so I just decided I'd just play all four characters and go from there. So uh, the plot. Here's the problem. The other problem was, I don't know if it's really a problem, but it doesn't play any intro when you play multiplayer. So we're not really sure here what the full context of the story is, which makes it a little bit difficult. I suppose I could have started over, but I know this much, that uh, I've been sent to me and my party, that is, have been sent to investigate a border fort in this nation that we're in. We've been deputized by the authorities to find out why they haven't been heard from in 3 weeks. So that's our trip now. This is very Diablo-like in the camera angles, as far as I see. You can't really. Oh, I can get deeper. Earlier, we weren't able to zoom in like this, but there's no first-person perspective, and the game is, I think, 5 to 6 years of old. The graphics seem a little bit older than that to me. So this, my friend bought this and gifted me a copy. I, I'll reimburse her, though it's only $7, because uh, it was made by the same people that made Baldur's Gate. So hey, there we are. Yeah, it's the same thing. Apparently, there's a sequel that just is coming out, and I think that's one of the reasons this was cheaper. I think it'll work okay. Um, it's kind of a primitive version of Baldur's Gate as far as gameplay and the way things set up. So, um, not too bad, I guess. Just getting into it right now. I'm trying to figure out how to upgrade my my players. They all have gone up a level, and I can't find um, where to do it. So let's see. The other thing is, let's see if I can get the windowed version so I can see what's up. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes Steam, they'll just they'll kind of half-ass find a way to get some old game to work on new stuff, but they really won't. It's been disappointing. I won't buy from them anymore. But this gal, she buys this stuff and then says, "Hey, I want to play with somebody," so she buys a second copy and gifts it to me. But it was difficult to get the resolution right. It was um, it was kind of hinky when it wasn't full screen, but we'll give it a try now. There's all these different, I don't know, full screen window versus maximize window. I don't know what that is, but we're going to see what we can do with windowed. See how that works. But it was hard to, see. That's what's the difference between that and the rest of them? Let's try one of the other ones. No, I don't want. So, yeah, okay. That really doesn't make much of a difference. Whatever. Maybe I can play with it. There we go. There's a little bit better. No, these are not the same characters. I think it's a completely different realm. I don't recognize this as being part of the area that Baldur's Gate series was in. Um, but again, it was interesting to me, even as a guy who doesn't like modern stuff, to just understand 5e completely as much as I could. And it said that um, this was based more in 5e than even Baldur's Gate, which was kind of 5e but made all sorts of caveats and changes and stuff. So it has a four modes, and as far as difficulty, but they're like one is story mode, which is basically the blue hair version where you don't get killed or you don't have to fight, and it just tells the story as you watch it. And then there's an explorer mode, which is kind of easy, but combat, but with easy. And then there was one called tabletop experience. Well, that, I mean, and there was another one, I don't know what it was called, like hardcore or champion or something like that. That I presume is just everything is just got more hit points or something like that. But I absolutely went for tabletop experience because, yeah, that's what we're going for. So it's a little bit of a mystery because the thing didn't want to, like I said, didn't want to play the intro for me. So I'm not really sure what's going on other than this isn't working out. So we're going to go back to the full screen, presuming it'll let me. Okay, where's this? See, this is what it did to me last time. It didn't want me to go back to full screen. Shit. I shouldn't have farted around with it. Ah, see that? Okay, wait a minute. I'll tell you what, let's do this. Oh, that's as high as it goes. Bummer. I farted it all up. Try not to. I think you get dinged for swearing, which I really. Okay. Yeah, that ain't gonna let me do it. What can I do here? How about this? Ah, what a drag. See it how it won't. How do I hide this? Uh, show the dance. I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so we won't do that next time. Now I have to play around with that. All right, now that I got my stuff going, let's try it again. Don't touch the button, DD. All right, so one of the first problems, not really a huge problem. I should probably be positive to some degree. It does the character creation was interesting, but overly complicated. I can see what people are saying about 5e being, if you think it's that it's simplifying things compared to old versions, incorrect. It's really a mess. But um, the way that you create them are easy enough to do, as far as the UI or the you know that kind of thing, the menu and stuff like that. It lets you roll or do point buy if you're a complete sissy. So, oh, the character is ready to level up. Take a long rest to start the level up sequence. Okay, well, I haven't even really left anything, but we'll just go ahead and do that. Now let's find out where we press that. Long rest. Oh, here we are. That's a short rest. Hey, it's got real time. You can pause it. Real time, motherfuckers. Okay, what's that do? That's not what I wanted, but I got a little overlook. So this is what I've seen so far of the city. Somehow I got to get out of this city and get to this base, this fortress. Let's find out where I can do the long rest. So right now, just having to search for things, that's a nick against it. Toggle the horizontal plane on and off for movement destinations. See, too much. I played Baldur's Gate, and it was a lot easier to move around. Um, But I don't know where the long rest thing is. Well, we'll just be a real challenge and go on. For a game of its age and my computer, it sure seems like it's laggy. Like it's got that feel when you move around, like you really have to use extra oomph. You wouldn't think something this old would be that big of a fight. So, and the way that you find things on the map is a little bit obnoxious too. This is apparently the same company that made Baldur's Gate, and they've obviously learned how to do it better because this one's got a lot of problems with that UI stuff. As far moving is easy enough. I liked Baldur's Gate where they're kind of connected instead of having to individually pick them. Let's go back and see how we get out of here. Maybe over there. Let's go to the Market Street. Okay. Oh, fast travel. Oh, good. There we go. There we are. All right. So, well, I got a what is this? It's like an i5 with a Ryzen 2060 and 16 gig of RAM. So it's a little bit more than what this thing should need, but it's still being icky. But I'm running all the streaming software and all that sort of stuff, so that might be why it seems like it's kind of boat anchored a little bit. I'm sure this is where you can buy all sorts of good stuff that I can't afford. See what this guy has to say.
I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, okay. Shit, I get put off even in video games. All right, maybe this is the way out. We haven't explored over here yet. So I'm running I got a fairly old school, I got a cleric, a fighter, a wizard, and a thief. So dungeon board game kind of configuration. This looks like it might be a way out. I wonder if these guys will let me go.
Stay in the light, citizens.
Okay.
Einar guide you, deputies.
All right, yeah, but let me out. This will not let me out. All right, let's see. Is there a journal? Okay, level up. You now have enough experience to level up. Oh, adventure log. There we go. So it's got that similarity. All right. Species affection tutorial. Quest log. That's probably what we really want, right? Okay. Carol Martel. Speak to Carol, the owner. To experience. To do so, you must take a long rest, head back to the Graves Keep cask, and speak to Carol. Okay, so I got to go to the inn. So, wow, man, this is just like, maybe I've got to spend some time training, too. All right, where is that? Okay, so right there, right. Where am I comparatively to that? There's my people. Okay. All right, then. We'll get her going, so I guess this is it, right? You know, Baldur's Gate is kind of a screwball leftist thing with the bears and all that, but it's definitely a lot easier to maneuver around in and has better stuff. Like you can read all the signs, get more information. So anyway, let's find Carol. There he is. He, she, whatever. Okay.
Hello, adventurers. What can I offer you?
Whiskey straight up, mother. Your beer tastes bad. Oh, yeah. Okay, tell us about this. Well, I guess we need a room is what's up.
We'd like to stay for the night.
Sure. Just walk up to the suite and settle in.
A suite?
It's more like a large bedroom, really. But you know, this is the capital city.
Okay. All right, finally. Okay, let's start with this guy. Level up. Let's just find out what else. You can change your list of prepared spells. Oh, so the whole spell slot thing that's a whole thing. Let's level up these folks. Okay, so what does this do for me? Unlock cunning action. You can take a bonus action on each of your turns in combat. This action can be used only to take the dash. Just see, this is why this kind of stuff, is more complicated. It's a lot easier just to, do the old school way. Did you ever play the Divinity original? That was the next thing I was going to get, the Divinity stuff. Because in my opinion, the people that are making this stuff aren't that bad. I mean, this one's a little hinky, but it's 6 years old, so that might have something to do with it. They're not bad. What I do is I just go, the connection to D&D is tenuous, and it's new D&D, and just kind of forget that it has any association with that, is what I generally do. Although I did like the idea that this one was supposed to be patterned specifically after 5e with no additions, just so I could understand the system. And so far, I get it. I mean, it's like Warhammer. When you got into 2nd edition Warhammer 40K, I tried to play competitively in that, and I didn't pay for White Dwarf at the time. It was expensive enough to buy the models and shit. And there was people pulling out rules and units from White Dwarf that I've never even seen. And one guy showed up and he had he took one of his mom's old recipe cases and put all the cards for all the different units that he had in there, and it was voluminous. It was like the Dewey Decimal System, and I thought, how the hell is this more simple than playing something like Squad Leader? You you have to memorize all this shit, and it's super overly engineered and detailed. Okay, moving on. So I guess I don't get to do anything other than get this stupid extra thing. Let's see what my cleric does. I always the other thing that I don't like, and it's whoever else may be listening, get uppity if you want, but as old as this is, it still has pronouns, and I hate that shit. So I always make a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Aryan-looking Viking, just out of spite. Do you have hopes? The only review from the Kuntz thing that I saw just panned the hell out of it. Ironically, because they said it didn't have any uh, openness to it. It wasn't a sandbox. They said you get railroaded, and they said that it was unbalanced, and um, you could get killed by even things that seem minor comparative to you, like if they were mobs, like goblin mobs were tearing this guy up when he was third or fourth level, and he didn't like that. So I just want to buy it just to see it, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be much of a play fest. That newest thing that's coming out looks kind of cool. What is it? Knights something or other. But that looks significantly more taxing on the computer. So I don't know if my computer can run it, but that looked interesting. That was the one that people were complaining had romance in it, which I agree. I'd rather not, but at this point, it looks like you're not going to be able to get away from that shit. So at least you're not got bestiality in it. That'll be an interesting change. But yeah, I'd like to try the Kuntz thing just to see. So, oh, and then Rob said, he goes, well, if you don't like it now, we're going to be adding a bunch of DLC. And then I thought, well, maybe I won't, because I really hate having to, I don't like these games that are like payphones that you play a chapter or two and then they want you to put more quarters in the thing to get the rest of it. I don't like that at all. So that may deter me, but maybe this friend of mine will gift me that next. I better not say that. Okay, so, and this is another thing. There's, like you were saying, there's subclass on top of subclass. I can't just be a wizard. I've got to be a wizard with this, that, and the other thing. Now, in my game, there are subclasses to a degree, in that you can be a different type of, like not every wizard is just the pointy hat with the star, Merlin looking person. You can be somebody who came from like a druidic type of deal, where you came from living in the forest, and your magic might be more about manipulation of plant life, or working with nature, stuff like that. But this stuff, it's just on and on and on. There's one after another, and then you can be a paladin, but there's like 15 different disciplines and shit. It just gets a little bit ridiculous. So this green mage, that would be like, I don't call it that, but it's kind of the same kind of thing. Lore master, arcana, history, investigation, ability, blah blah blah. Let's see. Yeah, even that got to me, but I'm a cheapskate and all that. Like, the first time I really ran into it was with Gran Turismo 5, and like you had to pay to get into certain events, and then it had all these different skins and stuff like that. And I'm like, it really bugs me. But I like that's not as bad as like BattleTech, where you had to pay. Like it was a completely different module if you wanted medium mechs or heavy mechs, and that's some bullshit. That's like selling you a third of a game, you know. So, but in general, I don't like it. I see GOG and Steam both as rentals because they'll tell you, well, if you say naughty things or misgender somebody, we'll lock you out of your account. Well, over the years, I've got hundreds of dollars in software. And now if they don't like my politics, they're going to rip it off from me. That's just thievery. So I don't like that shit. I want DPS. I'm going to take this shock thing because it's all about throwing damage points out and shit like that. Cantrips, there's all this. That's the other thing about the 5e that I really bothers me is everybody's got magic. What's the point? My whole thing with magic is it should be relatively rare, at least comparatively, and if everybody can throw a mini fireball, well, yeah, and now they like, what did that bald-headed freak from Amazon, which is, he said, oh yeah, you'll just pay for time. You'll just rent computer time to play games. You won't own anything. I believe it. They're looking at, they're using, piracy as an excuse to just rape you. Imagine buying, like I've had Rebellion, the PC game, since brand new, and it still works. Imagine if I had to pay $5 a month for that since 1998. What a bunch of rapists. So, and if that goes, like I said on Twitter, I would think that would put off enough people, even those that generally defend that kind of stuff, that it would make tabletop and computer assisted tabletop a thing. Like shit, it was almost 15 years ago. A French outfit came out with a touchscreen play surface. I saw it debuted on Board Game Geek, and it looked great. And I was going to buy one, and then they pulled it off of sales because they made some deal with a company that licensed it out, and it was something that you saw in movie theaters and restaurants to play trivia games and shit like that. But they were showing you being able to use like toy soldiers on it and stuff like that. And I think you'll see stuff like that coming out if games all become rentals like that, because it's just too much. Okay, so what do I want out of this chick? Charm, person, color, comprehend languages, grease. Some of these are dumb spells. Thunder Wave might be helpful. You can see. And we'll do that one. There we go. Okay. And I got to prepare the spells. What do we want for me? That's pretty, I like where I'm at with that. Okay. And prefer, we'll pick. Yeah, it's a pretty good setup right there. So, yeah. All right. Now we're up a level and we got all that. Let's see if we can get to our next thing here. Actually, play the game, Gabe. All right. Buy some food for the journey. Oh, God. So this is kind of tutorial thing that they're doing, I guess, in its own way. But okay, we'll take care of it. Is this the guy they want? Oh, let's talk to the unknown drunk. So I don't know if this is going to be any.
Go get killed in the Badlands.
Okay, dude, thanks. All right. Who do I got to buy the food from? Before you leave, Carolyn. Okay. Does this guy got any? Let's see.
Hello, adventurers. What can I offer you?
Yeah, that was it. Was this thing was like that? There was a bunch of them, but I've never seen them actually, make retail shelves or anything like that. They always just kind of get promoted and then moved away. I had another one that was interesting. Is I had some college out east, Dartmouth, one of those Ivy Leagues, contacted me via email. I don't know how the hell they got it, and said, we're making this technology for games, and we'd like your input, and we'd like you to look at the thing. Okay, so I went and looked at it for them. It was the weirdest thing. They had like a tape or piece of plastic of some sort that when you ran a phone or a reader over it, like a UPC label, it would play audio that you wanted. And I said, okay, that's neat, but I swear to God, I saw that kind of stuff in the 70s. I remember a toy train that would follow a kind of tape-like track that you laid down, and it had like braille or something on it. And when the train drove over it, it would play music, or it would like read a story to kids. But these guys acted like it was some new innovation. So I went and I looked at it, and I thought this would be great for minefields or something like that on war games. And they said, well, we're just looking to sell it to game companies because we want to use the money to fund further development, because we want to use this for blind people. And I called Dartmouth and talked to the professor who was in charge of the program and asked him if it ever went anywhere. He said it never did a damn thing. Nobody ever used it. So. I'm surprised they don't have nice trays with USB output. Oh, that's coming. There's a guy I just talked to on TikTok. I won't be able to get back to him because they blew that up. It just sold to the Oracle. Andreessen
We should go.
Just bought it out, or that deal completed just yesterday, and they changed the algorithm, all that. But anyway, this guy, what he had is a kind of die that was programmable, and it would like it. What would it do? Would like give a sound out depending on what side it landed on, and it was made for Well, the one he showed was for D&D 5e, and I said, if you could make those that were custom programmable, you could make a bloody fortune. He goes, I'll send you the one I'm working on because that's coming next. I'll send you a picture and a demonstration and all that. And I says, great. As soon as I get my hands on one, I'd love to test it. So maybe he'll send me one, but that would be cool. The other stuff that works great in, but I can't get anybody to do it, is you can get all that kind of stuff on Tabletop Simulator. The stuff that they do with RPGs in that game is incredible, including dice that react in the way you're talking about and all that sort of thing, and spell effects like you can set the miniature up to have buttons that you press, just like you were talking about, like with the surface, and you can choose, fireball or whatever like that, and it'll play like a particle effects type of animation of the miniature hurling a fireball. It's pretty cool. Um, and all the pieces can have well, not all, but a lot of the pieces can have sound in them. So I've gone into dungeons on Tabletop Simulator, and you can hear water rushing or dripping, um, monsters growling in the background, stuff like that. It really would be that would be great. So I just think that for years people have, for whatever reason, always been somewhat standoffish to have computer assisted gaming. A lot of people just won't do it, and there's been, you complain about too many charts or whatever, and I had computer programs that would do all that for you, and I think that will be embraced heavily in lieu of paying somebody like Bezos $5 an hour to play a fucking video game or whatever that deal is. So one would hope, but the way people are with their laziness and shit, they may not get into it. you know but that's where I would expect to go. That Magenta keeps telling me I
Welcome to
should make an
Gorim's
app for my
Emporium.
game, and I go, A, I don't have the money. B, I don't think that people that are app people would be buying something I make, even if I ever make it.
What do you have to sell?
Everything you'll need for going out there into the Badlands. Food, ropes, torches, and of course, armor and weapons. I also have some other stock like remedies and antitoxins. That can come in handy. Ever heard of deep spiders?
Boy. So far, there's been a lot of Portland-looking characters in this game, so it's something that's kind of an issue. 99. Okay. Okay. Now, is that satisfied, or did I just screw up? Let's see if that gives me. Okay, so that was one. Now I got to go somewhere else and find a bunch of others, unless she's got them. So, kind of a slow burn of a game.
Emporium.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How do I get to the other people? Oh, there we go. Let's get him. Okay. Okay. Now it's done. Well, and what I did is I got a hold of a lot of, I know there's like a 10-second delay on my shitty connection. So, but I looked at some kind of financial data, the stock stuff and all that, and they killed it because the projections that they saw didn't warrant the investment. There just didn't seem that very many people interested. Now, okay, I got another.
Deputies, a word, if you please.
Now,
So famous already. I love it.
You were in there too. Are you a member of the council?
I'm Annie Bagmorder, quartermaster of the Scavengers Guild. We don't have a seat in there, but they all know exploring the Badlands without us would be a bad idea. That's why you should stop by our headquarters downtown. You'll need our services, I'm sure.
Is that compulsory?
No, but you'll find our services useful. Everyone does. Did Lord Karen not tell you?
No, he pretty much stuck to giving orders.
Oh, right. Anyway, we offer plenty of help and advice to beginners like you.
Okay.
We are grown-ups, you know.
All
At least most of us are.
right, there you
Of
go.
course you are. Well, good luck.
Okay. Well, anyway, so they
At
didn't
least
seem
she's
like.
not another lady or
Oh,
something.
there we
They're tough, these scavengers. Fearless.
I'd rather visit the temple, honestly. So what do you think? Should we check out their headquarters?
It's not far, but I've had enough talking. Let's go kill some monsters.
I agree, baby.
If
Let's go
there's
kill some
business to
stuff.
be done, we can't afford not to.
Okay. So anyway, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they were really into it. They didn't think they were going to make a lot of money off of it. So I think that it's been really interesting being on TikTok, as obnoxious as that platform is. I've been watching some of the D&D people there, and there's been a couple of really interesting things. Even the youngsters have this kind of Luddite approach to too much at the table computer assistance. They don't mind using campaign cartographer type of things, map makers and stuff like that, but they all seem to want to, be analog once it comes to the table. At least that's their thinking on it. And a lot of reason is because seemingly these people complain that people don't pay attention. They bring their computers or they have computer stuff and it just distracts them. But so I guess they just weren't into it as far as buying. But it's the one thing that I disagree with people my age is a lot of them are get that Luddite idea that it's bad to use computers. This is meant to be an unplug, and that's bullshit. I don't see why. It speeds things up for everybody who complains that stuff takes too long. Well, then use the computer. And some people go, well, if I have to do that to make the game run right, then it's too complicated a game. Well, again, who cares? If it's being automated, what does it matter? But like I said with earlier a couple days ago, I think a lot of people will talk RPGs, but when it comes to playing them, not so much. And what they really are fans of geek in general, and they're more prone to playing video games or watching a movie than they would ever be sitting down and playing one of those analog games, even though they talk about it. So that's why I start getting, well, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be making this kind of stuff because I got to make money. And I think that it's a niche group of people that actually is a lot smaller than you think, because once you peel away the people who are just all talk and you get to people who are actually, buying and playing, it's not a big market. I see this like the domain play. I got a bunch of guys to play domain, the Beck Me Domain game on Discord. And with the exception of one, all of these guys were big talkers. They were constantly pontificating online, writing, large blog posts about, Braunstein this and gaming that and history and all that stuff, and real deep into the philosophy of gaming. When I got them to down to play this game, most of them have never played a domain game in their life. So all they were talking was theory. And when they were presented with the absolute most basic way to play, which is the BECME companion domain game, they couldn't get it. They just didn't get it at all. And so it just seems like there's a whole lot more talk than there is action, even out of the people who are, say they're hardcore. And I'm over here just begging people to play, and I barely get any of it. I got that Star Wars game going for about a year and a half, a couple years back. But everything else kind of falls apart. And, that one guy, he goes, well, you're a bad DM. Well, they were just assholes. That wasn't even an RPG. We played a boarding action in it was Star Wars miniatures. And that was explained when they said yes. Those were two dudes that were sitting with their buddy. They were toadies of that dude. And so they knew to badmouth because that's, so I know a lot of people like that guy, and I don't get it, but I wasn't hostile to him. I didn't pay him much attention until he got into, well, anyway, I don't want to get into all that. It's kind of sounds like a woman bitching, but anyway, point is that I think there's a lot of people out there that are just not playing these games. They're just talking about them. Okay, so now I got to go somewhere else in the city before I leave. Visit the Scavengers headquarters. But this shit is so easy, especially if you use little assistance. Okay, I don't see no scavenger headquarters. Temple. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Hey, Bob, how's it going? Playing a little, what was this called? Solasta, something. I don't know what this was even called again. Solasta, Crown of the Magister. That's what it's called. Yeah. Well, picked this up on discount. Well, I was gifted it, but a friend of mine picked it up on discount and wanted to try it. So they're not around today, so I'm just doing a little bit myself. I don't need any magic stuff. So yeah, we were just talking about computer-assisted gaming and where it's going to go with the future things. I heard Bezos say that everybody's going to be playing video games on rental, buying time on AI, and we were discussing what's that going to do for tabletop. And I think it's going to bring tabletop back, but more infused with kind of digital, like digital miniatures boards and stuff like that. So I don't think we're that far off from seeing holographic miniatures. I remember asking a guy to play 40K about 30 years ago, 25 years ago. No, before 2000. It was before WTC. So I don't know, late 90s, whatever it was. Anyway, the guy says, I'll play miniatures with you the moment that they're holographic entities that I can just move around with words. Well, I think that's not too far off these days. Yeah. But I think that we'll probably see it. By the way, is there a whistle? Am I coming away clear? Some people have said that they hear a whistle in my mic, like I speak with a lisp, and I don't. So I want to make sure my audio's okay. But yeah, I'm not really into that either. I'd like to see the computer assisted gaming though. Like Advanced Squad Leader. That everybody, oh, that's the hardest game and it's too complicated or whatever. Completely automated. There's people that have written game programs to run that system. Um, shit, they were using like VB.net, and there's one even that was older than that. I forget what it was, but I've got it. Was it Pascal or I don't know, something odd. So now some people will say, well, the other one I hear a lot of is people say, well, if I'm using a computer system, I might as well just play a computer game. I kind of see sort of what you're saying, but I just invoke the argument that everybody does when I say, hey, video games taking over. They always say, well, there's some limitation. There's always, there's no limitation with the tabletop. So, but adding, some assistance, this is not where I want to go. Makes it easier for everybody. Yeah. Well, I was playing with Dave Brown, the author guy. He writes all those. Anyway, he was playing, and he goes, "I don't have any of that stuff. I'd like to use Rule Cyclopedia," and you can get the gist of it out of that, but there's some pieces missing, and there's enough of a difference that it kind of made a mess of things. So I kind of had to I told Dave, I says, just use it for your own personal reference, but we're going to stick with Beckme because it's more complete and it's a little bit clearer. But yeah, you can get a gist out of that. But what I did was I've got PDFs of Beckme. So anything that was player relevant, like any charts or anything like that people needed, I just screen clipped them out of my PDF and distributed them so people could follow along and stuff like that. So, and I kept it real simple because I'm sensitive to people complaining about complexity. So you can't get more simple than that one. Almost to the point where even some of the players are like, this is awfully vague. Isn't there a little more specificity in some of the stuff? Like you didn't have, your resources were basically animal, vegetable, and mineral. They were these gross, encompassing vagary things. So instead of having livestock or something like that, you just had animals, and you weren't mining gold or platinum or electrum. You were just mining minerals. And so I just added a little bit of flavor to that. Yeah. It's got some holes in it. And I have Rule Cyclopedia, but I thumbed through it once, and then I put it back because in the box set that I got it with, because I wanted to sell it, because I'm an old school guy. I like to keep it in the 80s, and so I just went with Beckme and stayed that way. But the other problem I had is I wanted to the domain I limited to 1983, just purely for the nostalgia of it. And I couldn't get people to keep that in mind, that a lot of the stuff that filled out Mistra later on wasn't there. The other reason I chose it to keep it that limited is so that I had a good excuse as to why people that weren't, or I shouldn't say people, entities or countries show up that aren't part of the original lore. I didn't want them to play empires that already existed. I wanted them to build them, and I wanted them to come from the unknown regions that hadn't been filled out back in 83. They were just kind of that over the horizon, nobody knew about them yet type of thing. So that was kind of the gist of it. You move into the known world, the old E2 expert map, and try to carve out your own empire from the existing landscape there, and then the friction that would cause with the existing domains, which are all handled through reactionary roles and stuff like that. So um, that's what we're about to start up again. It kind of broke up because I had, my father got real sick and eventually passed away in a couple of months. So that just happened. So that slowed things down along with the holidays. But three of the six came back. So I could use a couple more. And it'd probably be better just to reboot than to start from where we left off, because at this point most people had forgotten about it. Well, we didn't really get that far anyway. But you start with one hex on the Beckme map. The map I have, a hex is 24 miles, and you start with a keep, about 150 troops, and one farm and one mine. So you have some income. And you start with 50,000 gold so that you can make some purchases and stuff like that. So with that starting setup, you try to build out from there. And that's kind of the game, the domain game. I've got one for Star Wars D6 too, that is run in 2 BBY. And I use the D6 system. This is a dead end. I'm talking and not piloting, but trying to find my way out of this place. Figure out where I'm going. Too busy chatting. But yeah, that's the domain game. And I've got that kind of stuff for anything you want to do. I got one for Western and all that stuff. Oh, there she is. Okay. That's where we need to go. Star Wars, Boot Hill, military, Battletech, all sorts of stuff. I love the old domain game stuff.
Ah, you came.
You picked our curiosity. So, what exactly do you have to offer?
You don't know?
Oh yeah, yeah. You had to, because of the Master and Immortal stuff. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I just Beckme. I don't know why I thought Beckme was something a lot of people had. I guess I assumed that because it was always for sale in KB, toys and stuff like that when it was new. So but surprisingly, not a lot of people had it, but it had the domain stuff ready to go, and I didn't want to have to do Birthright in case somebody didn't have it, and I wanted to keep it simple for people, so I stuck with that. So you start with a character. The character starts at I think we started at 10th level. That way it cleared all the requirements for barony out of expert. So you can just build yourself a 10th level character, whatever class you want out of Beckme, and go from there. Yeah. How did I get? I think Beckme. I started on Beckme because I had some opponents that couldn't, or players, I should say opponents, players that couldn't find BX, and Beckme was real easy to find because we had a what was it, B Dalton or whatever it was called, bookstore in our local mall, and they they felt that AD&D was too far of a reach for them to, as far as rules and stuff like that. So that's how I kind of started down that path with that thing. So I used it as a gateway drug to try to get people to switch over to AD&D after playing Beckme for a while. But most of them were just comfortable there, so we went with it. But I have everything. Well, I should say everything. There are some missing pieces, but I have the vast majority of TSR products because my uncle worked didn't work directly for TSR, but TSR was his biggest account. He was a salesman for printing and packaging for a company that eventually got bought out by Hallmark. But he serviced TSR as the sales rep for that stuff all the way to WotC, from day one to WotC. So I've got everything because he would get a sample off the presses and bring it to me as a birthday present or a Christmas present.
What kind of help do you offer to people like us?
So that was the
Simple.
big boon I
Now,
landed.
people like you typically
having-
carry out missions
that
for the
uncle.
council, in the marches, even in the Badlands. Sometimes far away, like Captain Merrin.
If anybody's
Who's Captain
watching me
Merrin?
play this Captain Merrin,
You really must be new. She's one of yours. Senior deputy of the council.
is the leader
Anyway.
chick.
You trek out to some old ruin in the Badlands, kill a bunch of orcs. Well, you're still a bit green, so let's say goblins.
Ouch! You're hurting our feelings.
Orcs will hurt much more than your feelings, believe me. And stop interrupting, it's rude. So let's say you find yourself with a whole load of rusty swords, leather armor, shields, too much for you to lug back here.
Oh, so we're puny as well as green. Thanks so much.
So instead, you brave heroes just clear the place of monsters and draw us a nice clean map. Then we take our carts and pick up every piece of junk. We bring it back, we sell it, and we split the profits with you. We move the stuff, you go off to kill more bad things. Everybody wins.
For a percentage, of course.
What? You could never carry it all anyway. Not in your little backpacks.
There we go. So that's what we're dealing with. I'm sent to investigate this fort they've lost contact with.
Well, thank you. I guess that's it for us.
But before I leave
Fine.
for that, apparently I have to be
Feel free to
introduced
visit
to
us
every.
anytime. Or drop into any scavenger camp.
Are there others?
Yeah.
Anywhere we can settle. By the way, if you find Captain Henrik, tell him we're still interested
In what?
in getting our people to Caerlem. The outpost is perfect for us. Close to the Badlands, with plenty of space for our camp.
Right. We'll tell him if we find him.
That would be appreciated. The more you do for us, the more we do for you.
Oh, so this business relationship can get better.
And I hope it will, friend.
I guess we'll see you around then.
Sure. Good luck out there. And don't forget, in the Badlands, always keep your eyes open.
So I've got to cross the Badlands to get to this mountain range, and inside the mountain range is this fortress that was, I guess, kind of like a security post for this city or nation, and it's been, like I said, lost to contact. And the captain is the guy out there that runs the outpost, so we're supposed to find him. But this is kind of the intro, and it's got me, just kind of walking around, learning who all the NPCs are in the city, and showing me, here's where you shop for this and that kind of deal. That's where I'm kind of going through now. So, free stuff. Probably books that I have to read to get more info on what's going on. Okay, so this is where that's my, okay. That's my locker. Okay, so unlike Baldur's Gate 3, I can't just keep throwing thief tools at a locked pick until or to pick a lock. And in Baldur's Gate, you can just keep using them like they're crackers. So it's neat that you can get a little more realism out of this. This one is supposed to be more like D&D as far as the rules and such. So, but yeah, I think that we will definitely see more computerized stuff like that. Maybe not PC games and stuff like that, but just, assists at the table. Like the old, what do they call that? The elephant bone or whatever it was, that old die roller that from the 80s and all that. Um, stuff like that is a little bit more modern. Um, so where is and then let's see what else were we talking about. Well, we were talking about timekeeping earlier, but I don't know if that conversation has continued. Let's see. Can I get? Oh, I can't. What did I do? Oh, there we go. All right. Now, can I get out of the town and actually go? Okay, now I can finally go do what I need to do. Okay. Let's take the walk out to. I just have to find a way to get out of the city. Maybe this gate is open now. It was kind of closed before, but maybe I have to just. Oh yeah, sure enough. Here's a little porthole looking thing. Let's see what that does. You're about to leave the current area. Yeah, I think I'm going the right way. Let's see what happens here. Maybe I'll actually get to swing a sword at something finally. So I've been playing this. I have been playing Baldur's Gate. What else have I been playing lately on this thing? Age of Mythology, the remake. Played a lot of that for RTS. And I play a lot of Star Wars Empire at War because I love my Star Wars. Okay, use the arrow keys to explore the map. Click on the destination you plan to travel. Your party will take some time to get there. While en route, adventurers can gather food by foraging or hunting. Hey, neat. They can also find crafting ingredients and encounter travelers, remarkable locations, or even monsters. Okay, cool. A slow pace lets you move cautiously, trying to travel pace. Ranges will be very useful. I don't have one. Okay. Travel setting. You can set up travel so you don't need to micromanage your party. Whenever someone can level up or long rest. When crafting task complete, you can set up a new. Okay. I think I know what that means. Just like everybody else, I'm gonna. Okay. Travel pace. Normal. Hey, neat. You actually make the trip instead of just teleporting everywhere. Very cool. So 3 days, 2 nights on travel. This is very good. This is a little bit more tabletop. Yeah. 8 hours a day leaves enough time to eat, sleep, playing games. Okay. Fatigue and exhaustion. Awesome. Now I like it better. I have been jumped by bandits. Yay, now I'm in a fight. Cool. only took so collectively between yesterday. I started this yesterday with a character creation and all that. So, granted, I've been sloughing off and talking. Hopefully, I didn't bore everybody and leave. But so it's almost 3 hours before I saw any combat or any action in this game. Kind of a slow burn, but um, maybe if I just sat down and concentrated on it, it wouldn't be that much. It might be an hour and a half, but still takes a little while to get into the fight for sure. Okay. That's all right. Very cool. Dice roll. You have been surprised while camping. You must fight off your attacker before you can leave. Having been surprised, you cannot take any action during the first turn of battle. Oh no. Don't hold back your spells and powers. You will finish your long rest after the battle. So, all right. We'll open up a can. Tutorial ready in action. This lets your character wait for a specific condition to be met so they can interrupt other characters' turns to perform ready in action. Hey, that's cool. You got like opportunity fire. In Crown of the Magister, you can ready an attack depending on your character and their equipment abilities. You can move as a bonus action, still use ready action. It's very complicated, man. It sure isn't BX, though. It's got a lot of detail. I don't know why these kids say this stuff is... All right. Oh, good. So, yeah. What other get? Every time I get people on the live, I like to give you the menu of the games that I want to play that nobody will. I got a whole bunch of them. Anybody wants to play? I got the Star Wars. That doesn't seem to be real popular with people, unfortunately, because I love that stuff. I've got the Domain with a back me. I have an AD&D adventure. This didn't seem to triple out trigger. Surprisingly, it's about Vikings. It's got a little bit of historical Viking lore in it, and it also has mythological Viking stuff where you go to the different planes and fight the mythological creatures and stuff like that. I do have a Greyhawk camp. The Greyhawk campaign I made that was supposed to be played with Rob. Rob said to me on Twitter, he replied to me and says, I'm really looking to play. And I said, all right, play with me. Join my Discord. He did. He joined it as Robilar, and he said he was going to play. And then he got whatever he's doing, something happened. This is about a year ago or more, and said, I can't do it. I've, some business has come up, such and such. Okay, fine. But what I had set up was a Greyhawk campaign where, well, I don't want to give it away, but it was for the 50th anniversary deal, and it's got a lot of metaphor about Greyhawk now versus Greyhawk WotC in it. A little bit of that kind of a deal. So, but it's real prone to spoiler alerts if I get into any more detail than that. But I do have that, and it's not played on Darlene. It's played on a copy of Len Lakofka's map that he did for development of D&D, and he also used it as a reference to make the modules that he made. It's got some significant differences, but nothing too major. The geography is a little different, and it's kind of handmade, so sometimes it's hard to decipher in places, but it's really cool. And apparently it was set up in his office the day he passed. It was in there, so I'm sure. Do you know Anna B. Meyer? I would imagine I would think you guys would know Anna B. Meyer, right? She's the one that had it, and she used some industrial scanner to scan this old map, and then I got a copy of it. So it's not the actual relic or whatever, but it's a. So I play it out on that, and I'd love to do it. So, and I was when I ran it for a while with a group, but I think they really joined because they wanted to play with Rob, and then when Rob backed out, they played a little bit, but then they left. So, and they were 5e players anyway. So I used OD and D that time because I just thought it was kind of hip and nostalgic. It's the 50th anniversary of Greyhawk. Why not use, we're playing with Rob. Why not use OD and D? And I can do that, but I could easily, you know, change it over to BX or AD&D or something like that if people wanted to play with something other than original. So that's possible. It won't. It's not like I got to reconfigure everything. Let's get into the fight. What else? What else we got here? I want to play Gangbusters. I think I have Gangbusters. If not, I'll go to the archives to try to find it. The archives are my storage shed. I don't have anything prepared for it, but I'd love to try it. But I've got a bunch of other stuff for TSR. So let's see. And I've got my own system. I've got a demo for my own system called Paracosmic Convergence. And I have a small little one-shot to demo that. So called Zyamax's Tower. And you're being... the story is simple. You're hired by a local king to go find Zyamax the wizard. The king had a deal with Zyamax to border the western edge of their kingdom, which was being raided heavily by orcs that were expanding out of a forest that surrounds the kingdom. And Zyamax was experimenting with Wall of Force and other spells to increase their the range of their effect. And he was using some very rare plants that were being grown and cultivated in the kingdom to fuel those experiments. So he had created a very large wall of force type of thing that blocked the orcs from raiding the kingdom. And the wall is starting to break down, and they haven't heard from Zyamax. Nobody knows specifically where he lives, but they have some general idea. So you have to go to the tower, find Zyamax, figure out why he's not holding up his end of the bargain anymore, and see if you can renegotiate with him. That's kind of it. And it's designed just to give you an overview of all the systems. Yeah, I think Anna's on Facebook too. But anyway, that's some of the stuff I do. I got a bunch of other stuff. I got Dawn Patrol, which is more of a war game than an RPG, but it really has RPG elements because I do it in a campaign type setting. So you play a World War I ace, and you're trying to survive but attain glory and stuff like that. So it's more than just war gaming. There's role playing elements, and you're attempting to be famous and stuff. The glory hound type of attitude. I got a bunch of stuff. Just love to be able to play something. But board games too. Ton of those. All right, let's try to figure this out. Attack the target. That's what I want to do. Nice. Roll to 1. Okay, starting at second level. Your quick thinking ninja allow you to move and act quickly. You can take a bonus action each of your turns in combat. Okay, let's see if I can hit him this time. Oh, I can only move. Let's see if I can get around him then. Okay. Huh. Okay, let's not do that. All right. The wizard, let's see what she can do.
Arcana Evo. Follow me.
Cool.
You should have yielded.
Oh, she also talks smack. Yeah. All right, Bob. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. So, anyway, there's my little pitch for my games. And I'm trying to figure this out as I talk. It looks like, let's see, what do we do here? Switch equipped. All right. What does this blue thing mean? The number of cells. Oh, that's your movement. I see. Okay. Can I disengage? No. Okay. So let's try somewhere else. So did you see my big, my 8 minutes of about that timing stuff? I use that. I don't know. That stuff seems to work better for me. All right. What's this guy do? Let's just attack. Use the good old fashioned mace here. There we go.
That's battle.
Okay. I can still cast a spell. Maybe I can. Oh, no, I don't need. Well, maybe. Let's see who's really hurting, if anybody. I don't think he's hurting that bad that we need that. Can I undo this? Oh, no. Too late. No.
Aron Evo Curee.
I'll remember.
Okay. All right. Attack on ally. Bandit is attacking Neil. You can react to impose disadvantage upon the enemy. Well, why would I? Okay. Blocking the attack character and impose disadvantage. This uses your reaction. Well, that's fine. Just anyway. Okay. So now she can take care of that. Oh, I could have done action surge. I don't know. These people don't seem like they're that tough, though.
Come on!
Yeah, roll a decent. Jeez. Oh, wow. See if I can sneaky. So it's pretty good. I guess this is 5e. the action surge and all that sort of stuff. It said it was tabletop. So I guess this is just basically the way it rolls if you're playing 5e. Little confusing at first to kind of figure out what's going on as far as it doesn't seem to take into account facing at all. I would assume that's the way that the new people play it, right? But doesn't that kind of kill the thief? You know, aren't I supposed to be able to get something if I mean something? Okay, so I got to move first. Wait, attack. There we go.
I win again.
Okay. So anyway, it's got, I mean, it's on Steam for $7, and seems okay. Might probably be funner in multiplayer. I got to really clean up my YouTube. Like I said, I'm on TikTok now. Oh, the other things. Oh, so I got the like I was saying with TikTok. What's interesting about that is some of these young people that play this 5e. Like the other day, guy comes out and he goes, "Don't you feel it's kind of dumb that when you level up, it just all of a sudden everything you've got all this new stuff?" Like he said, like he was in the middle of an encounter in the outside, you know, in the wilderness, and he thought it was odd that the game just immediately lets you add in hit points and stuff in the middle of this encounter because you level up. And I told the guy, I says, you know, it never used to be like that. You used to have to study and train and all that sort of thing. And he says that would make more sense that there'd be some sort of mechanism that would be a transition from one level to the other. I says, yeah, you're what you're doing with this 5e, it seems to me, is just simply trying to emulate MMOs and PC RPGs mechanics, but not use the PC and say, well, we're being social or something like that. There was a couple of these that came up. I was trying to think of another one. Traveling. You know, the whole idea of fast travel. Nobody was liking, there were not everyone. There were some people that just weren't liking that. And I said, there again, try going a little bit backwards and see how you like it. And so I've been sticking around with them to see if there's any feedback. If they said, hey, yeah, I tried. And a couple times there has been. There was one guy who says, I moved from 5th to 2nd edition last night, and I've never had a better game in my life. He says, it's incredible how much more fun it was and engaging. And I said, yeah, maybe stop listening to everybody who says everything on the planet's, bad because it's old and complicated and stuff. Oh, well, okay. The 2024 one, that's another thing. Most of the people, I just think it's fascinating to listen to people that are younger because I try to understand what the hell's going through their head with this stuff. And there's been a lot of people that are complaining about 2024. And that may be it, because maybe they've added in a couple of things that, some of these story game types or whatever the hell you call it when they don't want to play an actual game, what's really going on there. So, but a lot of people have said it's not a good change. The other one that was interesting that I thought was watching a couple of these people create their own worlds. and immediately start dropping the bullshit like if you listen to some of these people, these younger folks, TikTok is what, like 18 to 34 is the average demographic, and they have such a cookie cutter response or system. Like when they make an adventure, it's got to have certain elements. One is there has to be they call it BBEG. Okay. And when you meet the BBEG, there has to be a monologue. Huh? Like it's an episode of Buffy or something. There always has to be somebody betraying the party. It's not, is there going to be somebody? It's always, who's it going to be? It's a given, like it's a cookie cutter with these people. Why the why are you playing this? It's like watching the same episode over and over. But a couple of these world creators got kind of sick of that stuff and talked about breaking the mold and starting ground up. So I was talking to them about, taking different approaches. There's some things you can kind of get them to play that are a little bit old school, but if you get, like if you mention encumbrance, they practically start to cry. They act like it's torture. And I go, it's just simple addition. Why can't you do that? What is the big deal with that? And I think that what it turns out to be, and this goes for everybody, even the old people that complain about it, is it's a restriction, and they don't want to lose, and they don't want anything that hurts them in any way, shape, or form. Fifis and all that shit. And but some of them are kind of coming around, so that's interesting. And then there's in fact, I put one gal on Twitter, but because I only get about 5 views now, nobody saw it. But she was interesting because
Nobody.
she was talking about yeah, I don't, I contacted this one gal because she was making her world, and it was interesting watching her. I talked to her a little bit about it, and then she was going to run her first thing in it, and she goes, how do you railroad people without letting them know, without them knowing they're being railroaded? And I she's a real good looking gal too, so that's another reason I wanted to talk to her. And what did she say when I brought up not railroading people? She goes, well, then how do you sell them on the story that you're making? And I said, it's like this. You built a world and now are trying to shoehorn stories into it based off of that world. Whereas what we used to do is build the world and let the world generate the stories and or the scenarios. The whole point of having a functional world is it's a scenario generator. Like, this is kind of a weird way to analogize it, but I used to play a game called Succession Wars, which was it was basically Axis and Allies, but in BattleTech. And I loved BattleTech, but at the time that BattleTech first came out and started showing, add-on stuff, I was in military school, and I didn't have access nor money to go get all of that stuff. But I did get that board game, and it became the scenario generator that, like, instead of buying, there was a book called Fourth Succession War, and it was, I don't know, like 5 or 6 or maybe 10 at most scenarios based on the lore of the Fourth Succession War. I bought a game called Succession War. I can fight the whole war out, and it's an unlimited generator for scenarios, one-shot scenarios, or better yet, a full campaign where everything's connected instead of buying more material. So that was one of the first reasons I would use the worlds to do that. And in D&D, it's the same deal. If you make the thing run, the stories will come to you instead of banging your head against it. Like this chick came on, she goes, I'm trying to come up with a story. I've got a DM and I'm so nervous, and they act like they're traumatized, and it's, like the IRS are after them. And I says, you're fretting over nothing. You shouldn't have to come up with this shit. Just put them in the place and it'll happen on their own. She couldn't grasp that. So I went and took some stuff from Alex Macris and about the GNS theory and all that, and went on to him about, I went real deep into the GNS theory stuff with her. I haven't heard from her since. I think I went too hard on it. And either that or she probably checked out my Twitter and she doesn't like my politics or something, but she disappeared. But I thought it would be interesting to try to get her to explain why she felt
it has your skills.
That if railroading was fun. She goes, well, I did a bunch of scenarios or one shots before, and they were threaded, they were railroaded, and everybody had a blast. And I was going to bring up to her, I says, okay, then why are you trying to mask the fact that you're railroading them if it was so fun? Because your initial question is, how do I hide the fact that I'm steering them in a particular direction? And then she went on to say, well, it's boring and it's too complicated to try to come up with ways to steer them back to the story if I let them go wherever they want. So I don't know how psychologically to wrest them from the idea that they don't have to have these episodic tales. But some of them grasp to it. So it's just interesting to look at. So I was thinking too, when you mentioned doing videos, maybe I should take my TikTok videos and just put them on Twitter. But I looked at the analytics, and nobody watches that shit. Fucking nobody. And I don't know it's necessarily because of what I'm saying or anything like that. I just think that people are just so impatient that they can't, like one guy told me, he says, if you're going to make videos, you have to hook the person in at least 3 seconds. I can't say it in 3, what can you say in 3 seconds? I timed it. It takes 8 seconds to say my name, so I don't know. But Twitter is getting worse and worse. Like I'm paying full price for that blue check now. And my views just keep going down no matter what. And yeah, I get on there and I tell people they're pieces of shit. But really, I don't know. Seems like a lot. So I don't know what else is going on. I thought about making another. Here's another one. The other thing that is real interesting to me that's making resurgence with some of these young people, and they're not really all younger. A lot of them are, but even guys that look like they're 40 or 50 and are kind of left. Like there's one guy out of Colorado, like near Denver. And I thought, oh, good. This guy's, looking like he's 50 something. He won't be like one of these blue haired retards or anything. And then today he's talking about spiders and trauma at the table. And I thought, oh, Jesus, even you old bastards are becoming woke sissies. But you should see the miniature stuff this guy makes. The terrain for D&D. This rich dude is, oh my God. He had a 4.5 foot tall, 1 foot in diameter elven tree city. It was like this giant, like a giant tree with little elven huts and shit all over it, and stairs that circled it. And, it was gorgeous, all 3D printed. You know, just guys swimming in money. But they're making bigger games. Like they're all talking about giant games with multiple parties and stuff like that. There's a bunch of them that were all. One guy was going to do a 3-way fantasy siege war. So there'd be the attacker, the defender, and then for some reason the third army would show up, and he was going to do it all in a giant campaign in miniature in this Quonset hut. And he wanted like 15, 20 people to play. And I go, that's the kind of stuff I want to do online. That was the stuff that I wanted to play all the time, because I would play that stuff at Gen Con, and it was the best way to do it. Because back then, I could go and play with 4 or 5 people and do a module. That was Saturday night. That was nothing new. But getting a game where there's 50, 60 people involved, and you can do that on the internet now if people would just stop talking about how everything's so damn complicated. And some of these, the only cool thing about young people that don't know that much about this shit is they haven't been inundated with, there's no way you could run that, it's too hard and complicated and all that. They don't know that. They just try to do it. And they're running these giant games. It's really cool. Well, that's the thing. There's not, that was always shit going on. I mean, we all played domain games where we were different, entities, whether it be, it wasn't always fantasy, but there was tons of that sort of stuff. Okay, a lot of this came from those guys, Kuntz and those guys were playing diplomacy, and that game's from the 50s. And the Braunstein thing. Tell your buddy Dave. What's it, Dave? I know he's not really, but the Braunstein guy. That whole thing is bullshit. I made a big 3-part video on that. I haven't put it out yet because I wanted to wait for some platform where I actually had people looking. But I got tired of hearing that kind of crap too, and so I discussed the whole thing. This is between those Brosser people and that whole weird group of guys that were on that. What was it? It just shut down. The one that was connected to Roblox. It was like Discord, but not. Gilded. Those clowns. All those guys blocked me. That kind of ruined my reach. But then there was all the people that were fighting with me about how war game and RPG is different. All that. That's all bullshit. All this stuff comes out of Kriegspiel.
So that's Kara Lem.
And
we're almost there.
The idea of role playing, that wasn't something that came out of Dave.
Don't you think?
Either Dave. It didn't come out of the Braunstein. It didn't come out of Arneson either. Robert Louis Stevenson was doing that kind of stuff in the 1870s, and the Bronte sisters were doing it in the 1820s and the 1830s. So there's nothing new, and not just you'll hear people go, well, they were just writing stuff, and it was different. It wasn't bullshit. They had reaction tables. The Bronte sisters had toy soldiers. So all those blue-haired, purple-haired freaks that tell you about gender roles and shit, those chicks were playing war with toy soldiers, and they were 4 girls, and they had dice, and they had notes and the whole ball of wax. There was a kid named Thomas Malkin, and he's even before the Brontes, and he lived till 7. I don't know what he had, tuberculosis or something like that, some childhood thing. He never got to leave his room. He was a real sick kid, but he was also a brilliant kid. And his father was good friends with the poet Robert Blake. And one of Robert Blake's first illustrated poems is in the book about Thomas Malkin. And Malkin made an entire RPG system that he played with himself and a little bit with his father all through his life. And as a young kid, I mean, this dude was a prodigy. And the father wrote a book about it and documented it all. So people that go, oh well, it was a little different. No, bullshit. Go get the book. The dude has got it all sewn up in the book. And so none of these guys invented anything. We had, it'd been done 100 times. Hit points, that didn't come out of Kuntz or any of those guys. There was guys named Joseph Munchausen and Donald Featherstone and people like that. Hell, there's even examples of hit points from Robert Louis Stevenson, and multiple entities, multiple factions fighting within the same nation, and civilians being involved. There's a whole article about that with Robert Louis Stevenson. There isn't anything in any Braunstein that was brand new. Everything he did had been done before by other people, in some cases 100 years in the past or more. So they're great. The whole thing's great. Saying this makes some people spin the fuck out, but like it's taking something away from those guys. They did something interesting. It wasn't completely new. It took off because, well, I think I'm repeating myself, I'm sure, but it's true. And I just hear all that crap. Fuck, man. Right. Well, right. Because those are the people that think, like I just had somebody say the other day, what did they just say? This is today. I think I might have reached, well, anyway. He said people were getting mad. There was racists that didn't like the fact that Ben Sisko, in Star Trek, was a black actor. And these fucking idiots think 1988 was 1968. And no, that's not, it's ridiculous. So they won't spend any time looking into that past other than what they've been told by some, instructor or something. And so when you show them stuff from the 80s, they're flabbergasted, and they kind of, that can't be right because there was nothing good from that era, and that's, a lot of these 5e TikTok people have no idea that there are other games like D&D that existed. And some of them, around the same time, like there was that whole controversy for years as to whether, what was it, Tunnels and Trolls or whatever, came out before D&D. And kind of did.
What's that smell?
But those guys got the glory because they got the money, and the money gave them the exposure. And then the Satanic Panic really rocketed. The best thing that ever happened to that company was the Satanic Panic. So much so that you almost wonder if it was, because if they kind of leaned into it. If it wasn't for that time I saw, what was his name, Morley Safer or whatever, really dig into Gary, I would almost think they were playing along for the publicity, because it was the best. What's the statement? There's no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, that's what really launched them, was that stuff. But if you look at them prior to D&D, they're just one of a handful of companies that were printing that sort of stuff. They weren't the only one printing RPG stuff or war game stuff and all that. And they look like everybody else, usually a black ink cover, the same size, typed up thing or whatever. So But yeah, it's all evolution. And another guy that's big is my fucking old ass. I swear I'd forget my own name if I. Jesus. Charles Robert. Charles Robert was one of the big. He basically made Avalon Hill Company. And some of the original prototype stuff, you were plotting movement like you would plot movement on a map. And he came up with hexes to kind of deal with that issue. But it was all done as I'm talking. How far can you move in this amount of time? And then have everybody do that. Now, because you were playing a game with 2 players, you had to take turns and all that shit. But if you did it right, you could blend the turn and have everybody just moving almost simultaneously using elapsed time and stuff like that. Just like you would, the same way you would plot a course if you didn't have GPS or any of that shit out on the, whether it be on land or on water. Same deal, just what's the ETA? That's how I run all my stuff. You play Star Wars, what are you doing? Well, I'm building a lightsaber. Okay. Well, this is how long it takes. So that's what you're doing for that period of time. How long does it take to get from one planet to the other? This many, days or weeks or whatever. So that's where you're at. And I can coordinate everything down to the minutes, seconds. So here's the difference. Here's how this works really good. So let's do this. It's Star Wars, but whatever. It still works. You're in a fight, a space battle, and you track the time of the space battle. And let's say there's this has actually happened in my game where a group of ships is en route to the destination where the battle is occurring. And because I track the time very tightly, I can say they're going to show up when this battle's still occurring. So in that case, they're actually reinforcements now. Instead of saying, well, they showed up today or tomorrow, whatever, and trying to find some way to explain that away or change it so that they came out of hyperspace in some different area or something, I can say, oh, they're down to the minute. This is when they're going to show up, or the hour, or whatever it is, and okay, now I know that they're going to be involved in this battle when they arrive, because they're going to arrive and it's going to be right before them. And I know exactly what turn in the battle that is. So and let's say the battle ends first. So if the Empire wipes out the rebellion ships before these other empires show up, or vice versa, all they see is the scattered debris of the enemy floating through the air, whatever. But it's real tight as far as tracking, so that everything's coordinated down to the dramatic minute. That's how I love that shit. And it's just easier because I don't have to switch modes if I can do that through the entire campaign, no matter what's going on. So some people can be in battle, some people can be on the move, some people can be stagnant, whatever it is. I don't have to move back and forth. And it tracks everything the same way. And I'm fighting orcs, cool, or goblins. Okay, no problem. I don't see them though. Where are they? Okay, they got the high ground, but they're just goblins. So let's go. those two are out of range. So I don't know how many times I get to use these spells, but
Arcana Evo. Mommy.
oh, that's right. I did get the long rest. That's why. So it is still a one-shot deal. Okay. So I do like the way this does track the travel and things like that. It's too bad that they can't give you a little more context. But maybe I should have just started from the beginning. I would have gotten a little bit more. I saw that they made a Stranger Things D&D book. What is that? Is that just like Beck Me with a Stranger Things label on it? Are they going to be like Monopoly? Or are they going to start doing that with other things? You know, just kind of cross promote. Oh yeah, man. I everybody, yeah. People tell me, "Oh, you should invest if you're having financial problems. Maybe you need to just invest more money and grow your money." I said, first, I got to have the money to invest. Right? I don't have any. I I sold a lot for sometimes for good reasons, sometimes because I just wanted cash. I had a lot of stocks and stuff like that, but some of them I had to sell for legal to pay legal bills and shit like that.
Felipe.
One was to pay for what was it? Oh, I yeah, I got in some trouble, which wasn't fair. Um, but that was a long story. But same. Yeah, somebody showed me what it was like a rule. It was like Beck Me or Rule Cyclopedia, but it had the Stranger Things on it. And I get it, like you say, they've done that sort of thing before, you know, Conan and all that, and that's fine. But I get real sensitive because I'm a weirdo about that kind of stuff. Because I don't want people growing up and say, like, here's one. It's kind of maybe a weird analogy, but I had this one dolty girl who thought she was very intelligent, and um, I was dating her for a while. And this was in the mid '80s, late '80s, and she says, I don't know if you remember the Sunkiss commercial that played the Beach Boys' "Good Vibrations." Okay, so we're in the car, and the Beach Boys actually come on, and this imbecile explained to me that they stole that song from a Sunkiss commercial, and I thought, you bass backwards buffoon. And that's the problem, is I don't want kids to be like, hey, you know, this is just this game is some spin-off from that TV show. Yeah. The building. Are you like? I don't know. The building stuff isn't going well out there, huh? They did a lot of building around me, but the one I went looking for a place, an apartment place, and it was a pretty nice area, and I thought this looks like good, like I might be able to afford it or whatever. So I went and investigated the place. In the town I'm in, there are 4 or 5. They're single story, but they're fairly large apartment buildings that were built years ago, and the company um, doesn't exist as far as being able to contact them or or a registered entity. I come to find out that this stuff is reserved. Um, they were going to put a bunch of these immigrant people. They had relocated a bunch to. Remember when they were flying them around, or the complaint was they were flying around? Well, they flew a bunch to Madison, and some of them were slated to move in to my place. But so if they're building all that stuff, I don't know. I don't know much about the construction industry, but of course this is the Midwest. I don't know what's going on out there, but you're running out of things to build out there. Maybe you're running out of room. I've never been to Seattle. I don't even remember if I've ever been to Washington State. I've been to Montana, but I don't recall going to Washington. Never been to California. Probably never been to Oregon now that I think about it. But I talked to a guy that lives out there all the time, and are they running out? Oh, okay. Non-union means they're, they're they're not local boys. I don't know. Kind of the the Home Depot crowd, maybe. All right, now. So it's got, I don't know what the shields mean other than maybe that means cover or what, but it does show you what kind of line of sight you got. That's pretty cool. Let's see what she can do up here. I'm afraid to get her all shot up, but she's got to be able to contribute too. Yeah, I still get it again. How many times do I get to use this thing? Shit, I'll just keep whacking at them with these.
Arcana Evo. Mommy!
You should have fled.
She likes to talk mad shit. Yeah. We got Evers, and he's not too, he's democratic and insane, but he's not too bad with the taxes, but he's counterbalanced because we've got a majority GOP, and so he's focused most of his stuff on trying to completely brainwash the kids with all that crap in the public schools. And he used to be a public school administrator, so he's super bad. But fortunately, we haven't been hit too hard with the tax part of the thing. But I don't see people tripping over them. So Microsoft is coming here, but that's after that Foxconn thing that Trump said he was going to do kind of faded away into nothing. That was all a bunch of crap. Trumpy Bear's kind of fun with the finger in the, but he's not all it's cracked up to be. So he kind of burned that one out. But now Microsoft is coming, and there's another place being made that's AI, one of these giant AI facilities, not too far from me. So that's the other thing with that. These kids and all these psychopaths that are calling everybody a liar over AI or a thief or whatever, you ain't gonna win that battle. You may, Yo Dano shows me some lawsuit. Hey man, you can level a lawsuit at anybody for a variety of things, no matter how stupid they are. But the fact that somebody's being sued doesn't mean they're in the wrong. And there's people that keep saying, well, the AI is failing in money. I think it's Grums keeps saying, oh, they collapse and they can't keep a profit margin. It doesn't matter. Trumpy Bear there's got those guys so propped up because he's been convinced of it, probably from Elon. He's dumping shit tons of money into that stuff. So I don't know how that's going to change the complexion of the area. And if they let these, call me racist if you want, but if you let these migrants in, then shit will really start to go downhill. We're building like hell out here residentially. I've seen giant swaths of not apartment buildings, but kind of big condo facilities, like acres of this, and they're ugly as shit, and they all look the same. They look like barracks with shutters on the windows, and just tons of this shit. And it's all on this old farmland where everybody's bailing out because the farmers are getting screwed. But I'm thinking, who are they building this shit for? This stuff is 6-figure condos, and in the ass end of nowhere, north of Milwaukee. Who the fuck wants to live up here that bad, Yeah, they look like, well, they look like bunkers. But the one that they're doing near me, there was a lot of pushback from the locals. So democracy bullshit. These people don't want it. They voted to put it down. They're being completely ignored because of the amount of money coming in there. So the best they get for their, hey, we don't want this, is some, you can see it on YouTube. You probably won't see it out there because they're probably directed to locally, but it's this chick that comes on and goes, I'm the something preservist for this company, and we're going to plant 150 trees, and you're going to level hundreds of acres and siphon out the water. So it's like, it's this ridiculously insulting attempt to placate people by planting some trees and shit. But yeah, they're just going to make these, and then they make it look like, they keep calling it a campus, which is totally marketing. It's a campus because that sounds like it's not this industrial sized bunker of shit that they're putting in the middle of the wilderness where people used to hunt and have fun and shit. And they say it's going to take over everything. Like it's going to control the electrical grid, and they want to use it to control all the traffic signals in the county it's in, and even in some of the surrounding county. And I thought, all you're doing is asking for people to really cause havoc. Remember when people were hacking the This was back in like 2012 and stuff. There was all those guys hacking the emergency broadcast system, shit like that. It'll just make everything a mess. How do I get at these guys? Oh, he's down here. I can get him.
Wait till the next one.
Yeah, all these, and there's all these people out here that are looking to cause trouble. They'll be able to do it real easy with that kind of stuff. Oh, he got my guy good. See what these things look like with the graphics. See, they don't even face the right direction in some cases. I guess that's okay. I guess that's, he just didn't have a turn. It does have some facing. You can see the arrow pointing, but oh well. Yeah. Yeah. It's from what I don't read a lot of it, but I have seen, it sounds like a lot of people are trying to get the hell out of there. And although I just got lectured about public services from some government wonk again, and I says, don't tell me that shit is going to help, because most of these places, I practically bend axles driving down most roads. You fucking people can't patch a pothole, and you're telling me you're gonna build all these projects. We've been talking in this area about connecting Chicago, Milwaukee, and Madison with a light rail system. Shit, for 30 years, and they can't get it off the ground. They can't plan it out. They can't, they can't even, in theory, start the machinations on it. And God knows if they ever got the green light to do it, the havoc that it would create and the money that they'd waste trying to make something, trying to shoehorn it in. If you knew the area of Milwaukee real well, geographically, and then you drew the line that they want to make these rails, the shit that they would have to upend to do this. And the only thing that will happen with light rail, like you were saying, a lot of people are working from home. So the whole, we need to alleviate traffic for commuters thing has lessened quite a bit. And crime has expanded and moved out of its normal concentrated areas. So all you're going to get is a lot of people that are going to use that light rail system as a means to go conduct, criminal activity in neighborhoods that are juicy and rich, and it really won't help anything. Plus, like I say, the federal government can't even spell my name properly, even after getting corrections. They still do it wrong because they're that buffoonish and incompetent. Is there anybody on top of these rocks? That's the last one. Okay. Christ. I mean, how do you That's the kind of shit I'm saying, you know. Um, God damn, you know. Uh, but what do you do? You can't. I don't know. I'm when it comes to that sort of stuff, I'm completely Thomas Jefferson about it. So I'll be on a list because I can't fucking put up with that crap. Let's see what this one done. Fireball target. Okay.
Arcana Evo. Malmis.
That didn't even kill him. Wow. Okay then. Can she get at him? Yeah, that ought to be enough. If the roll good.
Well struck.
There we go. Okay.
Where did those goblins come from?
Some hole in the mountain, I guess.
Interesting. Yeah, they just don't even. Mine was when I had a retail store. I went to the Madison is the capital, and I went in there because they had things so screwed up with the taxes, and I had an LLC, and so I go out there, and they have two entities. They have the Department of Revenue, which is like the IRS, and then they have the Department of Sales and Use, which is another tax thing that handles mostly businesses. So, and then the banks, who are a problem, because at the banks, I would have some ditzy shit teller that would input my name improperly because everybody spells it phonetically and not the proper way. And that was starting to cause problems because a lot of the government stuff and, and other credit scores and stuff like that would read shit off of banks, and they would use the wrong name because these idiots kept putting my name in wrong. So I went out there to clear it up. These buffoons had my company registered 3 times under slightly variated names. And that was only at one department. Then I had to go to the other department where they had it twice registered under the wrong names in both occasions. And I said, if I update this with you, that should handle it, right? Oh, no, you have to drive. There's a giant lake in the middle of the city of Madison. So I had to drive around this fucking lake, which is a real pain in the ass, and go to some satellite office and give them all the information I gave the Department of Revenue, because these fucking idiots told me point blank that they don't even communicate or share information, and they're both involved with LLCs and taxation, and they don't even communicate. And they couldn't spell my name right, and that they are so ridiculous. And listen to these kids tell me about government services. Oh, you fucking idiots. It's unbelievable. I'm going to go up this. These stairs must mean something and find out where these goblins came from. I think it's a clue. It's like some sort of old temple or something. Oh, wow. Look at it. It's all burned up. Anything to, there's something to loot. What did I get? Ooh, money. What is this? This green putter comes from a dark rock. Okay, cool. Javelin, some money. All right. Let's see what's up here. Looks like a fortress. Cool. Check it out. Ballista.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Where's the garrison? Dead? Or run away?
Look, that tower, that's insane.
Courtesy of the Cataclysm. The marches are full of stuff like this. The Badlands are worse.
Anyway, we have a mission. Let's check the fortifications.
Pretty cool. See what this does. Lights up. Oh, it's movable. Okay.
Okay, you're tough.
All right, so how do you jump? It used to be Z. Oh, wow, they climb right up a brick wall. Yeah, everybody can do that. Okay. See if the thief can crack the lock. Perfect. Okay, what did we get? A bunch of arrows for people to count. Arrows. That's another one. Why? How is it so damn hard to count arrows? The stuff that people complain about. It's so ridiculous. And are you really that bad at math, or are you just that lazy that you don't want to, put up with it? I mean, hash marks. Is that really that hard? People that say that, well, just like you were saying the other day with that guy or that gal that said, oh, I've got a bachelor's degree, but I can't spell the word quality right or whatever it was. Well, that's because you're an idiot. You're not educated. Oh, I'm educated, but I can't spell. No, you're not educated. You're But good gravy. Why play a game when there's no way to lose or anything? Make a big deal out of stuff like that. Crazy. Oh, guess we're not going through backdraft there. Try another way. See if we can sneak through here. All right. This way, perhaps. Oh, something's going down.
There's definitely been fighting here.
Why did we take this
No
job again?
shit.
Oh yeah, these lovely council badges.
This is no time for jokes.
Right. Whoever did this could still be around, and we don't want them hearing us. We should look for survivors. 50 people can't just vanish. What the heck was that?
Someone's hiding inside the tower.
It's a trap. The goblins killed everyone, and now it's our turn. Or they're the survivors, and they're being cautious.
We need to get up to that door.
If they slaughtered the garrison, they'll pay.
Back off! No closer!
Who's there?
We're not letting you in.
And we're not coming out!
It's Captain Henrik there. We need to talk to him.
Don't you dare speak his name, you filthy bastard!
Don't talk to them.
They'll cast a spell on you! Don't touch me!
Lost their minds, the lot of them. Let's get to the door. Maybe if they can see us up close, we can show them our council badges.
We don't need no stinking badges. Okay, let's see if we can get up there. What's that do? Oh, I guess that's the rampart entrance. Okay.
What's this?
I think it was a minor
Man,
gate.
did you see that? I forget who his name was. I was watching that earlier,
And this plaque?
and
Any value?
he
Maybe.
he
The
was
Tower of
taunting
Knowledge?
L.A.
Why not?
and they penalized him he got a 4th and 12 conversion for LA just because he decided he wanted to step over and talk some shit to God. They gave him the sportsmanlike conduct thing. I thought, boy, you're not going to be real popular. I didn't watch much of it, but I caught that little action. I thought, well, dude, that'll have your ass for that one. It was really a stupid play. And I've never been an
There's a
NFL
trap.
person since the Kaepernick thing. I just kind of gave up on it and shit. But I've caught little something here and there. And my mother's actually a big sports fan, so I've watched a couple of Packer games just because it's, she needs the company after everything happened. But I generally don't watch it anymore. I used to love it. Used to love watching football, but they really kind of turned me off with that crap. So let's see if I can find an inventory. Switch equipped items, configuration, switch. Short. Oh, he does have a short bow. Okay, you got to change it though. Good to know. What about inventory? He's encumbered. How can I? If I do that. Light armor. What am I sporting? Light armor. Okay. Anything heavier? Nope. Oh, there we go. That to her. One to her. There we are. Now he's still encumbered. Wow. What do I got that's so heavy? More swords. What has he got that's so... I wish they would show some sort of weight for this stuff. Well, what do you think it is? It's light leather, maybe? Oh, now she's encumbered. What is it? Let's see. She's already got chainmail. Can I wear chainmail? I would think so. I don't need to. I got stale mail. 16. Okay. Let's do that then. What does he care? Okay, reorder. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Well, whatever it is, I gotta get him limber so I can get him up the stairs there. Is this stuff being dropped? I thought I was moving it to places, but now I'm getting a... Okay, yeah, it is. I used to go to a lot of hockey games. I went to a fair share of baseball games. The thing about going to baseball games in Milwaukee is it's just a big pisser of a drunk fest. You know, we tailgate and there's bars everywhere, and of course you bring a shit ton of beer. So I've always gotten just kind of schnockered at a baseball game. Never really gone to watch that often. Um, you can drink it at the hockey games, but Jesus, you know, it's so expensive. And that's the thing about going to the baseball game. You can bring your own beer and get an ass full outside. And then if you want one or two inside, that doesn't hurt as much, even though they cost as much as a 6-pack at a store. And the Brewers have never been much of a team as far as winning since the early 80s. So it's more of just, you know, being out in the sun. I don't remember our hockey people winning anything for a long time, but it's just fun to go to that sometimes. Never went to a lot of the drunkest I ever got at a sports event was at a basketball game. Though I drank a bunch of Ice House, and that was when Herb Cole, the former senator, owned the Bucks, and he decided to sit down in the fan seats instead of his box because he was running for Senate again. And I hate that dude. So I got drunk and threw some popcorn at him and got booted out of the place. I didn't hit him because he was too far away, but they threw me out. I'm a fucking don't drink no more. But I would always go to a couple of Packers games. There was always a couple that were played in Milwaukee. One was a preseason, but I would go to those, and I would go to the Madison games. But again, that was when I could drink, or when I did drink. Now I don't drink, and I wouldn't go to Madison for that because it's just. I'm not an alcoholic. I can say no, but it's no fun walking around the whole world's on fire drunk in Madison, and you're the only one sober. It's just not that fun. But I've been to a couple of doozies out there. Figure out how to. I guess I just double click.
A trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. I want you to disarm it. Don't you know how to do that? There we go. I guess not. Failed. Yeah, I mean, it's the Packer games are kind of an event in themselves, but when you get older, I used to go to we used to have this. Well, we still have it, but it's not like it used to be. But we have a thing called Summerfest in Milwaukee, and it was always billeted as the biggest music festival in the country and all that shit. And then Taste of Chicago came some years later and claimed that they were biggest, but we get a lot of big name acts. It's a park about a mile some long, and there's another place where you used to just go and get fucked up, just stone cold. And between the booze or the price of booze and changing, you know, society and the demographics have changed, and it's just no fun. And you're too damn old to rush down there. You know, sometimes there's 6 figures, you know, going through there in a weekend, and it's just nuts to butts, and it's a game for the young. When you get a little older, like you say, the best seat in the house is the one where you can just get up and take a piss. You don't have to stand in line. You're warm, and you got all the best camera angles, you know. So you don't want to go out no more. But yeah, I used to enjoy a Packers game or something like that. All right, how do I get around this shit? Now they fuck this up. To find a different way. But what else? So yeah, I mean, for me, the big trip now is to go to a go to a retro arcade or a gaming store, and the gaming stores are largely out because they're filled with a kind of they're not really like one place. They won't. I don't even feel like I'd be able to be welcome because they're so fanatic about their you know identity politics. There's one near me that's not too bad, but the gaming stores have all changed too. It used to be they were uh, they all had their own unique flair. They all had some difference in their inventory, um, and they would welcome you in to play. Now they have very strict schedules, and pretty much all they're ever doing is playing, Waigigo or something like that, which I'm not all that interested in. I played a trading card game with a gal on Discord the other day, and it was fine enough fun to play, but I don't want to spend money on it. But anyway, it's all the same shit. It's all just a bunch of Warhammer stuff, a bunch of 5e stuff, paints, miniatures, maybe one small shelf of Star Wars miniatures, and the rest is, those kind of Euro trash type games like Ticket to Ride. They all look the same. And it's always um, some dude behind the counter that sounds like, you know, like Paul Rubens or something, he's wearing some pink fucking ribbon or whatever, or it's some ugly ass dyke that has a nose ring and purple hair and is 3 axe handles wide and bitchy. They're just no fun to go to anymore. But a retro arcade game is pretty fun as long as it's not too crowded with kids or something like that. I can't handle children. They really bother me. I gotta figure out how to get it out of this place. Yeah, that's another one. I'm just too grouchy and don't like crowds. It's been a long time since I've been to a concert. I was never a huge concert attender anyway. I just never liked going through all the thing. We used to go to a place called Alpine Valley. That was different. I don't know if you're familiar. It's kind of nationally famous. It's a amphitheater built into a giant glacial kettle. It's all outdoors, and that's a lot of fun. At least it used to be, because it was out in a fairly rural community. It had a small police force. They didn't fuck with you. You could party hard, and as long as you weren't hurting nobody gave a shit. And now they're up your ass and down your spine, checking your bags and shit like that. So it ruins the fun. But you used to be able to go out there. Like the best, you probably won't even believe this one because it's so good. But I shit you not, I went to, it was Robert Plant, and he was doing a solo bit. That kind of gay pop song he did, "Lighten Up Baby, I'm in Love," that one. But we went out to see him because it was my birthday, and I'm a big Zeppelin guy. And we brought some Seagram 7 and some 7 Up and a bunch of beers, and just kind of, we were going to hang out in the parking lot for a while, enjoy the nice weather till it got dark. And there was a couple of openers we didn't give a shit about, so we were out there partying. This fucking dude pulls up next to us in a powder blue Vanagon, like 68. It was like this guy came out of a fucking time warp. It was hilarious. He had the Swan song on, and it wasn't one of those cheap, ones you could get in the 80s. This was a good, like this guy he had seen him before. And he had long curly hair, looked like a giant, he was a real big dude, real thick, long curly red hair, big beard. He opens up the side of the Vanagon, and he pounds he gets like a yard sign, like a political yard sign. He pounds it into the ground right there, and he goes, just everybody welcome, let's party. The guy goes, come on over. He goes, you guys got booze, so he gave him some of the Seagrams and shit like that. And he goes, go on in. I've got some party favors. He had joints pre-rolled in that wasn't really a dispenser, but it was like a tray that had individual little slots. And he had a bunch of shrooms and blotter ass and shit. And so he says, I need a little money for the, I need a little something for the effort. So we didn't mind. We paid him a little bit, but this guy had all this shit. And so we partied with him till Plant started playing some Zeppelin tunes. Then we kind of fought our way into the place. And it was an okay concert. That solo album I gave zero shits about. I didn't care. But he played some Honey Dripper stuff that I liked, and he played a lot of old Zeppelin stuff. And then a tornado came. And that was a hell of a ride. I'm tripping balls on blotter acid and fucking half in a bay, and we're trying to get our way out of this place. And this is why I don't like the concerts, because everybody, the crowds. I hate being cattle, and everybody wanted to get out of there. And Jesus, we got close to that. I could see the funnel cloud. It was pretty far away because they're big, but I could see it. And on the way out, I'm about to pass out. And just as I pass out, there's a clap of thunder, and I see nothing but blue. And I kind of come to and I look, and people are running up to our car. The fucking thing got hit. There was a big char mark on the paint job on the top of the thing. A bolt had actually struck us in the car, and people were running up to see we're okay. So we got out of the parking lot, and we got down the highway, and the thing was too strong to even drive. It was the wind and the driving rain, so we had to park up against this bridge abutment. There's a bunch of people already parked in there, including guys that were on bikes and shit like that had been at the concert. And we just sat there and drank. So I didn't drink anymore because I was already real fucked up, but everybody else is out there drinking. So that was fun as hell. Right. Yeah. See, it was, and that kind of stuff is fun, but I've gotten worse about tolerating crowds. So I don't really do a lot of that kind of stuff anymore. Plus, I don't have the money. But that was probably one of the funner concerts I've ever been to. But Summerfest, always, the thing about Summerfest is they got so many people, so many big acts, that it was like going to a bunch of concerts. Like, most of them were free. There was one stage you had to pay for, and they always had the biggest people, but you could go see free. I saw Smokey Robinson, the Beach Boys, ELO. Was it ELO, or is it just, no, it was just, what's his name? Jeff, just the guy. But Smokey Robinson, a whole bunch. Heart one time, all for free at this place. You just walk up and down this Summerfest, and there's just stages. It's all put on by the big companies out there, and that's why it's kind of sucked, because a lot of these companies have folded or moved away. It was big banks and Miller Brewing and stuff like that were putting it on or helping fund it, but no more of that. So now it's kind of one of the biggest mistakes they made is they added a midway, which sounded like a good idea, but it attracted every shitball hoodlum into the place, and they were mugging people and shit like that. And that's when it really went downhill. There's always somebody that ruins the fun with that kind of crap. Is he still listed as? Oh, okay. There we go. Well, that was the other thing. We wanted to. My sister's a giant Cheap Trick fan, and they were coming around, and and we just couldn't afford the tickets. I would have gone. It was a smaller venue, but Jesus, uh, you know, it's really ridiculous what they're asking. So that's another thing. But I kind of like, even playing D&D, the idea of going to a store and dealing with people you don't know. Like, I don't have anybody to play any, like, all my friends are either dead or a few of them are married with kids, and they don't do that shit anymore, and they moved away and all that. So I don't have any face-to-face people to play these games anymore. And you can't sign up and use tables like you used. It used to be, stores would let you use tables. They don't really do that anymore. So I'm perfectly happy sitting at home. I just want some bigger games, or at least some games people play. And I end up just doing nothing but chasing people. And even when I get them to play, they're don't seem to really be into it. How do I get up there? Especially Star Wars, man. I don't get any joy on that. I had that one time somebody played. A bunch of people played. We had a blast, but then people had to work and shit like that happens. So we just kind of gave up. But okay. I've tried about everything. I don't know how to get up there. Maybe I got to move a box or something. Yeah, I've made movies. I've talked about it. I've tried really hard to get people. I says, what I really want to do is, that was something some guy just put out that was super cool. I gotta find that. Can I minimize that? Oh, that's just that. Somebody found well, I didn't. It was a database of all the events at Gen Con back in the day. Like not like there weren't pictures, but it would explain the basics of it. There's a lot of those things that I'd love to be able to run, that you could run on things like Tabletop Simulator, because to me that was the ultimate in gaming. Back in the 70s and 80s, finding a game going on at a store was fairly easy. It wasn't always easy to get to the store, but there was always something going on. So it became almost old hat. Everybody can play D&D at their buddy's house or at the game store, but what about Gen Con, where they got these giant dungeon crawls? There was dungeon crawls being done at Gen Con in Milwaukee that were so fucking big that they had to rope off the area. It was on the floor, and you had to take off your shoes, and they had certain places where you stepped so you wouldn't break anything. I mean, there was one with 50 parties one time. That was the biggest one I ever saw. But one year they did, it was like the Battle of Helm's Deep, but not just the Battle of Helm's Deep on some. It was 1-for-1. The unit scale was 1-for-1, and it was the terrain still exists. Some guy in Madison has kept it and tried to preserve it, but it was shit. It had to be 10, 15 feet wide, and they had the shuffleboard pushers, and they had everything on sleds to move it around, and they promote it all year. They started programming it at the Gen Con previous and put articles and ads in a bunch of the old fanzines, and you were supposed to bring they didn't, like, no one person had all the miniatures needed, so they were encouraging people to bring their own miniatures, and they had a system of how to paint the base so that you could identify it as yours if you contributed to this battle. And so people brought their own units so that they had a 1-for-1. Now, where they come up with the numbers, I don't know. Gary wrote a big thing about the numbers involved in an old magazine back in the 70s, just before D&D, and they might have ran it off of that, but it was the biggest fucking thing I've ever seen. And they fought out the whole battle. All those people like Bill that say, oh, you'd never be able to complete anything, that I watched them complete that. But the key was, it wasn't 2 or 3 people. Like Rob Kuhn said that. He goes, well, you talk about your Europa. I had that game and me and my brother tried to complete it. Well, yeah, if you and your brother tried to pick up a king-size bed when you were 13, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. You'd need a few friends, right? If you play the game with the multiples of people, all of a sudden it isn't such a big chore. It's a fun game. So I want to do that kind of stuff on Discord and other, even StreamYards or something like that, where you can get large groups of people in the same place to play these big games. But every time you talk about it, you get 1 or 2 things. Man, I got a job. Okay, well, whatever. Just because you don't have the time doesn't mean that it takes an inordinate amount of time to play. If all you've got is 20 minutes, that's your fault. But normally you get people that go, oh, it would fall apart and all that. And I can see them saying that because you run a domain play with 5 people and it falls apart. But maybe if it had enough organization and enough hype, people would try to play it. Right now, I didn't get to play in it because of the thing with my dad. But I had enlisted in playing Campaign for North Africa. And if you don't know the game, look it up. It's the biggest fucking war game you'll ever see. It's a 1-for-1 unit scale board game of the fighting in North Africa during the Second World War. It's from like 1940 to 43. It's gigantic, but they got 50 some people on each side to play, and they're playing through the whole thing. And this game has been, like, it was in the TV show Big Bang Theory, where they made jokes about how impossible it was to play. Well, they're playing it. I want to do that. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a couple problems. Bill don't like me. It's very obvious he does not like me. So I think that would be a problem. The other thing is that the only people that I talked to that were knowledgeable war gamers and that were in any of Bill's lives, one was an absolute asshole and told me that I was some deluded, unmedicated crazy for liking games from the 80s. And the other one was like, I prefer to play something that's brand new. Everybody else didn't know war games from their asshole. Now, as far as a giant RPG thing, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think many people, because I did try to do, well, most of those people that are real active on the server, they're even more nasty on the server than they are on, so, and they also have seen me have the interactions with Bill, and they know Bill doesn't like me. And those people seem like pretty hardcore groupies. They just kind of listen to everything he says, no matter what. And so I don't know that I would do real well. And I don't think he'd like it. I don't think he'd promote it. But maybe I'm wrong. This is another problem. I get I just get blocked by so many people, or I block them. Now, DM Blackwall's another one who was following me for a long time and then decided to get a wild hair out of some comment I made and ended up blocking me. It was some AI thing, and he came back with some reply that was really nasty. And I go, I wasn't even talking to you, and this doesn't even seem relevant to what I was discussing. But he just blocked me. So I guess I don't play well with others. Yeah, yeah. I watched him play it, demo it for a bunch of people. Um, Joe and Randy, I forget their last names. They had a podcast. What the fuck was it called? It had some clever innuendo type name. Biggest Geekus, something like that. Biggest Geekus. Joe and Randy seemed like pretty decent dudes, and they just stopped doing it. Like one day they didn't say they were stopping. They just never came back and did it again, and that was like a year and a half ago. But when he first came out, I was watching him play, and it seemed like a fun thing. It seemed to me like it was like a fantasy version of Space Hulk. Like it was just all like a miniatures. At least the part I saw, it just seemed to be a tactical miniatures game, which is fine. I like those, but it's really hard to get people involved off of Twitter because 90% of the time they're palsy-walsy with somebody who's like that's that guy that did this and all that shit, being bad-mouthed by people. So I don't know. There's another reason I went to some of these other platforms to see if maybe there were people that weren't going to get all judgy and weird about that kind of thing. But I don't know. After all that, all I had to do was click on the opposite. Why? There's no button for jump. They just jump. Well, had I known that to begin with, I would have saved myself an hour, but whatever. All righty. Yeah, see. So yeah, that's another battle. Great. Yeah, it's real hard to get people because of that. And maybe some of it's my fault, but I'm not taking responsibility for all of it because I've seen a lot of people that have just jumped on me with dumb shit. Well, I would be old and deaf. I suppose plenty of people think I'm clueless, but it's a matter of opinion. But I don't know. I know one guy that used to be in those lives that I don't like very much is that Tonka Todd guy. He's kind of a marble mouth weirdo that I don't much care for, but you know, they seem kind of snotty on that Discord. But I don't know. Isn't that like a year from now, or well, it's probably in the spring, isn't it? I don't know. All I know is that Bill guy doesn't like me. But I ain't never done anything really that caustic to the guy. I just simply don't agree with his, all that hyperbolic bullshit about rules complexity. But I made one comment on was that Nerd Council of Doom shit. I could just see him snarling when I mean, it's just, I could see it in him. It was a comment about AI too, so that kind of that bullshit. But that's when I really Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't like me. I could just see him snarling. I bet that shit. So, um, I tried to tell him that somehow he got removed from follow, and he didn't give a shit. He gave me a face like, "Who the fuck are you? You know, what the fuck are you even talking about?" So I could tell he really didn't. He really finds me annoying. But I don't know. There's a couple of other alternatives. There is Blue Sky, but they're all people that are completely
No
insane.
quarter given.
Completely insane. No, I could see it in his face a couple of times. And the one time I tried to engage with him about some of these games, I wasn't really even trying to fight. I just kind of teased it about, and he's like, I don't have time for this shit. Okay, buddy. I'll let you go then. I'll get out of here. Clearly, you're not happy with me. So, it's just to me that stuff. I don't know why people who are enthusiasts and seem to want to further the hobby spend all their time telling you, well, if you play something from this era, it's just going to be old and shitty because you're old enough to, you know. I don't know. Bugs me. I try to tell people it's just a way that you're doing no service to the industry or to the hobby to tell everybody how horribly difficult games were that we played when we were 14 and had no problem playing. Yeah, that's all. It's one thing to say, hey, I've got a job now and I can't play on Saturday afternoon all day. Okay, fine. But remember when you did play all day on Saturday and finish the game? Oh, he says you could never finish a game. Well, I finished my games. So it's not the game, just because now you have, you know, chores or whatever. That's I don't know. Yeah, I think one of the other problems is if I bring up my own game on a live, people want to leave right away because they're like, oh, this guy just wants to put the bite on me. So you really can't. I think I'm making a mistake just casually dropping it in conversation with people. But if you never bring it up, you know, maybe I should just get a website. They probably cost a bloody fortune now too. Of course, the last one I had cost plenty. It cost me $1,500, but it worked.
Arcana Evo. Malmis.
Oh, she missed. What a... I mean, I don't know. I suppose April, huh? Well, it's not like, well, sure. I suppose I could try something. Yep. The other thing that bugs me about it is well, they're probably not talking about it. I probably shouldn't worry about that. But yeah. I could try that. But I think the idea of having a server that's all about the bigger games would be interesting. And bigger doesn't, like, there's other ways to say bigger. Like, do you ever see the the pictures of Gen Con that I posted where the guy was like, this was like early 80s. They had a castle, probably 3.5 foot tall, big enough they had to put it on the floor. And it was just a miniatures battle, but they had this giant castle where they would look really neat. It was big. The game wasn't necessarily big, but the terrain and everything was big. There was a lot of that. Like they would play, like you could play BattleTech, and BattleTech was 1/285th scale. But and they had that at Gen Con, sure. But they also had the armor cast BattleTech where the mechs were a foot tall and the miniature terrain looked like fucking Barbie houses and shit because it was so big. There was an Axis and Allies game that was played on a globe. And I mean a big globe big enough that you couldn't get your arms around it, and all the pieces were magnetic. It was the Axis and Allies map. They wrapped it around the globe and magnetized it. Shit like that, you know. Axis and Allies isn't a difficult game. It's not a big involved game, but they just made it bigger because it was fun and looked cool. That kind of stuff. Oh. I could do those things. I do have a right crossbow. Okay. Who can I attack here? That one.
You can't win.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. But well, there's one thing that isn't even that big that I'd like to run to get people to play. You ever heard of the SPI War of the Ring? This is from the 70s. This came out when the animation, Lord of the Rings animation came out. It was kind of trying to take advantage of that. And it's an RPG and war game put together. And I wanted to play it because all these people keep saying there's some difference, and this is an example of how it's all the same stuff and all works the same way. So the Fellowship is the RPG part, and you have a player or players that play the Fellowship. Oh, you do know it. Oh, okay, yeah. So I wanted to run that. I thought that would be fun. Get somebody to play the Saruman and all that. It's one of those things that a lot of people go, well, if they know SPI, they'll be like, oh, those were super complicated and all that. And a lot of them weren't. They weren't very pretty. They had their graphics weren't as good as Avalon Hills or anything like that. But this one looks pretty good. But it's. I mean, if you go to Board Game Geek and you look at it, the guy's playing it with his 2 7-year-old children, so it's hardly something that's too difficult to play for adults. And I thought that'd be kind of fun to try. Run that on the Discord.
Better luck next time.
So stuff like that. And Birthright, that's another thing I'd run. Or just here's another one. I bought Worldographer, which is a pretty neat map system, map and campaign type system. And having just this is what I would do. It's like Warlords 3 or the PC game or anything like that, where you just start with one hex blind. You don't see anything else. The fog of war is on, and you're at this, and you have sort of like the Beckme thing, where you start with a little resources in one thing, and just explore out. And it's not a map; it's a hex crawl. And it gives many people in there as you can, all playing a kind of domain game. That would be great fun. It does there because that scales. If you only get a handful of people, okay, then you can just set the boundaries of the map program tighter. If you get a lot of people, you can expand it out. The more people you have, the more likely you are to get into a fight quicker, because there'll be less room, because the program can't infinitely scale, but nonetheless, it can accommodate, as many people as you can put into the thing. It's just nothing. The only backstory is whatever you want to say about who you are and your kingdom, and just go from there. Well, that's the other thing. When you if you have good people, or a good staff of people, like I tried to explain to one guy, says, you could play this war game with me, and you wouldn't need to know the rules. How do I play a game if I don't know the rules? Just sit down and here's what you do. Here's your troops. You go take that hill, whatever example, and just what would you do if you're running this infantry company? And this guy was veteran and all that, so he had some frame of reference as to what I was talking about. Just answer the question. Just give the orders. Don't worry about how that shit works. We'll just tell you. You want them to move here? Here's what happens. You want them to shoot there? Here's what happens. You don't need to know what those rules are. And this dude just no compute. He just didn't get it. But if you get people that aren't daft enough not to get it, you can sell them that way and tell them, look, you don't need to know. All we're going to do is we're going to play in this imaginary world, and this guy's this guy or this group or the arbiter of the world. Just what are you going to do?
We leave no one behind.
It definitely could be do. But and I could do that with damn near everything. So these things are a little bit shitty and nasty. What are these things anyway? What are they called? Brimstone Viper. Okay. All right then. But yeah, it's a. Here's the other thing. It's amazing the amount of play by post that I've tried to play. How people go, well, that's easier because I don't have the time to commit to some 2-hour session or 4-hour session or whatever. Okay, that's fine. This will work. Play by post. And then people come to the Discord and go, I'm sorry, I've been really busy. I haven't been able to give you my turn in post. Yeah. And then you go to the reminding these people. I don't do this because I don't want to start a fight, but I always want to say, I play with you. The reason you're playing is because I see you on Twitter. You follow me on Twitter. You're telling me you can't write this post, but then you go to Twitter and you write 3 or 4 Twitter posts. And then I go, hey, if this isn't your cup of tea, that's cool. I won't cry if you're not interested. Oh, no. I really want to play. I just don't have, work's been really pressing. But you still tweet. So then you wonder, am I boring the guy, or are these people just so they're more talk than they are action, and they just want to discuss RPGs. But the minute you actually want to play, it's too much. I don't know. I'm not good with that kind of psychology. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it gets a little bit annoying, to say the least. Let's see if I can. Enemy creature object. Well, I want it to ranged attack with nearby enemy. Okay. That's odd. I guess because I'm engaged with this one, it has to be that one. Is that the deal? All right. How about this?
Arcana Evil. Malmis.
Go on.
Well, I don't know, because like one of them, I don't think it's that, because they're fairly infrequent posters. And they do say they have a lot of, and some people just do have a lot of work or whatever. But even at that, they still will make the occasional post and then complain that they can't give me the orders. Then there's people who just fade away. And at that, if they just fade away, I get the feeling that they were probably bored. But the whole thing about that domain that it blows me away is these guys were really down with it. And look, how do I say this? I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything like that. But when I hear people say, well, you were just a shitty GM, I go, that's not true. I have been doing this a long time. I may not be the most exciting thing. It may not be your style or something like that. But I can do these things pretty well and have done them in the past. So if you're bored, maybe you just realize you were bored. Like the concept of domain game sounded good until, you actually had to play one out or something like that, because especially with those, because what is there really to describe? It doesn't really matter if you're good at description or good at any of that shit. It's a domain game. It's all machinations. All I'm doing is, rolling on reaction tables and looking at Excel charts and shit to arbitrate the thing. Other than that, making the rules call. It's not, there's really no capacity to be bored by the way that I present it, because it's 90% player activity and 10% DM activity. So that's the other part that I just don't get. So, and when I did do well, first of all, I've done a lot of DMs with a lot of other people, never had a problem. The one I did do where I recorded on Discord was the Star Wars, and everybody loved it. That was the one where,
come on,
it wasn't anything other than people having new shifts and stuff like that. So, well, there's that. That's right. It is a slow burn, and that's the other thing. There's a lot of people that they really do want a video game on the tabletop, and you can't have it. Like the arrows thing. I don't want to have to count. Okay, well, you want a computer. Yeah, shit like that. But yeah, that's it. It didn't happen fast enough for them. And that's why I fairly consistent. I do it on TikTok all the time too. I think people think it's dismissive and rude, but I try to tell them. I says, when I tell you that that you should go to a computer, this isn't I'm not saying you suck or anything like that. It's as simple as you're shopping for an item. You're just on the wrong aisle. Everything you say sounds like you want the convenience and lack of mental effort that comes with playing a twitchy video game. That's fine. I like Asteroids and Galaga too, but quit looking for immersive, in-depth tabletop play to give you that fix of I just want to swing a sword at shit. Just go get fucking Diablo or whatever and have fun, you know. But they make it sound like you're dissing them in some way. Where's my guy? Looking for my thief. Oh, he got nailed.
Aron Evo Curee.
He's dying. Wow, I didn't even see that. He got fried. Let's see. And then there's
Deal with it.
the addiction to D&D, where there's, like I was saying earlier, some people just won't play anything but D&D, and I'd sure love to try some weirder stuff like the Gangbusters, the 1920s stuff, Boot Hill, and man, I sure wish more people liked West End because they made some great stuff. They had Paranoia was a lot of fun, and they had, Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is something that's fun once. I can't imagine anybody really wanting to get so deep into a Ghostbusters RPG that they want to play a full campaign or something. That's something where you just kind of get fucked up and have fun with it. But, there's that. But I never see enough love for those guys, and I just thought those were great. And I'd love to play those. I got a lot of military role-playing games, and I just don't get why I can't get people to get into that. They're and for people that don't want a lot of depth, they're very cinematic types of things. The Price of Freedom would be fun to play. But you got to play something like that with people who lived through the Cold War. Otherwise, it just won't make it won't be entertaining or fun. I talked to Richard a little bit about game design, and he was very quick to just jump on me with, not negatively. He's the nicest guy. He absolutely doesn't do that, but he was very firm and not interested in conversation about, I just do this, and it's, simple that and fun that, and that's the one that really chaps my ass the most. When these fuckers go, well, yeah, okay, you play that way, but me, I just play for fun. Okay, dickhead. Okay. I'm doing this because I just love another burden in life. That's exactly why I'm playing this fucking game. It's such a clownish statement to make. He didn't say that per se, but he just kept saying, well, I just go for what's fun. So I don't think he sounds like he's very orientated towards the new attitude in gaming and all that sort of stuff. So, but whatever works, he'll probably be, that seems to be the prevalent attitude with a lot of people that are, gamers.
Perfect.
Then one group that I was playing with was the Die in Place guy. He was playing with me, and I made the dumbass mistake. I was so excited that Rob said he was going to play with me. I told them that I was going to bring them into the campaign that Rob was playing in, and they were all excited. And then Rob turned around and said, "No, I'm not going to play now." And these guys, they wouldn't even talk to me after that. They made special arrangements to change their game and all that to come and play, and I had to tell them that it didn't work out. And then I looked like somebody who was just talking shit and stupid. And now they don't even, like, that guy will converse with me on Twitter, but if I bring up doing a project with him or even playing a game with him, he just goes mum and doesn't reply. So that costs me. I've done too much damage to reputation on Twitter, I think, is the problem. And like I say, sometimes that's me and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just people, but either way, that's why I'm having a little trouble. But that was the last group that I got online that would play. We were playing Basic Fantasy, which is fucking BX, you know, but
Walk it off.
well, that'd be fun. I've been dying to do that. I haven't played Boot Hill in years, and the one I played was fun, but it was more Boot Hill, the miniatures game, than Boot Hill, the RPG game. So that would be fun, as long as they're not doing the mixed shit. I know that's really hot with people, but I hate that shit. I hate that cowboys and alien. That stuff is fun to do every once in a while, but there's so many people that just think, all of this, but with orcs, that little Dutch kid does it all the time. I'm doing this, whatever, but I hate that shit. So if we're gonna do Boot Hill, let's just do it the way it was meant to be. Just please. I know it's if you're going to be picky, you're going to see less games, but I've heard that from people too. Go, well, why don't you just take something so you have something to play? That's like, what's the point of doing it if it's something you're not interested in?
I'm getting the measure of this.
Are you? Because you're missing a lot for getting the measure or something. Yeah, but he is always like, but with the orcs. Like that, like everything was like, he was super creative because I changed this to orcs instead of normal things or whatever. But and there's another one. That guy, like, I was on his live a couple of times, and he wasn't terribly thrilled with me, but he wasn't mean. And then as soon as that weirdo basic guy started getting all uppity, then they both, well, he blocked me, but I blocked me. So some of these people I just can't handle. They're just so weird and aggro, and so that's why I don't have any reach. Too many blocks between the politics over the years and those people. Like you know how many lists I'm on? I went and looked at on the list. I'm on like 24 lists. They're all for wargaming and RPG. But I didn't know that at first because I just didn't check. And for a while, you couldn't even check until you paid for it and all that. So what's happening with those lists, that's another reason I'm so shorted on reach, is every time I would tweet anything that wasn't wargame related, everybody on the wargame list that followed me for wargamings would block or mute me. And wargaming, unfortunately, is also infested with leftist pricks. So, and it's my fault for making political posts, but they'd see that and then they'd block me entirely. So those lists are filled with people that block me and kill my reach, even though they're looking, so there's that problem too. But I got so much cross blocking from all these people. But it's just like, I'm not one for being able to handle that shit. And that basic expert guy is kind of an arrogant twit. Yeah. And they all get, jump on it. For a while, that guy Bear was cool and letting me hang out. And then one person makes this, and I hate this 90210 shit, but I know it was happening. One guy makes a comment, oh, that guy's this, or the other thing, or he, and then all of a sudden, that whole group of people don't want to conversate with me anymore. So I lose that venue to discuss things. Because for a while I was on Bear's Lives, and he would end every interview with, "What do you want to plug?" And I was out there plugging stuff. And then I get, so it's like, Jesus. So, and the thing is, a lot of these guys just are nothing but drama queens. They wouldn't buy your shit no matter what. They just love to tear other people down. They're just trolls. So it's just like, maybe, but the thing is that they're not all there is. They're, like I used to talk on places like wargamer.net or whatever the hell it was. And it was back when forums were big and social media was in infancy, if even existed in some cases. And you'd go on these forums and it'd be the same people over and over saying the same thing. And they were obnoxious and overly opinionated. And you go, wow, this community kind of just turned into a, and I hate using that term because it's such a weird thing, but it's all the same dickheads being, rabble rousers to anybody that disagrees with them and all that shit. And then you go, like I would go around the internet and find, oh my God, here's a whole bunch of people that are playing wargaming, talking about it, that know nothing or care nothing about what's happening on wargamer.net. So you kind of got to expand your horizon. So that's why I open up these accounts at these other places. Because a lot of them seem more interested in actually doing than talking. But I get upset with Twitter because I've spent a lot of time and money on trying to cultivate an audience at that place, and it doesn't work. And I keep the blue check because I just think if it sucks this bad with one, I'd probably get zero if I canceled, Yeah. And I didn't know that for a long time either. And then when I realized that is the way it works, I'm thinking there's a shit ton of people that don't want to hear me say a goddamn thing about Trump. And when they see it, they block me. So I'm just, plus, back in 2019 and all that, I was talking almost exclusively about that kind of stuff. And there was those Russian bot hunter people and all that would just put you on these lists, and then hundreds of people on the list that subscribe to it would mass block you. They were just trying to fuck you up. So this account's just blown away from that. It's a hole I'll never dig out of. So what I need to do is I guess here's the problem I have. Canceling the blue check for this account and switching it to another, that's fine. But the other problem that I have is I register this as a business, which cost $10 and didn't seem to do much. But if I switch, that's not transferable. And I don't know how they would treat me because I got ID verified through this account. And if I went and grabbed another one and did it again, I don't think that would work out real well. Do I know that for a fact? No, but I'm pretty confident of it. Can I go find out somewhere? No, because none of the help files on Twitter work, and there's no support. It's all AI automated. He just doesn't pay support people at all. It's not there. So I guess it would be a risk. But at this point, if it flounders, whatever, I guess I'd just risk it. But that would be the way to do, is try to transfer everything. You know, but I just don't relish the idea of abandoning 1,600 followers, because it just doesn't seem like you'll be able to get that back. The reach isn't there. But yeah, those lists really killed me, especially the political ones, because I looked at the algorithm now that he finally, after years of saying he would, he finally opened it up, and yeah, nothing hurts more than being blocked, and holy shit, I'm fucked that way.
Arcana Evo. Mavis.
Go on.
Finally hit something with that chick. Bummer.
Come on!
Dude, these things just kill you. Oh, this is not good. Now he's out. I'm down 2 dudes.
Perfect.
Okay, what's this power? Where am I? Oh, I'm fine. I don't need that. But I may have to do that. Probably should have done that right away.
More coming your way. Oh!
Okay. I don't know what was happening there. This looks like I got 100 different chances to try to not die, which is...
Arcana Evo. Mavis.
All right, finally.
You were doomed.
Okay, so these dudes are unconscious. Let's find out how to fix them. What do I gotta do? Only the self. Okay. I got any of that? Nope. What about her? Oh, maybe it's in here. How do I... Let's see. Heal other. Oh, that's the wrong dude. Should have healed the cleric, dumbass. Does he have a potion of healing? Nope. What about her? Nope. Oh, jeez. All right, how do I get the cleric up? Well, I really biffed that. Let's see. Let's see what she. Let's do this. Oh, no path. Huh. Gotta find me some healing juice or something. What will happen if we do that? Okay. See how easy it is? You just get everything. Okay, what am I? Roll this one. Roll one hit dice to increase your current hit points. Okay. So I guess I don't need anything other than the 5e way of recovery. You're dead, sort of. Just for 2 seconds. All right. Now let's see. So I still don't know what to do with. Well, I kind of do. I gotta do AI art. That's the other thing. Everybody hates the AI art, but what else are you gonna do? I got a couple of ink line drawings, and that's it. I just can't do any better than that. So that'll probably make me less popular anyway because of that. Let's see if he can jump while he's encumbered. Okay, you can jump while you're encumbered too. So there's no real penalty on anything. Lame. Bummer. Wow, this is a dumb thing. How do you get up there? All right, let's try what happens if I do this. How was that any help? Lovely. Well, he sounds like it's chick when he. Okay. Okay.
Damn, a trap.
That's successful? Why? That was what happened in the last one.
I hate those.
Okay. They're jumpy little beaners. Jumpy, jumpy, jumpy. Okay. Price of freedom. Do, do, do. That'll be a good one. That would. Well. Well, let's see here. If I go in there, will we all go in there? Oh, no, okay, we all gotta go there. Fine.
They're here.
You damn Sorax.
Sorax?
Did they say Sorax?
Ooh, they spotted it. We're shapeshifters from another world. Guess we'll have to go home now.
You bastards took the captain, but you won't take us.
Don't talk to them.
We're deputies of the council, sent by Protector Lerikeen.
Yay!
They do have council badges.
Sure, of course they do. Looted from whose corpse?
Open the damn door. There are only 4 of them.
No! I said no!
Thank you for letting us in.
Don't thank me.
See, these models don't look like they're from. They look older, but whatever.
So you really believed you were attacked by Sorax?
Man-sized lizards who speak? Oh yeah, they're real.
But we found no corpses. Nothing.
We know. They took all the bodies. Ours and theirs. So no one can prove they exist.
No proof. That's kind of awkward.
You won't laugh when they come back.
We got here without trouble.
Then they let you in. And now you're trapped with us.
Why would they do that?
How should I know? They're Sorax.
Are you in charge here?
Lieutenant Beryl Stonebeard. Second in command. After Captain Henrik.
We'd like to talk to everyone here, if that's all right.
As long as you don't try anything clever. We're good.
Okay.
Hey there.
Hi, name's Robar Sharp.
So you're the old sweat of the group, huh?
Yeah, but I'm not in charge, mind you.
This Lieutenant Stonebeard, is she up to the job?
Clearly not. Look around. Losing the captain broke her.
How about Lisbeth? You're her superior?
Good woman. Strong, brave. You can trust her with a sword. That's worth something in my book.
What do you think of Daliad?
Never liked him. He's hiding something. He's been nervous since we came back from the Badlands. But it'd be no good picking a fight with him now.
I understand.
Wow. Okay, there we go. Let's ask.
So what do you think we should do?
For starters, not waiting here for the Sorax to come back and off us.
But Stonebeard says stay, and she's an officer, so...
Yeah, she's a stubborn one. And mutiny's a bad look on a soldier. You could talk to her. Deputy of the council and all.
So if we find a way, you're with us?
I'm with myself. But don't let that stop you.
Now it's my turn, right?
What do you mean?
What is this? A murder investigation?
Should we be investigating?
Maybe.
Speak up then.
Well, let's say this all happened after a certain expedition.
Go on.
The Scouts. They came back from a raid into the Badlands, found a ruin, came back with loot. The next day, this happens. Coincidence? You tell me. Only one of them's still alive. Daliat.
So, who are you, friend?
Daliat Sunbird Scout.
Do you believe they were Sorax?
Dunno. Seemed real, though.
What do you think they wanted?
Huh.
To kill us all.
Not big on talk, eh?
I'm having a pretty bad day, so if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna rest now.
Is it me, or didn't he like that last question?
Ouch.
Right. We need to make a decision here.
They're either crazy or stupid. No use to us.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
too
case.
bad.
We have enough
Lists
to make
could
our
be
report to the
helpful if
council,
they were
so let's
used
get going.
If
properly.
we don't
I
help
tried
them,
using
they'll either
communities,
die
but
or
nobody
kill
seems
each
to be
other.
into
Let
that.
'em. Could be fun to watch.
This place is a death trap. We should get out while we can. So everyone has an opinion, but what are we going to do?
And what about Daliat? We got some pretty worrying hints about him. What if he really is hiding something important?
We need to talk to him and find out the truth.
Can we talk?
What now?
What?
Sorry, we'll come back later.
You do that.
God damn it. Well, okay. Ooh, a loot box.
Hello.
Deputies.
This is
Never
weird.
mind. We'll come back later.
Aye.
Huh.
We need to talk.
Do we?
About this trip into the Badlands.
That's what we do here.
The Sorax attacked after you came back.
So what? I brought them here?
Did you bring something back?
We always do. Like the scavengers. Ask Sharp. He has tons of things brought back from there.
But maybe this time you took something special.
It's nothing of value to Sorax.
How would you know?
Shit. Oh, yeah. So the thief has the good charisma. Okay, fair enough.
Trust us. We're all on the same side here.
No.
Epic writing. Nope. Should I just slap this guy around? A little intimidation. Yeah. All right, I'll try to be all.
We're not blaming you, but we need to know.
I don't think so. Hey, what's that? Hey!
Ooh.
Ah!
Another fight. It's like a very Nintendo-ish looking dude. Why is that camera all messed up? Okay, let's get down there and kill this monstrosity. Oh, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, what was it called? Time Lords? Time something, the fourth dimension. I saw a copy of that. It's a pretty wild old RPG. I don't know why more people. Probably hard to find. It was like. It was a time. You were like time cops, if I remember right. Something like that. Anyway, it had a lot of stuff in it. It's from the early 80s. Wanted to give that one a ride too. But it's really hard to find. Somebody brought it up and made me think of playing that one too. Can't remember the exact. See if we can get this spider. So now we're in a kind of a mystery situation. Who's killed everybody or who's the traitor? But this. What the hell is. Nice shot. Crap. Okay, why can't I hit him? Oh, there we go. It's just a bad mouse. Two.
Arcana Evo! Mommy!
That's something good. Oi.
Ah!
Walk it off.
Walk it off. Nice. What is this thing doing? Is it climbing the wall? Okay. All right, let's go. Why does it keep zooming out that way? All right,
Die like the rest.
All right. See what that does.
Crowbar, no!
I'm sorry.
This is all your fault!
Don't you think it's time to stop bickering?
Soldiers die. You should know that. Don't be fooled. The Soraks are responsible, and many others will fall if we don't report to the council.
You people, just leave me alone!
He came from here. Look.
What's this? A secret passage?
It's a big hole in the wall,
Imperial
dork.
times.
That was just a scout. More will be coming.
They're here. They're coming back.
Wow.
Outside. We need to go. Take your stuff. Into the secret passage before it's too late.
Okay. Forgot to grab the weapons locker that was up there. Not locker, but whatever. That sucks. Okay. See what this does for me.
I don't like it either.
We're all gonna die.
Oh. Well. So much for the power of positive thought.
Wait. Think they're Soraks?
Who else?
Right out of a fairy tale. As ugly as life.
And certainly not lizard folk. We can surprise them.
Can't we sneak around?
From what I see, not a chance. All right. Tread lightly, and we'll all attack at once.
Oh, goody. Well, you can, okay. Oh, so now we're all sneaky. We're gonna do the sneaky. Where's a good way to go? Looks like this. Can we drop that rock on them? Looks like we're gonna give them a little Wile E. Coyote rock on their head. If it's timed right. Probably so. Yeah. Well, one's me because I've got my my phone so I can look at the text. But the other two are probably robo people. Yep. Okay, let's see. So basically, let's see. Is there anything? Not really.
Damn.
Nice. All that, and they've friggin' missed. See if I got enough. Nope. Okay. Oh.
can't believe it.
Who still needs a boost? Not enough to really warrant it. Oh, not yet. Huh? Okay. Uh-oh. More of them.
Oops.
Yeah. Wow. All right then. What? Oh, can we get to him with the shocking grasp? Yeah, okay.
Arcana Evo! Malmis! Bend the knee or perish.
You'll get us all killed.
Slappy, slappy.
Deal with it.
Okay. Let's see. What kind of... Okay. Oh, the little one. Little Warhammer action. See how that works. Ah, got him. Dynamite comes in small packages too. All right. I don't think we're really warranted with the healing yet. See how we do here.
You'll surely prevail.
Rude. Oh, now she definitely needs some healing. Okay.
Arun Evo Cure.
Thanks.
Well, they're like Spider-Man. Okay. Well.
Arcana Evo! Malmis!
3 whopping points. Jeez. There we go.
Well struck.
That's better.
Don't let me down.
Oof. Ah, got the cleric again. Bummer. Well, I don't know.
No.
The dice are not my friend here. Not my. Oh, well, he's back on his feet. That's something. Okay, let's do that.
Arun Evo Curee.
There we go. Just gonna get hit again,
Deal
but
with it.
it's the only way to do it, really. Wow, that one's a tough one. 10 whole points.
Arcana Evo. Malmis.
All
Surrender
right.
or die.
Very good. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Man, little sidearm sling there.
Perfect.
Nice miss, crud. Anybody else need any? No, we're in pretty good shape. Cool. Well, let's see. Got this guy hiding here, I guess. We'll take care of that. I keep saying, what is that? Oh, okay.
Arcana Evil. Malmis.
I take no prisoners.
All right. That's the spirit. Just little Nolan Ryan action with this guy here. Let's see.
Take that.
Well, there you go. Who's left? Oh, this guy over here. I think she'll be able to finish
Well
this.
struck.
All right. Gather up the loot. One interesting thing is, if you click on one bag, loot all. You don't have to run around and grab
You're
that stuff.
impressively fit.
Crossbow bolt. They count arrows. All right. All righty.
That's impressive.
Okay.
Everybody freeze.
About time you did it right. Okay, where do we go from here?
I'll have to tell the captain's wife.
Oh. Yep.
The Sorax can't be far away.
We should be cautious from now on.
Good arm you've got.
Again? Okay. I don't see any enemy. Oh, there they are. Hiding.
Arcana evil. Malmis.
You suck.
Dude, chick, you suck. Okay. Accurate.
Stop that.
Oh. Huh. So it's all right. It seems pretty combat heavy. Like it seemed a lot more like 4E than 5E to me. But with it's almost like a tactical miniatures game, especially with all this combat. But it ain't bad, I guess.
Didn't think you could do it.
I mean, for $7, right?
Damn.
They're undercover. It's pretty hard to get them. We're all like fish in a barrel. God, it's cold. Oh, even with the heater on, it's just freezing. It's like negative 20 something out here or whatever. My windows are leaky.
Arcana evil. Malmis.
Yeah, it does. When they say tabletop experience, that much is true. I mean, regardless of the rules are good. Yeah, man, it is really bad out. I think we'll put her in the back so she doesn't get spanked. I only have 3 hit points. Okay, need to deal with that.
Arun, Evo, Seo.
Light is with us.
Okay.
I owe you my life.
Well, you ain't out of the woods yet, dude. Yeah, I don't know if I played it, but I have heard of it. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. Wouldn't mind giving that a try. I got a couple of games I've never played that I got one. I don't know if I sold that. I think I still got it. Something kind of like this, called Battle Line, and everything was in squares and was kind of a skirmish deal with people from different types, like ninja versus knight, and pikeman versus an Arab with a scimitar, that kind of thing. It was like that TV show that they did on Spike. You ever see that? That was years ago, where they would, who would win, and they'd go and get the Spetsnaz Russian sci-fi or a special forces guy versus, whatever, something from history or something like that, and they made it sound like it was all scientific and shit. And then I researched that show, and they were using just a very basic operations analysis type of formula to come up with who is winning, kind of thing you do on a Excel sheet. And it was used on a war game that came out. It wasn't very good. It came an RTS game that came out when Troy. I guess it was called Troy. It was Brad Pitt, and anyway, little. Oh, yeah, this isn't exactly. I'm not moving real fast. It's not exactly a super exciting game. I guess this thing that I'm playing. Kind of slow paced and doesn't really give you a lot of detail as to what's happening here. I got Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played through the whole thing. Right, I got stuck on the vampire, which was a tough fight. What I want to really start doing I didn't have the opportunity in the past, but if the stuff still works, I have a really neat old set of joystick and throttle, but it's been stored out in storage, and Christ, it's so cold it probably won't work anymore. But get some sort of good or at least moderate joystick, because I've got all the X-Wing versus TIE Fighter stuff, and I'd love to start streaming and playing that. I'd also love to just get some people to play, because I think I still have the original X-Wing Alliance and a couple of the other ones. I found out it's, modern day and the internet, it's so ridiculous. You can't really do TCP/IP gaming anymore. You've got to go get a VPN or something like that to do that sort of stuff. My ISP blocks the, you got to go through hoops, because they've configured it in such a way it makes it difficult to find the actual computer on an open network. But as I start to maybe get some money in my pocket, I'd like to get that, because I'd love to play some of these old games that you can play multiplayer. And I bought them all from Steam, and it doesn't really support the multiplayer portion of those games. I'd love to play X-Wing versus TIE Fighter with people, or X-Wing Alliance, or a bunch of stuff like that. Another good old game that I think I still could get maybe running, maybe on 10, is called Descent. I don't know if you ever heard of that one. That's a fun game. Oh, yeah, Descent was really good. You're a little fighter ships that would go through these tunnels, and it was indoor kind of three-dimensional maze. And it was an excellent game for multiplayer. Really had fun doing that one. See how many other ones. Some of the stuff probably is too old to work on a modern machine, no matter what you do. But I'd love to start playing multiplayer with that stuff. I'm going to find a way to get Duke Nukem 3D back. I had 2 copies of it, and they both went missing. But that's another hilariously fun game. There was a mod of Duke Nukem called Nom, which was a pretty wild game to play, and it had some fun multiplayer on it too. The graphics are dated because the game is dated, but it's hilarious. It's so fun to play. It'd probably be called racist now, which means it's just funny. Yeah, there. I don't know how many there are, but I never even got a hold of the entirety of the original 3D Atomic version. I played Duke Nukem, the second one, which was kind of a side scroller ish, kind of like it was 2D. It was okay, but the 3D Atomic version was hilarious. And then I got one for PlayStation. I forget the exact name of it, but it starts out he's getting a blowjob in his house, and he's got all this memorabilia around, pictures with him and the president, which is fucking hilarious. And there was all these kind of side quests and rewards inside his apartment. So when you went back to his apartment, you could buy different packs of cigarettes, and they had different names and shit like that. It was fucking great. That might have Duke Nukem in Manhattan, maybe. I don't even know, something like that. It was pretty hard to play. I didn't remember getting through the whole thing. I got stuck in this roadblock. Oh, that would be cool. An updated, here's the thing about that. I'm real weird. I don't mind that. I'll play it. I don't like when they sell a digitally upgraded version, because they tend to change things in ways that aren't good. It's not just politics. It's not all about pronouns or anything like that. They never seem to be exact. I bought Rome Total War, but it was some remake of it, and it wasn't the same because it wasn't exact. But if like there's X-Wing Alliance, there was a group of fans that upgraded X-Wing Alliance. This is a while back, to a more modern graphics, and if it's a labor of love type of thing, I'm all for it. I just don't like that being commercialized, because but either way, I'd love to play it, because God, that's a funny ass game. That's about it. Everything I've purchased on Steam, like I got a bunch of stuff for Christmas, but it's all pretty much turn-based strategy. Although I have Jedi Knight 2, and there was another excellent multiplayer thing. And the great thing about Jedi Knight was, and you probably can't get this anymore or get it to work, but it had it had the bot thing. So if you played Jedi Knight multiplayer with just one other person, it was just you and that person running around a fairly vast environment, and it just became a game of cat and mouse. It got boring. But if you got the homemade bot thing, then you had 10 or 15 computer players playing with you. It made a really fun melee, and Jedi Knight 2 was even better with that. And you could get the custom skins, and that was before people would sell that stuff. And one of the best skins was Lando Calrissian in a Colt 45 t-shirt. Fucking hilarious. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. Was that that Star Wars game that had the really ugly looking chick that you played? She was not pretty. I mean, it's digital, I get it, but she was kind of a heinous. I thought about it, and then I was like, that stuff gets into, is it going to run on my computer, and I can't buy a new computer. So I've skipped a couple of Star Wars games that seem mildly attractive. No, that's not the one. Okay. So there was a remake of Battlefront 2 that looked really good until I played it, and graphically it looks good, but the gameplay is shit. And then there was a couple of Jedi Knight modern versions, and I didn't buy those because they were too much for the computer I had at the time. And then the other one I'm such a Star Wars fanatic. The other one was Squadrons, and I was really, really hoping for that. And apparently it sucks so bad, people just don't even play it at all anymore. But no, I don't know what Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. But I'd love to see Wing Commander, because that all that stuff, to me, the 90s was really the big PC era. I mean, that was the golden age of good PC games. The late 80s and early 90s, and the Micro Pro stuff. I loved F-19 Stealth Fighter and Hunt for October, Gunship and Airborne Ranger and all that stuff. But then in the late, after 95, there was a lot of great stuff that came out. Wing Commander was probably 93, 94, right? Something like that. And, but that whole decade was really great. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. I played Knights of the Old Republic, and I mean, yeah, it's got a couple of, it's more of a choose your own adventure. It's got a couple of paths and forks or whatever, but it's pretty railroady. But it was still a joy as a game. It was really one of the better versions of that sort of thing. I've got Star Trek 25th Anniversary and a Star Trek Enterprise called Bridge Commander, and they were based off the same engine, I guess, and they're the same kind of choose your own adventure stuff. But they were fun. They were like the old Carmen Sandiego stuff from the 80s, so I didn't mind that. But the problem with that stuff, as good as it is there's no replayability. You know, like I had Rebel Assault 2, and that was one of those cinematic railroad games, and it was fun. But that's it. You've played it. You've seen the storyline. There's nowhere to go with it. At least with something like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter that in the past had mission editors and things like that, you could keep on going. And if you had multiplayer, you had, you know, you could get some more life out of it. But yeah, I don't even, well, no, I did play, but not much. I did play some Wing Commander head to head, but not a lot of it. So I'd love to take another peek at that one. I can take or leave upgraded graphics, like I say, but it'd be fun to see. Oh God, we're gonna get slaughtered. Trying to think of all the stuff that I wanted to play.
Walk it off.
You know, it was Xbox 360 or one of these. God, they're just gonna kick my ass. Yep, there goes that guy. Xbox 360, I think it was, that had a modern rendition of Elevator Action, the old arcade game, which was one of my favorites. I think that was what it was. I'd love to try stuff like that. I found another emulator for Sega, but it's for Sega Arcade, upright arcade game emulator, and I was going to download that. Those would be fun to get into. Oh, okay. It's not gonna be that redhead, is it? I don't know. I've got no problem with her. Just that fucking bro shit. She's actually pretty cute. Which one should I get with this? Let's try this one. Let's see. You can let me have that one.
Arcana Evil. Malmi.
Again, harder.
What?
You cannot defeat me.
hell? Yeah. Yeah, she's a sharp looking gal. I don't, you know, it ain't about hating or anything like that. I thought she was a little tooty when I did engage with her, though. But other than that, I haven't done anything. So, but yeah, as far as looks, yeah, she's pretty cute. So you connected disadvantage. Okay, block. There we go. All right, let's see. Oh, I'd have to go. Let's see. See if this will work this way. Oh, okay. I would have to. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's do this. I gotta switch phones. I got a bazillion phones. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. See, the thing with her is like, I don't know, but I think she always said she had a boyfriend anyway. But I'm old and used up. Chicks like that don't want to fucking hang out with me anyway. Let's see, where was this? Oh, link, X, okay. Yeah, I'm old, burned out, gnarled teeth and shit. Not exactly somebody that's. Let's see.
Arcana Evo. Malmis.
Run while you can.
Ah!
So let's see, what can we do here? All right. Okay, let's see what you got on the tweets. All right. This damn computer. Oh shit, I'm on Twitter. I didn't even know. Well, no one watches that anyway. Boy, this damn computer really is slow. It's like they get like they only have like 8 months shelf life, and then they just start acting like, hey, wait a minute, how come it's so slow all of a sudden? Oh, yeah.
Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is a 2019 space sim released by indie developer Double Damage Games. I feel like I should probably be more specific than that right from the jump, because RGO is a very particular kind of space sim for a very particular kind of player, that being fans of Wing Commander Privateer. If you loved
Cool.
Privateer and wanted more, but maybe thought Privateer 2 and Freelancer changed too much, then buddy, do I have the game for you, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The story behind Rebel Galaxy Outlaw starts with 2015's Rebel Galaxy without the Outlaw. That's just Rebel Galaxy. Double Damage's first game. I believe the name Double Damage is a coy reference to the studio's two founders, Eric Schaefer and Travis Baldry, who had previously founded Runic Games of Torchlight fame, only to strike off and do it again, but smaller this time, as they were the company in its entirety. Baldry was a huge fan of Privateer, and Schaefer was very amenable to making a space game, so they decided to make a game like that. However, they had relatively little means and faced what appeared to be stiff competition in the form of the newly released Elite Dangerous and the soon-to-release Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Any day now. So they decided to swerve a bit to differentiate themselves while reducing the game's scope in the process. Instead of directly controlling a fighter ship, Rebel Galaxy had you moving a large freighter or Corvette-sized capital ship on a 2D plane and engaging in naval-style combat reminiscent of the ship battles in Assassin's Creed to protect your cargo.
Okay.
This bet paid off big time, and Rebel Galaxy released to rave reviews and massive sales for an indie game. Emboldened by their success, they decided to staff up and make the game that Baldry would have made in the first place if he hadn't gotten cold feet. And so, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw puts us back in the cockpit with direct 3D control over a variety of fighter-style craft, making for a much more familiar experience for fans of Privateer. The game would be a prequel, telling the story of what happened to Juno Markev before she left an old ship and a message for the player character of Rebel Galaxy.
6 days ago, you received a cryptic message from your Aunt Juno, the family black sheep who you haven't seen or heard from in over 10 years.
Setting off the events of that game. We're introduced to Juno with this snazzy animated intro in which she enters a bar looking for someone, but is instead found by that someone, with unfortunate results. This intro does a good job of making her look tough and canny, despite the fact that she gets her ass kicked, runs away, and doesn't even do that right. What it doesn't do is establish the context for why any of this is happening. For that, we have the conversation afterwards.
Juno!
Huh.
Better equipped. Each system can only scale within a certain range, so it's not completely out of control, but it's still a problem, as it often is. The most impactful example is that at some point relatively early on, it becomes possible for enemies in the starter system of Texas to have swarm missile launchers. That is the fanciest, most expensive missile launcher you can buy, and it pretty much does what it says on the tin, send an overwhelming swarm of missiles at its target. Unlike us players, the enemy AI does not seem to have a limited number of missiles, and they use them accordingly. Getting overwhelmed by multiple successive swarm launches is one of the deadliest situations you can find yourself in, even near the end of the game, let alone when you're just getting started. There are ways of mitigating the threat, but as a new player, you may or may not be able to afford them right away, or...
Huh. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Looks good. I have to find that. Is that on Steam, or I had to look that up on Steam or something, see if I can check that out. Maybe I can find a way to finagle that. I'm so burned out on money, but maybe. Looks great. But yeah, that would be fun. I'd love to play that. I had a guy that played all that stuff with me that used to date my sister. They broke up, and now I played Panzer General with that guy for so long. We would both smoking cigarettes. We'd smoke a big spliff, and then we'd have a pack of marbles and play that Panzer General. One day we went and we had to smoke outside because we were hanging out at my sister's place, and we go out in that garage. And I said, one day the hex grid was imprinted on my eyes because we had played that game for damn near 3 days straight on a weekend. Oh yeah, yeah. I had, yeah, that was a pretty fun one. Yeah, we used to play a bunch of that kind of stuff, but the ones that we played Carmageddon, but I don't know, that one we were laughing so hard we were fucking crying. Um, Duke Nukem was funny. We used to play a bunch of shit like that. Leisure Suit Larry, that was not multiplayer, but we had a blast going through it. Well, San Andreas, he brought over San Andreas once. That when the pimp slaps the hooker and the money comes out of her dress, holy God. Jesus. That shit was crazy funny. But yeah, I used to really enjoy that in the late '90s and the early '90s. But I didn't do as much of it in the early '90s because I was still in the service. But they really had the great games. Trying to think of some of the other non-Star Wars stuff that we played a lot of. I was so into that crap, the Star Wars. But well, the LAN stuff around here, like those LAN centers, where they started to really pop up a lot in that time too. So we would play. I remember playing Tribes. That was a wild online experience. Problem with Tribes is we got into it, and then that's when people started doing the player killer or team killer thing and ruining everybody else's fun with that bullshit. So that kind of turned it off. But we were getting into that one. Played a lot of Warcraft 2, the RTS one. That was a good one. And
kill them all.
We also played a lot of PTO on Sega and stuff like that. Mortal Kombat, shit like that too. That was always fun.
Go on.
There was another. God, I wonder if I still have that. What the hell was? There was one called Hegemonia, and I never got to play it. We bought it because it had a great Star Wars mod, but then that got closed down, and it looked like a fun kind of what do they call it? That 4X type of exploration, real-time strategy, great graphics. Hegemonia, yeah. GMT, which is a great war game and board game company, they have a good one of those 4x. It was a board game, but they're just converting it to PC, and that might be fun. But it's probably going to be turn-based. Playing turn-based multiplayer really isn't great because people get, they get so bored waiting for people to take their turn. Oh.
Deal with it.
Huh. That's the thing too. Once this thing's gone, whatever I'm getting is going to be some AI shit, and that's no fun either. So as much as I love all these, video games, when they start, with the windows and all that, and the AI, then I can't really find myself too thrilled to play any of it. But it's just one more reason to kind of get back to retro and something that is more tabletop stuff and things like that. It's not looking good for our heroes here. Surrounded, outgunned. A couple people are down. I also am a big racing fan, so I got some. I wonder if I could ever find that game. I had a couple of racing games I never got to play. I bought them in haste and then realized they wouldn't run on my current machine, and then got stuffed to the ground. But I love street racing type stuff is okay, but I really like professional course racing stuff. I loved Gran Turismo, but my favorite was probably 4. I had 5 and 6, and they started to go downhill and have too much DLC, but I used to love to play that. There's a something called iSim Racing that I see people doing on TikTok, and that would be really fun to do. It's got NASCAR and IndyCar stuff on it. And but only if you're into that sort of shit. I used to really be big into flight simulators too. And I saw a DCS for sale, did a really good job, and that's the best flight simulator ever made. It's so good and so detailed that each plane, used to have flight simulators in the cockpit all look pretty much the same, but not this one. Everything is down to the immaculate detail on each thing looking unique. Plus, it's just a solid simulator with great graphics, but I almost bought it, and I thought, you're going to put this thing in, and you're going to have to turn down the graphics so bad that it's going to look like shit. So I gave up on buying it. But I do like a good combat flight simulator. I still want to do that flight, that fighter plane RPG, but I don't understand why people won't play. Like, I used to love RPG Recon and Twilight 2000 and shit like that. And but you can't move anybody off of fantasy anymore. Kind of a bummer. Yeah, I've only seen Forza. I've never been able to play it. Yeah, I died. Um, TPK. But yeah, I watched Forza. The guy didn't let me really play it though. But it looked phenomenal. It was the one where you like had a I don't know what number it was. It was a while back, so but there was like a little kind of county or country that you could move around in, and you could store cars in different places, like it had garages and shit. That looked like a lot of fun. The other games that used to be really fun, um, modded, there was some that had police chase stuff in it, where one person was the cop and the other person was you know, that was a lot of fun. I forget what the name of that was. Need for Speed had a police chase one where you could be the cop or the driver. Driver was a good game, but I don't know that they had any multiplayer. I would want to play with people these days, but that was a good one. You played a Getaway Driver. But yeah, I used to play some really great Micro Pros. Grand Prix was good. There was a ton of that stuff that I used to play. There was one on, I guess that was Sega. It was like Senna versus Mansfield or something like that. It was actually pretty good. And it is if you've got enough disposable income, I suppose. I mean, but to me, like sooner or later, you're going to move on from that game, or it's going to outgrow, or I mean, I should say that your console will move on, or something like that. So, it if it was something that transcended for a longer period of time, maybe, but but to put that money in a bunch of skins for shit that you'll eventually just put on a shelf and never play again because it doesn't run on your current machine or whatever, it just doesn't seem like. But I'm kind of a tight motherfucker. I never bought, like, I very rarely subscribe to the magazines. I just didn't want to spend the money on the periodical when I could spend it on the game. I just go to the gaming store and read the magazine right there off the shelf, until they chase me out. And so I never really wanted to spend stuff on that, but it does kind of bum me out. That's another reason why I like 4, because there's none of that, and it's got all the great graphics and Gran Turismo 4 that is, and it stayed offline. But to each their own. There really isn't a lot of good racing stuff out anymore. There was one that I bought that was all, it was Formula One, but it was like 60s Formula One. Like, and that really turns me on because I love that historical stuff. When Brabham was racing and his car, he made those chassis that everybody was using, but he was racing with one of them in late 60s, that kind of stuff. Before Le Mans got nerfed and with chicanes, it was just one big 2.5 mile straight on the backstretch, and they were running at Monaco with nothing but a hay bale between you and the fucking the water and shit. That was great. Right, and that's the other thing. You exactly. If it's multiplayer, you can always just jump in a car and race with somebody without having to put it away, and I do like that. Um, but this buying the skins for because um, I don't know, because eventually the computer or whatever it won't run. Um, if backwards compatibility was more of a thing, I guess that would justify me maybe spending some stuff on all that. I did have a pretty rad car. I liked my car in 5. I had a canary yellow Camaro with the black Le Mans stripes, and it was super juiced. And, that was a pretty good one. And in 4, I had the Viper GTS coupe with the Cobra paint job, the blue with the white Le Mans, the big stripes on it. That was great looking. Um, there's a couple of retro programs that I never got. There was an add-on. I only saw this once, and I've tried to look it up, and I've only seen it listed once. I don't know why it's so rare, but there was an add-on disc to Test Drive, which was one of my favorites, the original Test Drive. I had it on a Tandy 1100, and I used to have a Austin Healey 3000 Mark III, the BG8 from 1967. I had to sell that car because it was beyond my means to keep it, but it was the Colorado Red. It was sexy as hell. Anyway, they had a similar Healy in this add-on for Test Drive, but I only saw it on the shelf at Babbage's once, and I just didn't have them. I'd already made a purchase, so I didn't buy it. I'd love to find that game for an emulator. I never got to try it. Had a couple of other pretty good cars, but it had that Healy, and I was really into that. So every once in a while, I like to find something that I thought it was the original, but this says it might have been number 2. But anyway, then there was I don't know if this was Micropose or Spectrum Holobyte or something like that, but they made an indie race car game, early 90s, and it had add-on tracks, including Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, which is the biggest public track in North America. And I wanted that game just because most of these video games never have that track on it. I always like to drive it. I'm just looking to see if I can even find that thing, but I can't. The only other game that I saw that ever had a Healy on it was on a Wii. But I've never been able to find that one. It's weird. I should have. Oh, what am I doing here? I should have had it. Oh, yeah. I should have had it on. Yeah, they've got that. I mean, don't you have to pay? They've got some club or some service that you do, and then you can go and download all that stuff that still runs. I kind of got turned off for a while on the console because when I bought the PS3, I was assured that it would have the backwards compatibility, but only certain ones did. You had to buy the one that had the right hard drive size. I didn't know that. They didn't tell me that. I didn't buy that one because it was more expensive. So I never got to play I was all excited to be able to keep my PS1 and play them on there. Nope. And the only Xbox I ever had was the original, and that is long. There's a long story behind that. A fucking girlfriend and her daughter and all this shit. But I never had a 360 or the One. I've played Xbox One a couple of times. There was a great. I wanted to try. A lot of people panned it, but I don't know. I'd like to see it for myself. There was that Obi-Wan Kenobi Jedi Knight game for Xbox One, but it had, what do they call that? You had to put the goggle thing on the, what do they call that? Wasn't that for one? It would track you. What was that add-on? Think of the name of that shit. You know what I'm talking about? That they had it for PlayStation, or for PlayStation they called it something else. I guess that never took off because I never heard about it again. I can't think of it. Anyway, people use it when they're doing that fake ghost hunting shit. It has eyes and it sees you. There's a couple of good games for it. Anyway, I was at somebody's house and they turned that thing on and it does see you. It even saw the cat walking by. The Connect, that's it. They had two great games. It was a Jedi Knight thing where you're Obi-Wan Kenobi, like a young Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you actually had to have a lightsaber in your hand to do it. Yeah, the Connect. And then they had there was a Japanese game show parody. I forget the name of it, that was on Spike. God, it was a hilarious show. Anyway, they had a video game of it where you were the contestant and you were jumping on shit and all that. And that looked like a blast to play. But it was called MXC, was the name of the show on Spike. And it was the funniest damn thing I've ever seen. Yeah, you never hear about it anymore. The only time I ever see anybody using Connect is on those stupid ghost chasing channels. They say that it can detect ghosts. Of course, that's all bullshit, but people are using them for that. But that was a big deal, and that was supposed to be the next evolution, and then it just faded away. I kind of had forgotten about it myself until we were talking about this stuff, but it seemed like that was the next big thing. I did play the jumpy game. The problem was that if it really needed, at least my experience is it needed ideal conditions. It was real easily fooled. If the lighting wasn't right or the furniture wasn't set up right, it could cause all sorts of problems. And I tried to play that MXC game and it worked okay mostly, but it got quirky and frustrating. But if you've never seen that show, God, I used to howl at that. There was one event where they just had people running through door frame. They laid door frames out in a field, and you had to just run through them as fast as you can. The problem is randomly they just nailed one shut, and it would be this little Japanese woman just booking it, and then would hit that fucking thing and just stop dead. And oh God, it was funny as hell. So what they did is they took clips from these old. There used to be a lot of that kind of stuff. I don't think they do it anymore but in the 80s, they had these game shows in Japan that were just fucking ruthless. And so they would take clips of that. And then they had two guys that were doing voiceovers and just making hilarious color commentary on top of it. It was like the MS, Mystery Science Theater 3000 of game shows. It's funny as hell. But yeah, I was really into that. We were going to buy it at the time when I was married. My wife was going to get it, and then just like every other damn thing, all of a sudden, I've been looking at the finances, and I'm not really sure. Maybe we should hold off on that. It's, you know, would never buy any cool shit that was video game related, but she'd buy every organizational gadget she could get her hands on. Anyway, so, but I did get to play it a little bit. There's another good, and I had a buddy. This is a long, weird story, but I had a buddy for a while. The guy ended up trying to damn near kill me at one point because he thought I was screwing his wife. But before all that, we were playing House of the Dead on Sega Dreamcast and Hydro Thunder. The Dreamcast is a sleeper console. It's got a lot of really good stuff on it, and it had great graphics for its age, but it just never seemed to take off. It was kind of drowned out by the whole, Microsoft or Sony shit that was going on at the time. But that's a real good console. Yeah, and it was a real good one. And I'd love to get a hold of one. There's a couple for sale not too far from me, but I'm bleeding, financially, and I just can't justify some impulse buy, but I'd sure love to have one. Plus, I don't have any of the software. That guy had all the games and shit like that. Yeah, I didn't own it, but I would go out drinking, and then this guy would have me over after bar, and we would drink some more and play all sorts of these games on Dreamcast. And then he put Valium pills in my drink, trying to kill me because he thought I was banging his wife. And his wife would get drunk and screw everybody. So, I didn't go over to his house anymore. But yeah, he had that, and then he got an Xbox, and we had some fun playing that. But we really loved House of the Dead. Even his wife liked that. He wasn't real happy when his wife came over. He was real jealous. But yeah, we had fun doing that shit. But I had an Xbox One, I had a PlayStation 2 for a while. Then we bought the 3. The PlayStation 2 I got off of somebody, some trade or something like that. Then we had the PlayStation 3. Then we had the Xbox. Then we gave up on that shit and went back to PC. And we played a lot of Lotro and stuff like that. Yeah, he gave me a drink, and his mother-in-law was given medical marijuana, but in pill form. They'll give you medical marijuana, but you can't smoke it because God forbid you actually have some fun and get high. But she had cancer, and she had a Valium pill, and she had a marijuana pill, and this guy mixed it into the drink, and his intention was that I don't even know if that will kill you. It made me fucking sick as hell, but I didn't know if it really could kill you. But that was what he was hoping. That was the result. So him and some other asshole that didn't like me because I took a job as a bartender, and this guy was already a bartender, and the guy that ran the place asked me what I was getting paid by the last person that owned the place, because I worked for the previous owner. Well, the previous owner says, why the fuck wouldn't you tell him more than what I'm paying you? He's got more money than me. Tell him you make $1.50 more. I did. So he started paying me $1.50 more. So when the other bartender found out I was making $1.50 more than him an hour, he was really fucking pissed. So he came over, and those two idiots mixed up that drink, and they were hoping it was going to off me. I went to the hospital, and I puked my guts out to the point where acid came out. It actually pitted the concrete when I got out of the car. It was heaving so hard, and they had to pump the stomach and all that shit. And I never banged the chick. At least, I mean, at the very least, at least I should get the compensation of being able to dip my wick. She wasn't all that great looking. My a buddy that I used to hang out with did, though, and he always saw me hanging out with that guy, so he just assumed it was the two of us, I guess. So I don't know, but yeah, fuck that. I always found the Xbox to be I got cramps using Xbox controllers. I wasn't a fan of the PlayStation either. I never liked those fucking buttons on the end and all that stuff, and the radio buttons. That drove me insane. I couldn't strafe on FPS games because of that or anything. I didn't like them, but they didn't bother me as much as those Xbox ones did. But I didn't really like either. I always tried to get a joystick. I got the joystick attachment for NES, but it broke real easy. So I always wanted to have the joystick. There's some really good arcade joysticks that you can put onto your PC. That are excellent, but they look just like the old arcade stuff. Like there's one with 6 buttons and the big red pommel joystick, and it's got a big base so you can set it. Sits real nice. It's expensive though. But yeah, I got to play. I don't remember why we went with PlayStation instead of Xbox. Probably availability or whatever. But oh no, that's not true. The reason I insisted on it was the Gran Turismo, because that was 3 that Porsche hadn't really come out yet, or I didn't know anything about it. I think maybe it was out, but I didn't know. But I absolutely wanted the Gran Turismo because I had played it on PS1 and just thought it was the shit. And then for the time I had the 2, I had number 4, and that's the first time anybody ever tried to stage an intervention on video games. My wife was like, "You got to stop," because I was I was doing the 24 hours of Le Mans on the thing, and it was real time. It was actually a 24-hour race, and I'm like, "Don't you dare turn that off," because I don't have any video, memory cards at the time, and I wanted to finish that race, but I couldn't do it all. I had to put it on pause, and she wasn't happy because it took a while to get to that race, and she says, "You're not doing anything but playing that fucking console. I'm sorry I bought it for you, and maybe you're addicted to video games and all that shit." I'm glad I'm not married anymore. Oh. Yeah, they got all that stuff. I used to love it. There was a really good retro like show. People would come and display their collections, and they also had a museum, and that was cool to look at. And then they had the big vendors area, and it had all sorts of shit like that. There's a lot of really cool retro aftermarket stuff out there like that. Really cool, neat. Like you can buy. It looks like a Game Boy. It's about the same size, but it comes with like every Game Boy game in color, and Game Gear, Jaguar, all those early 16-bit mobile devices. It's all compiled. It's one of these emulator things. It's this outfit that sells a ton of that shit. And they in different sizes. You can get a PC that's just filled with pre-loaded emulator software and all that stuff. You can even buy an upright game that has like 2,000 arcade games on it and stuff like that. It's hard to find because some of these companies threaten them and all that. But I saw it on Twitter. I was going to buy it. But yeah, pinball's a whole nother world. And I never really got as deep into pinball as I did arcade games, but I love a good pinball. My local retro arcade's got about little over a dozen pinball machines. Nothing real rare or exceptional. I was hoping they would get a Rocky and some of that really cool shit from the early 80s, but still fun. There used to be a good pinball, like a digital pinball video game, not the one that Microsoft came out with, like a good one where it had some real detail, and that kind of thing that you got would be working for that. You know who's got one? Find out. Crimson Jester got that thing. And last time I heard him mention it, he was having trouble setting it up. And I forgot. I'm glad you brought that up because it slipped my mind. I was going to ask him if he ever got fired up and what he thought about it because I heard the same thing. I heard it was a lot better than some of that original shit that he come out with, and that it might be the better platform for running, all your Steam stuff on as opposed to your PC. I'd love to get it off my PC and get it onto that if it works. I'd have to find a way to sell it. There's a ton of shit I got that I need to sell that I could use. I got a lot of photography stuff from my dad. He just recently passed, as you know, I think, and he had a ton of old cameras, and that's not my bag, and there's no reason. It was like if it was my dad's, I'm like he had an old Canon T100 or Olympus or whatever it was. I'll never sell that because that was the camera that Dad used when we were kids taking pictures. That has it's worth a lot of money, but it's sentimental. But the other stuff he just collected, I'm going to liquidate that, and then maybe I can buy that Steam thing or something nice with a little bit of it, a little bit of that money. I also have that artwork from TSR I still have to pull out and take pictures of. There's one, if not two, big pieces of art. The rest of it is, little piddly shit like, remember the paper two-dimensional terrain that they would make? Some of it came with the battle system, and there's a couple of other. Anyway, they're just sheets of that. They're not even the whole package. I don't even know how much I would charge or who would ever want to buy that stuff. I got a couple of bottom box lids for the Legion of Doom box set from Marvel. It's not even the front box. It's the best stuff. I had a BX. I had BX covers, but that Kevin something he bought all that stuff from me. That's what I'm thinking of. Zen Pinball. Yeah. Well, I am going to email Rob and see if he recognizes it, and then I think I gotta find a way to get a hold of Zeb Cook, because if Rob doesn't know, then Zeb would, and he's I know Mike Carr, but Mike Carr's not very friendly to me for whatever reason, and I've never done anything but play Dawn Patrol with him. I'm surprised he even remembers me, but he offered me a ride to the Twin Cities for that convention. Or, well, Rob asked him, "Hey, will you take this guy?" And he said, "Sure." And then I called him. I said, "Hey, it's me." And he a lot of people don't like me. I don't try to be that mean, but so he didn't want to do it. So I was going to call Mike, and I thought, you know what? If you're going to be an asshole, I'll just maybe Zeb will know. Yeah, I don't know why Mike is like that. I've never badmouthed him or anything. I just mentioned I always played Dawn Patrol when he ran the Dawn Patrol games. But I think he's a hardcore lefty, and I think as soon as he finds, I think he's one of these political purity test type people. So I think that's what it may be. Because I mean, those games had 100 people in them, So um, I did put out a post one time saying the fights in the sky was kind of a bunch of assholes. Because they were. I don't know if that made it mad or what, but they were. They were dicks. You know what they would do? They would have the open, and they would put all the hardcore Dawn Patrol guys would sign up for the open. The open was just, a bunch of noobs that had never played in a giant furball. They would play that every Saturday morning at Gen Con. These experienced players would not give you the time of day, and they wouldn't teach you the rules. And then they would give each other awards at the dinner that they had on Sunday based on how many noobs they shot down. And it was kind of a dick move. And when you called them on it, they're like, well, that's the way the war was, which isn't untrue, but you're still dicks. So, but Mike, so I'll just have to I'll have to find a way to get a hold of Zeb Cook. And he doesn't know me from Adam. I shook his hand one time. I think I don't remember even having a conversation or playing a game with Zeb Cook, but I played a lot with Mike and Sutherland and a bunch of other ones. So maybe he doesn't have a history on me. He'll be more friendly. I don't know. Hello. Got somebody on Twitch. But I'd like to find out what that is. I don't have any idea what it is. My uncle didn't specify what the thing was. He didn't have the opportunity to, because he also died of cancer. So, but I expect a 3-figure price tag attached to it. So I'm not giving it away. I'm probably lagging. Yes. Oh, Jesus. So, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to pull it out soon and get a nice big. My dad's got some what do you call it? DSLR or whatever. They're not full censored, but they're still pretty good cameras. And I get a nice big high resolution image of it and put it out there. The first guy I'm going to go to, I would go to Yo Dano, but he's one of these guys that was telling everybody that, you're a thief if you use AI, and I don't go for that shit. So, I'll have to call that Kevin guy or contact him. He's the one that bought a bunch of my other stuff, and he seems like a big arty guy. See if maybe he'll buy it outright. If he doesn't want it, then I'm going to take it to eBay, but I'm going to put a big reserve on it. Yeah. He didn't. I see some of the stuff he buys, and I saw a picture from his office, and he's a big time collector. He didn't blink a second at buying that shit from me. Yeah. One of the guys, I think he's the one that had, I forget that guy's name now. I just saw this commission. But this guy also used to do a lot of car art that I used to see at the car races and stuff I went to. So I'm going to ask him, but if he's not into it or whatever, then I'll take it to the art section of eBay and make sure that I get a reserve. But until I know, I can't. I got to know what it is before I sell it, just so I can tell people. But we'll get it out and we'll see. It's not totally pristine. My God love my uncle, but he wasn't one for organization and keeping things completely tidy. So when he gave me this shit, instead of putting it in something, logical. What he did is he took a box, a large cardboard box, and turned it into an envelope and just put all this shit sandwiched into this cardboard box as an envelope with the edges hanging out, stuff like that. And I've tried my damnedest to preserve it, but I've moved half a dozen times when I was married with that dope. She never wanted to stay anywhere, and she would always pick neighborhoods that were on the verge of, so we moved all the time. So every once in a while you'll see it might have a little ding here and there, but it's not damaged in any way other than maybe a frayed edge. SS Titty Hawk. So is that a free thing? Is that like a free mod, or do you have to? How much does it cost? Might take a look at it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll take a look at it. Um, there's a big upgrade for the TIE Fighter game, which is, to me, that's the premier 1990s PC game. Nothing is better than TIE Fighter. The X-Wing was cool, but when they put out the TIE Fighter, it had a little bit better graphics and both of them are great, but they've upgraded the TIE Fighter, and I watched the video of it. Wow, it's better looking than X-Wing Alliance was when it came out, and he added in an editor so you can modify things, and one of the settings takes everything back to approximate D6. It's all powered like West End games. And I don't know if he's got the mission editor or not, but that was another graphics upgrade that I wanted to get. I don't think you have to pay for that one. He's in Europe somewhere or something like that. But I wanted to get that one. And that's why I bought the big HOTAS hands-on throttle and stick setup for Mech Warrior 4, which I enjoyed playing. But I think it's supported with some of these other space games too. But there's another one, Mech Warrior 4. There's one that before they started really effing up that franchise, Mech Warrior 4 was a pretty excellent game. 3, in a lot of ways, was better. But for multiplayer, it works okay. So there's this outfit I found called Tamachi that does LANs. It emulates an LAN over the internet. It's a service you got to pay for. But instead of fucking around with trying to get things to work on today's, that version 6 TCP, which is, you'll never get it done, especially with the way that they make these modems and shit now. You use that and you play with the old LAN connections emulated. So you can, that's why I just learned of that a couple days ago. So I was like, all these late 90s and early 2000s games would be great. Call of Duty, the original ones, the first 2 or 3 were really great, and you could get these bots so that you could play giant battles even with a couple of people. Those are fun games. If I pay for that service, I want to play with people that play a lot because it's fucking $8 a month or whatever to have the LAN service. But there's a bunch of really fun games. I'd love to play Heroes of Might and Magic, but it's turn-based, so playing that multiplayer is kind of, it's almost like you could, the way I used to do it is I would run it twice. And on XP, you could run it twice. And that way you're always doing something and play two at the same time. So you don't have to wait around for a bunch of people to make their moves and shit. Another one was Warlords. I don't know if you remember Warlords. I don't know if you play that turn-based shit, because like that strategy stuff, I used to like that too. What's this? Oh yeah. Yeah, this was kind of a strategy, a fantasy strategy thing. It was like Heroes of Might and Magic, that kind of deal. Um, the usual kind of format. You start with a little building, and then you build more and expand out. But it had an overhead view, whereas the Might and Magic kind of had that side scroller 2D type of thing. I played a Might and Magic 3. I played a lot of that. I loved that game. I wasted a lot of time. That was another one where people were yelling at me that I should be doing something. And they were right. They should be doing something more productive, because that was a hell of a time sink. But it was a very addicting, just one more turn strategy type of game. But there's an RPG part of Might and Magic too, but I never got into that. But Warlords is just an old fantasy war game, basically. But it was a lot of fun. The number 3 one was pretty good. It was one I played with that guy I was talking about. We used to play a lot of stuff. I went to an LAN party in Madison with him and his brother. We went out to his brother's house. And it was February in Wisconsin, and he had a Chevy Love, or the Mazda B2000, which was just basically the same truck as far as size and configuration. And I went with 2 guys, and both were over 300, just beef. And I'm in there, squeezed in between these 2 assholes, and it was a 5-speed manual. So I got my legs open, and this guy's, hey, watch out, man. And we had our computers in the back, and did he have a cap? I don't even think he had a cap. He probably must have. But anyway, we got old canvas army. I had a bunch of this stuff, and old surplus tents and tarps for like train travel and shit like that the army used to use. And we wrapped it up in that, and a couple of sleeping bags and shit like that to keep the stuff warm and keep the snow off of it. And we went from Milwaukee to Madison in this shitty snowy winter night to get out there and played. We did this a couple of times and did LAN parties. That's the stuff I miss the most. When people say, well, the problem with gaming on the internet is it's not social, but it used to be. You used to all have to congregate. I've been to those big events where you had like a Quonset hut or you weren't all playing on the same network or whatever, but there was tons of that shit. Oh God, that was fun. I used to love to do that stuff. Um, Quake, Doom, played the shit out of that stuff on those things. What was another one? Oh, there was one called Steel Beasts, Iron Beast, Steel Beast. It was a tank one. Yeah. I think you could be. I think it was 4v4 or something like that. That was fun. That was a hoot. And it, and then it had a mod where instead of one tank, you had a platoon of them. That was fucking great. But I know turn-based RPGs. I don't know if I had many of those. Used to have I used to do the Police Quest and the King's Quest and all that sort of stuff. Can't play that multiplayer, but I used to play all that sort of stuff. Those blocky little dudes walking around. If you remember that, the EGA graphic stuff from the late 80s or whatever. There was a Space Quest of some sort too, I think, that came from that same era. But they were fun. Little puzzle type things. I'm bouncing around from decade to decade. But I thought there was a Space Quest. They had Space Quest and Police Quest. And it was the same. That was Sierra. That was the same people. They used the same engine to do the Leisure Suit Larry stuff too. Yeah. Those were the three, and then the Leisure Suit Larry. Yep, but single stuff for sure. I think the first time I ever played in LAN, it was Mech Warrior, and it was at Gen Con. The original Mech Warrior, which looks like cave paintings, by today's standards. There was no definition. It was just a blocky colored silhouette of a battle mech, Now you can see the rust on the thing and all that. But there's I've got Stronghold from there's another like King's Quest, or not King's Quest, but what was it called? Heroes of the Lance or something like that. That was on the Commodore. That was really great. PC game. Oh no, that Heroes of the Lances. SSI. What was that one? Something of the Realm. It was on Commodore. It was a really good game, but I can't think of it. Well, anyway, Stronghold is like that. I've got that. That's an old SSI. I think you can play that multiplayer if you get the original. That's from the 90s. 93 or something like that. It's kind of a domain play type of thing. It's changed. There's a Stronghold that is different, but like a different company. But I mean, yeah, 93 TSR or SSI. Christ, I'm really losing my mind. Yeah, this one. See if I can see that. What? You mean the war games? What do they call that? War game construction set or whatever? I had those from SSI. There was 3 of them. They called them war game construction set. And yeah, you could you could make your own scenarios and give the units their own whatever ratings you thought they should have and shit like that. I had those. Yeah, they were great. And I had the game that they made called Tanks. That was a kind of a fun little war game. But that's the only one that I know. Was the war game construction set. But they had an RPG maker too, huh? I don't remember that. I would love to play that. I'd love to be able to make. I don't remember that one. Huh. Reddit sucks, but sometimes they've got good. So they're okay. Oh no, that's not what I'm looking for. Huh. Some of those had editors with them where you, in fact, that one I was just playing, you can make your own dungeons and stuff with it. Oh, here it is. No, I don't remember an SSI version. I remember RPG Maker, which was a little 2D thing, and but I don't remember an SSI version of it. Huh. That would be cool. Yeah, I'd love to be able to. It says professional editors and modifying classes. There's something. Here's one I found called Gold Box Companion, and you can buy this at Steam. Oh, it's free. Here, let me turn on the screen share so you can see it. Oh, wrong button, of course. There it is. Oh, okay. But this says, this little thing here, Pool of Radiance, Curse of the Azure Bonds. SSI's AD&D Gold Box games. Okay, features. The default. This is some add-on that you can get for Steam or GOG. It's not really an editor as much as it's a hack and a cheat type of thing. Yeah, that's not what I want. Okay, so it's called. I don't remember that. No. Forgotten Realms. Wow. That's wild. If this is on Steam, I'm buying this shit for sure. Huh. Do I have this fucking thing and I didn't even know it? I bought a big bundle of SSI stuff. And I bought the gold box and the silver box set. Yeah. Shit, I got this and I didn't even know it. Well, I guess I found something for myself to do for a while. Hell, I was going to buy the Temple of Elemental Evil the other day and I didn't even know I've got it here already. Where Koala. I played games with that guy a couple of times and then he never wants to respond to me. But he keeps me on follow. That's weird. But yeah, I got this. That's cool. Yeah, it says according to this, it's in my volume 2, which I bought. I also bought Fantasy Empires. That's a blast. It I don't know if you can connect it up multiplayer. I sure hope you can. I don't. That's an excellent game. I don't know if you remember that one, but talk about domain play. That's it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got it. I didn't even realize I just need to install it. So you got to run these big volume sets and then they install. But it says it's in collection 2 right here. Yep, right there. Unlimited Adventures. Shit, if I didn't even know that existed. Well, there you go. So you can make it, let's see, ground up. Is that what it says? Or you just edit? Okay. If you don't want to break the chains and design your own AD&D adventure scenarios, well, this is your chance. Chance of characters. Massive mega. Huh. Well, shit. So I bet you if you make those, I wonder if you can put them on the workshop so that other people can download them. That would be great. You could just, because I don't think you get into any multiplayer with the gold box. I can't remember any of them having a multiplayer. I think you had to get into the next shit. Like the Temple of a Mental Evil, that one you had. Yeah, that would be great. That would be fun. I'd make a bunch of that stuff. I just saw they got another really cool. This is a war game thing, but it was a series called Close Combat. I think they made about 10 of these things, and they're pretty fun. They're a real time arena type World War II thing. But yeah, that would be fun. Yeah. Yeah, it says it has 112 monsters, and you can make dungeons in full scenarios. It comes with a template that you can modify, one that they already made. I'm going to check that out. I did not know that existed. I thought I knew all those SSI games, but old man, I don't remember that one. But yeah, Fantasy Empires was a SSI kind of domain war game. And it was in Mistra. They used the old known world map, and they divided it into little like risk-like sections. And there was a bunch of scenarios. There was a campaign, and then there was the multiplayer game. And you could select your own avatar and your own alignment, and you'd roll up a character, and then you do the domain thing with the wargaming. And you could even send smaller or lower level, you could hire lower level adventurers and have them just go quest. And if they quest, like it would come back and say, oh, they're all dead. Or they came back and they gave you this, they found this magic item that you can now use on your character and all that sort of shit. And it had, wizard towers you would build to recruit wizards for your army. And it had like a chapel or something that was for the clerics, and a stronghold for the fighters and stuff. Yeah, there you go. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yeah, get me a picture of Jethro, and I'll put him in the I'll put his face in over James Earl Jones from Conan. That'll be the villain. That's funny. So I don't know if you'll ever play it. So I kind of want to tell you, but because I don't think it'll ever get off the ground, because you got to find other players. But what I what I did, I haven't seen. Well, here's the thing. I haven't seen the Jeffro name in a long time, but I'm pretty sure R-Dubs isn't that just Jeffro under a different screen name. It's the same dude, isn't it? He's the one that's the most of. If that guy's really an asshole. I don't like him at all. And no, I thought it was. But anyway, I think here's the other thing though. I think he's one of two of them that played in my Star Wars prior to them all losing their shit because I didn't like gold for XP. That's how petty it was. I didn't like that rule. That's when they became, instead of friendly and mutual respect, simply stating I didn't dig that, they started, fuck your mother and that sort of stuff. That's where wow, dude. But they played, two of them played in my Star Wars domain game from a couple years ago, and they were good. They were really good at what they were doing, and both of them, I'm pretty sure, had some veteran experience, military experience, and they played an excellent Imperial officers and all that shit. But the minute we had a conversation about gold for XP, they just turned into, vicious name calling little fucking dipshits. But I haven't seen the Jeffro name in a long time. Every once in a while I'll peek under the block and see the R-Dubs guy ranting with his crap. But wow, I don't like them guys. But that would be funny to make that outfit. The other thing I did with the Greyhawk one that I was going to do, oh, did he? There's a lot of people that did that they weren't that kind of broser. There's some that aren't like I listen to that World of Worth, and he's okay. You know, he doesn't do any of that shit. There's always one that seems passive. It's almost like they're watching me, but so he's got me on follow. But whatever. But at Substack, I see a lot of that. The Substack is really, the superior choice. There's no cost that I'm aware of. You can go live. You can do podcasts. You can do microblogging like Twitter, including video and all that shit. It has all the options, and you can do the long form blog with an editing tool that largely works as opposed to Twitter, and none of it costs a thing. Now the other thing is, I'm no fan of this in my, but if you can start calling people, I can't even say it on this platform, but the shit that you can't say on Twitter and YouTube and all that shit, people are saying that on Substack and getting away with it. And the only reason I say that is, to me, that's the canary in the coal mine. If that's tolerated, or at least not, nuked off the site, then they truly are an open free speech platform. And that'll probably change as soon as, but for now, you can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want. And when I get on that timeline, 90% of it, it's just constant, well thought out, crafted indie RPG shit. And you'll get it'll pass you shit. Like it tried to get me to Adam Schiff and shit like that. And you just block it and move on. And it goes away as soon as you tell it, I don't want politics. It actually listens. So I love it. But if you want, like, there's no hot takes or any of that shit. If you want to read about RPG, you sit the fuck down, because you're going to get 2-3 pages of it. It's great. And there's a lot of really cool shit. There's this chick that just made a world, and she did it all by hand and without any tracing, without any guidelines. She was just a fucking black inkwell pen and a white sheet, and just, it was incredible. But the theory and the discussion on theory and mechanics and stuff is done at great length without having to burn through 50,000 fucking videos of cats playing trumpets and shit like that. Dude, there's so many. That's the other thing. Why do they keep doing that? I saw one guy saying Umbros. What the fuck? NW bros. What's that one? Are the super anti-Semitic ones? Okay. Well, there was a third guy, and he got booted off of Twitter because he was just raw Nazi, just ridiculous. And he's not as good. He's an all right guy. He's very nice and respectful to me, so I don't want to get, but I didn't, I was like, if you keep doing that, they're just going to boot you, and they did. But he says the same stuff on Substack. Nobody cares. And he was a little bit different, but he may have been one of those guys. But he's always arguing with the other ones on Substack, like he doesn't agree with them at all anymore. He played with me, and he was good. So, Umbros is a game. Oh, okay. All I knew was the shorts from the 90s, the soccer shorts. Oh, Jesus. To teach Braunstein. Okay. Christ. Now there, and then the Pew Pew guy, there's one of 100. Well, I don't know if he made some smart ass remark or whatever that was, but I get a little impulsive. He's one of those guys that follows and unfollows me, and it wasn't for the follows. He's got plenty of those. So somebody, he's either one that just, if you, minute you say something they disagree with, they will never speak to you again, or um, it's somebody going, oh, you don't want to follow that guy. So he stopped following me. Well, according to these guys, they're amazing everything. um, right. Well, I saw this stuff that I saw that stuff, but there's nothing new about any. I mean, there's the thing. If you go back through the annals of things like Gen Con, you'll find people doing that kind of shit all the time. And there was people like, there used to be places. One time, dude, I walked in on a church that had a game convention. Nobody knew it was going on. There was all sorts of neat and interesting shit being done at this convention. It was a 3-day convention downtown Milwaukee. Nobody had heard of it, never seen it before. Literally went into the church because I had to take a piss, and it was like 85 degrees and it was hot as fuck, and I wanted to drink out of their water fountain. And when I went in there, I looked and I go, are they playing games? Shit, they're playing Rogues Trader and all that. There's people doing all that sort of stuff. The difference is there wasn't, if you were in, Cincinnati or whatever, and you were playing at the local game store, you probably, the shit you were doing at that game store didn't travel any further than, what was realistic, travel time. There was a lot of great games that were made in the late 70s and early 80s that you'd never fucking heard of, because it was some homemade. People were always making homemade games. You didn't need the printers and shit. They would use mimeograph machines and typewriters and shit, and they would make up their own stuff. And you'd never play it unless you were local to where that area was, because they didn't have, they weren't selling it to distributors or anything like that. They were just making it on their own and putting it on their shelves. So you see a lot of that stuff. That's why when I see these guys going, oh yeah, we're doing all this shit, nobody's ever done it before. Fuck, man. Yeah, they have. Oh yeah, they have. Yeah. Well, there's one of those guys, but he just, you said, I don't know what it is. I don't think I'm that bad a dude, but it's like that Patty guy. I didn't do shit to that dude. He just came at me weird in my DMs, and I just told him, I says, I don't know what's up your ass, man, but if you don't dig what I have to say, you've got the block option. I'm not going to go back and forth with you anymore. And I don't know what the fuck the deal was with that. That came out of nowhere. And then they're bad mouthing me, so I don't know. I'll tell you this. Sometimes I'll get in a rage. Like there was a while when people were talking about how good that Shadow Dark was. I just didn't want to hear it anymore, because I had seen how that bitch marketed that thing, and it was disingenuous bullshit. And so I just started clicking people off that were talking about it. So that wasn't a smart move. It's not good. But some of the stuff is just like, what the fuck are you on about? Or why did you follow me for, a week and a half and then leave? Yeah, I don't know. It was weird. It was a guy who here's where it started. He followed me because of veterancy. There was another fella, I forget his name. He doesn't use Twitter that much anymore. But he goes, anybody who's a veteran, I just, follow. Okay. So then Patty followed suit. And then he started coming about the Rumble. He goes, hey, man, we're trying to get people to Rumble. He was encouraging, hey, if you're going to do something, we want to see it, come to the live. I came to his live and talked a couple of times, and he wasn't rude, but he was a little dismissive on certain things, but whatever. So I just stopped coming, because he just seemed like he was not into it. Wasn't rude, Didn't think anything more of it. He was retweeting me. That's great. But then all of a sudden, I get in a mood where I'm not very positive. I state so on the Twitter. Then he's in my DMs just saying weird shit. Well, yeah, I mean, there it is. I mean, and he was the best I could discern from his very incoherent rant was he wasn't happy with the negativity of my, you know, well, then don't read it. You just scroll on by or hit the button, you know. But it just, the shit got weirder and weirder. At first it was, hey, don't be negative. Then he started to get like he was some, you know, lecturing me like he was my dad. Then the next shit after that, I couldn't even, it wasn't even coherent. And I don't know if he was getting madder or drunker or what. But I just go, I can't, you know what? I don't need this shit anymore. So I just hit the block on him. He wouldn't stop DMing me. You know, it's getting a little bit pestery. But yeah, everybody just, oh, that guy's great or whatever. Okay. That wasn't my experience, but I didn't come at him hostile. I didn't even pay any attention. But those Broser guys, as soon as they started getting nasty over a simple divergent opinion, and then they started getting personal, you know, with mom jokes and shit like that. And then you see them and they're playing that arrogant shit. And then don't tell me what I was doing when I was doing it. That bugs the shit out of me. But yeah, I read my stuff. I don't, you know, it's not always very nice. But people are oversensitive. Like I'll bring up the math thing and people, like some people act like I've just, you know, called your mother a whore. Jesus, easy. It's just math. Just making a comment. But I'll get snotty. Another one that bugs the shit out of me, like that Sandy Peterson, he don't seem to be like, he's got me on mute. I'll reply. He don't say nothing anymore. A couple times he replied, but he was always telling everybody else what fun was. I fucking hate that. That's a subjective thing. How can, you know, learn what the word subjective means. People won't do it. And that Macris, Alex is a highly intelligent, well-spoken, well-informed RPG aficionado. But he did that crap too, where he says, well, you know, it's really kind of an objective thing because the majority thinks or whatever. You know, no, it ain't. A lot of people having the same thought doesn't legitimize that thought. See Jonestown for details. But so I don't know. I just don't seem to be able to get along very well. But I don't really go out there looking for it. I don't know. But I'm not. Here's the funny thing about this whole thing. I started doing this because I was frankly, I was desperate to make some money from home. It's just not the right way to be about anything. And prior to that, you know, if the people that knew me that have all passed thanks to Uncle Sam and shit, if you ever asked and were able to ask them, if they heard that I had put my face in front of a camera, they would think that the fucking world had ended, because I would never do that. And the only reason I ever gave into that is when COVID first came, I didn't know any better. I thought, well, shit, this is it. You know, first we've got the wars, now we got the plagues. This isn't, you know, this is the stand or whatever. So fuck it. So I started going on TikTok talking about politics and shit like that. But before that, I wouldn't tell St. Peter my own name. I was super reserved and paranoid about going public with anything like that. But now I'm on this all the time, and it doesn't seem like it goes well sometimes. You know, so I don't know. Um, but I make fun of people that get too wound up. But the reality is that sometimes when it comes to these gaming things and shit like that, there's certain things that I might get too wound up about too. Yeah, people are oversensitive, and I I was raised by a salesman, a Catholic, and a kraut. So everything is, there's a very specific way that you engage other adult males, and so I'll, if you don't do it right, I get pissed. Yeah. Um, and then there's this motherfucker. If I breathe wrong, well, there's a couple things. If I breathe wrong on this thing, it does what it wants. And I tried to explain that to a bunch of people. There's a couple of authors in that Venger or whatever that got blocked by me on accident. Boy, were they fucking wound up about that. One guy never took me off a block because I blocked them, and he acted like it was some sort of, like I had raped his puppy or something like that. And it was a pure accident. It happened the other day too, because I don't have a transit. Like I used to sleep with a transistor radio. Well, shit, I can barely find those anymore. So this is what I do when I sleep. I take the phone and I prop it on my shoulder and point the little tiny speaker at my ear so I can play it real soft and not wake up everybody else in the house. Because I gotta listen to something when I sleep. And then eventually, because these things are a bar of soap, it'll slip down and I'll lean on it and start pushing buttons. One time I called my sister at 3 in the morning, and all she heard was my butt on the fucking phone. Oh yeah, man. Dude, here's the thing. Disney said he's dead. Don't bring him back, but uh Disney ain't ever right. Nothing. Disney isn't canon. Disney isn't Star Wars. Han's not dead because only Disney killed him, and Darth Maul is dead because GL killed him before Disney got their hooks into him. So all that Thrawn shit is gone. I didn't mind Solo. I thought it was okay, even though it wasn't the right story, until the end when they brought Maul into it, and fuck you guys. You didn't even tell the right story, and you took a portion of it and put it in there, but why not just do the Hutt Gambit and the material? To me, the other thing about not doing GL Star Wars when you got Disney is why the fuck not? You have the template right there. You don't even need to do the work. Why would they just extract little pieces out of that stuff instead of just doing it? If for another reason, from a production standpoint, why hire writers and come up with new shit and risk it if you can just take existing shit that everybody will love? Like Bill said, Sylvie, he's right. You had a money printing machine and you shat all over it. All you had to do was do the books and you would have been fine. That's all you need to do. And the house rule stuff. That's the other thing I keep saying with Star Wars, man. You can't possibly tell me you were a fan of Star Wars in 1977 all the way to 1987. 10 years of Star Wars movies and all the shit that came with them, because that was when it was real hot, with the merchandising. And wasn't it 87 is when the RPG came out. That was a couple years after Jedi or something like that. And everybody wanted more. They wanted to know if there was going to be another episode. And to be invested in that and now say, oh well, they made a shitty TV show and I hate everything Star Wars. Well, anyway, I'll get into ranting, but I don't get that attitude. It just drives me nuts. The thing that sucks the energy out of me more than anything is the black pilling on that shit. Play some Star Wars and I'll be much more happy. I'll love everything if you just play the fucking Star Wars with me. Crimson Gesture says, I think there are multiple Treks out there. Okay. Well, yeah. What's he talking about? I want to ask him about that. That Steam Deck. The last I asked him, he said that he had to get his kid over to help him set it up. I probably already asked him this. I've got zero short-term memory between the PTSD and the drug use. I don't have much left. Let's play some Star Wars. Let's see, what game have you always wanted to play but never did? I told him that earlier today, Gangbusters. You ever played Gangbusters? I want to play that one bad. I think that looks like it would be fun. I don't know what scenario to play, if they even, but I thought that was great. I thought that'd be fun to do. Oh, so I just assumed they called it the same thing, whatever it was. But he said he got the new one. But he said he had just moved, and he said that he tried to set it up or something like that, and he had to get his kid to help him. But he said he had just gotten it. I suppose he could just get a Steam Deck though, so maybe he was referring to that. Oh, Gangbusters? Yeah, it's 1920s gangster shit. Yeah, that would be fun. And Crimson Gesture said he played it and he said it works. He goes, it works really good with the Indiana Jones system too. You can take those two things and make something out of it. The Indiana Jones thing was a dumb idea because how can you play an Indiana Jones episode without Indiana Jones? It's a good point. But there's a lot of material in there that folds into that same era. But it sounds like fun. But you got to have somebody who enjoys that kind of stuff. Now that Die in Place guy, he's really big into noir. But I don't know that he'll ever play with me after that. He never replies to me on email after that Rob thing. But maybe he might play and something like that. So, but that's the one I've never tried. I've tried, as far as I know, every TSR, but I never tried the gang. I never got anybody to do it. And I'd love to try that. Yeah, he's probably the only one. I thought about asking that. I thought it'd be interesting to know. But my reach isn't anywhere where it would hit anybody. But I wanted to ask all these people, just out of curiosity, where are you? Because as far as I know, I don't even know if he's as old as me. He might be the only one older than me, other than Kuntz. So I don't think Mike Carr's. He might be a little older than me, but I mean, I'm talking about people that actually speak to me. Mike doesn't anymore. but as far as the Twitter people, I think I'm kind of the oldest one. That may be another reason that young lady that I wanted to talk to, she might have seen my face and thought, oh, this is just some creepy old guy that wants to get in my pants. And that really wasn't why I wanted to talk to her at all, because I'm not that deluded that I think I would, but pretty good looking gal. Yeah. I'm in the sticks. It isn't on the map, but it's there. And I'm glad that I am, because previous to that I was living in the ghetto. After when the COVID thing hit, I really took it. I had a job and everything, and it all went away. And then and then the divorce happened at the same time, because it's not enough you have to take a donkey shot to the balls if you're going to have a downtrend. So I had really got fucked on the money. Yeah. I know where she is. There's another one that there was a gal who was friendly and wanted to discuss, and even talked about, playing in person. And then when the bill thing didn't, like, it seemed like he was getting mad, then she didn't want to talk to me anymore, to the point where she finally and I never did anything. I asked her to play in a game once, and beyond that, we talked about the areas we lived in, and she went and put me on block or whatever it is. And I thought, see, somebody's influencing that, because you just don't randomly block game people when you're a game person, so. Right. And I asked her to play, and she that was at the time that wasn't happening, and she still didn't want to play. So there's somebody out there, it's not paranoia. You don't go from, hey, let's, we're drinking by the lake next weekend, maybe you might want to come to, putting you on block for nothing. Somebody's influencing some of these people. Yeah. Yeah, and she refused to play the games, and she had, so, like, say somebody's going around bad mouthing me. I know that's true. So yeah, I know where I know where she is. We got talking the one time. That's why I say everybody was nice there until Bill got unhappy, and then that was it. Yep. Oh, she even says where she is right there. So it's no big secret. I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if she wanted to be doxxed like that or whatever. But yeah, she's got it right there, Kenosha. And that's the town they burned. Yeah, we even talked about a game store in that area, and that sort of thing. Maybe playing something, Rockheads was the name of it. And it used to be a cool place, and now it's just got a bunch of Euro games. And the guy who took it over is like, I just look at Board Game Geek and I look at the rating and I order whatever's got the highest rating, and I mark it up an extra $5 and sell it. So you don't give a shit. You're not really a gamer at all. So, and the people before that were really big into gaming, and that was the last one left, and it was the one that got the least beatings from these asshole terrorists. The best one was on 6th Avenue in Kenosha. It was a friend of mine, and this is why I get so mad at that kind of shit. This guy lost his entire life because these cocksuckers burned it down. He had 3 cats. He'd been divorced several times. He was a naval veteran of the 1991 Gulf War. He was a law enforcement officer for over 20 years, and he was retired. I've watched him throw people out for telling a mild racial joke. So he's the furthest thing from any of that stuff. And he had a store that he shared with a railroad, model railroad club. So he had this great setup. He had all his war game shit, little RPG place, and these really killer battlefields that had trains going through them and shit for the railroad club. And he had several stores in Waukegan, Zion, Illinois, in the past, and he's had really bad luck with. He's not good with women, and he picks up women who exploit him, and he got fucked on these divorces worse than even I did. But the difference is this guy still, he's kind of a sap when it comes to these chicks, and they take advantage of him and fuck him. So he got very sick from Persian Gulf War duty. He didn't do real well with law enforcement because he got in a couple of firefights. So he's got bad PTSD, and he's got really bad health, including bad diabetes and shit. And for a while, he got super obese, and he finally lost the money. Anyway, so everything he ever fucking owned burned up in that goddamn fire. He doesn't even have a house anymore. He lives on the VA bill hospice. They knocked this motherfucker out of life completely, and he's just one. But he had this really cool store, and the thing about it is because he was not anybody that wanted to exploit anybody. He had inventory from the other 2 stores in Illinois that went way back into the 80s, and he wouldn't mark it up. He had squad. I know, squad leader isn't really your thing, but that shit is worth a lot of money, that old shit. And he had the stuff right from the distributor, but he wouldn't change the price. He says, all I want is my money to get out of this shit. So he was selling 1980s gaming and models at 1980 SRP. It was fucking awesome. And all that shit, his 3 cats, his entire life, all his possessions, everything except the clothes on his back when he ran out of the burning building, everything gone. Last guy that deserved it. Last guy. Yeah. And every time I've tried to go, you know what? I'm going to not do the political purity tests. Every time I've let somebody that has pronouns in their bio follow me and stick with it, all of a sudden there's been a detraction. And I think after that chick got shot, because I saw this on TikTok too. When they shot that chick, the one that was standing in front of the car and all that, there was a bunch of people on TikTok did the same thing. They go, you know what? Don't follow me anymore if you think that's okay. So I think they really turned up the heat. So that may be why. Some of them. I watched some of them. I watched the one guy you talked to, and he would always badmouth Kenosha and put that shit down. I really got infuriated. And that's the kind of guys that I think should be marched through the area at fucking bayonet point and show you how bad it was. It really, and he wasn't the only one. There's story after story about that shit. I could go, I won't, but I could go on forever. It was really pissing me off. Do you watch your analytics on? I watch the analytics on X, but I don't trust it. I think it's as inaccurate and bad as anything else. But I don't know that you can get it. What I read on Reddit, and I tend to believe it, even though it's Reddit, that one of the changes made was none of these systems work anymore. They farted around with the programming, and it doesn't work. I know that the Twitter shadow ban checkers don't work anymore at all. Elon made it so that they don't function. So I don't think you can get an accurate analytics anymore from that company, from that platform. But what it does say is you keep sucking and sucking harder. It's just, it's weird. Every once in a while, there'll be this giant spike, but it goes right back down. And now that it seems meaningless nowadays, but ever since he announced he was going to open up the algorithm, my user count fluctuates between like 1605 to 1630, like all day. And I contacted support about it, and all I get is the fucking robots saying, well, they're just bots, that kind of shit. So I never watched him. Isn't that I recall him kind of being a little wound up, to say the least. Wasn't he the one that like hated almost everybody and just ripped on everybody? Or maybe I'm getting him confused with somebody else. It looks familiar, but I'm not sure. Yeah, the cover price. That's what he did from the day. A little bit of mental dysfunction to do that, but it was a great deal. So he just said, all I want to do is get the money out. I don't want to make no more. I don't know why. But yeah, Condor. Isn't he the one that just like hated like 90% of everybody and just ripped on everything? I don't know. Might be wrong. Let's see. It's mind-boggling how many of these people like you just get into a conversation and it's a thread, and all of a sudden things are all grayed out and you're like, why can't I see it? And some shit you've never heard of has you blocked, and I'm like, who the fuck are these people? I've never seen them, and they have me on block. So I guess that means there is a list. Okay, here we go. Oh, this also reminds me of another little experience I had. Yeah, I think I have seen him from time to time. This is the dude. This is the dude. Okay, so this motherfucker. Is this the guy or not? It sure looks like him, but with a beard. I might be wrong, but I'm almost certain this is the same guy. So I get a reply to some comment I made on YouTube, D&DY, or a video or something. And I had just started making the channel, and so I was excited about replies and followership and stuff like that. So I went and looked the person up, and they said they made a video addressing specifically me. Okay, so I go and I look at this video. What the fuck is wrong? So what the guy had done, he's standing in front in somebody's living room, his or whose everything is. Everything's white. It's a white wall, a white fake marble fireplace, and there's only 5 things on the wall. But here's the kicker. They're fucking arranged. There's no symmetry. They were literally hung to surround his head. He stands up against the wall with these frames all oblong around his head, and they're all supposedly degrees. And he's specifically looking at me, but obviously wanted me to know how many degrees he thinks he has. He doesn't have 6. I don't believe that, but he had that all shit laid out. Who the fuck are these people? They're so fucking weird. And he went on some rant about D&D, about RPGs and shit like that. And I blocked him. He was a fucking weirdo, but I swear that's the same guy. See, that kind of shit. Just these fucking weirdos that, you don't, so like for a while, that magenta chick, she was trying to, like, she wanted to be part of the venture with me. That's since changed, but, so she would get all on my shit about being nasty to people and trying, like, some people I would just be like, you know what? I don't need it that bad. This person's too much. And she'd get mad. And I say, you got to see the way some of these people act. It's unhinged isn't even an accurate enough descriptor for some of the weird shit. And I don't get it. Fucking weird people. So, and I told her, I says, at this point, the way half these people act, there's no way that they're going to buy into this shit or they care about this at all. It's almost as if they've just decided to use gaming as a vehicle to be a culture warrior and or troll because, I don't know, like, politics is, I don't know, but it's this is crazy. Okay, so what the fuck? I'm going to change my life this year, he says. He's got an 11-minute video about pumping iron and losing weight, and he's got a giant he's got one of those lady cigarettes with the extra long filter on it. Like a Merit 100 or something. I'm not sure what you mean. We've all drugged politics into gaming to be political without the politics. I'm not sure I follow that one completely, but I mean, I don't know. But that motherfucker, he's just got this giant, like, Benson and Hedges fucking cigarette, and it's talking about getting healthy. Okay, so he's picked up the RPG shit again because a day ago he does a video about second edition AD&D, the deck of many things, and what is Thaco. So he's back. He's off the wagon. Oh, well, he's got that too. He's got Misery Loves Company, Modern Women. Yeah, I know. But he's got some for 3 days ago. Here's the Neo RPG. I swear this was the guy that was just ripping on everybody and everything, but whatever. There's so many weird. Here's another one. Oh, Jester says he got the thing set up. Okay. So let's find out. Is it the Steam Deck or the newer one? What the fuck is this one? Dude, he's got like a puppet in blackface. Oh, it's invisible. This is so weird. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I thought he was good. I do remember because he goes, "I'm done with all this. All of you suck, and I'm leaving." But he was just like, "Everybody does this wrong." You're. He was just all on everything. But um, yeah. Yeah. But there's a guy that there's, he'd never buy anything. Would you know what I mean? I don't think he would. Like they may be talking about, I guess my point is that if you want to market a product and it's an RPG product, you go find people talking about RPG, but that's not really how it works because there's a lot of people talking about RPG that wouldn't buy your product no matter what, even if they said it's the kind of thing they want because they're just kind of talk. I don't know. He's an odd one for sure. The other one, what's that other one that was really bugging me? Oh, I can't think of it. Anyway, there's a lot of weirdos. I got blocked by somebody the other day. It was a game person because I guess they thought I was Canadian, and when I said something that was not strongly pro-Canadian, he blocked me. He never said any gaming stuff anyway, but it was weird. Oh yeah. Well, I've got that too. I mean, if you look at some of the stuff that I put on this fucking channel, it very well may be an hour-long rant. I don't think there's a lot of that on there though, on these videos. I tried to. There's a lot of it's just random nonsense and trying to demonstrate a game to nobody and all that. But I might have had a couple of rants. Usually the rants are the things that I used to post on Twitter when the video uploads work better. I had to wait 20 minutes or something to get that 8-minute video up. And that my connection's bad, but it ain't that bad. It's just the servers are shitty or whatever. You remember Shawner? Speaking of weirdo TTRPG people, you remember that guy Shawner? This guy, he was like from Northern California. He actually had the California accent. He was another one who was a fucker. There's parts of it and but most of that is the domain play. I do have some clips from the RPG sessions um, somewhere, but not on the channel yet because they're all audio. I didn't know what I was doing, and the first time I tried to broadcast or record the thing, I got caught into a microphone feedback loop that made everybody's ears bleed and made my computer crash and shit. So I didn't get the intro one recorded, but anyway, I've got about 4 hours worth of it. There's probably about 15 minutes worth of clips that I should put on there, including Magenta's character just stripping for out of the blue. Like we never expected a lady to just like overtly, openly, without coercion, just go, you know what, my character's gonna strip. What? Yeah. She went all Lady Godiva on us. Well, Shauner died, and but he was an absolute fucker. And so what he would do is he would watch other RPG content on YouTube, and then he would run a screen capture recording and record the person and then commentate on what they were saying. He would read it, watch it a little bit, and then hit pause, and then rip on it, and then play it some more. And I don't know if YouTube ever made that right, but a lot of people were pissed that he was just, you know, it was blatantly stealing content, and he was always an asshole about it. And he did. I didn't know the guy from Adam, and I was just making, this was another weirdo when I was just starting out with his channel, and I was like, oh my god, I'm getting a review. Somebody, I was really excited until I watched it, and he was just this complete dick, and I'm like, okay, whatever. He's an Aspie gamer that's going to be, highly critical. That's fine. So I said, hey, dude, I saw what you said about me, and let's have a conversation about it. And he said, okay. And he was hostile, but okay. And then he got so fucking upset because I didn't make the distinction between remote connection and VTT. And he got mad that I didn't make that distinction and didn't use the right terminology, such that he goes, what kind of father raises a person like you? And that was when he got, fuck, you piece of shit. And then he died of cancer about several months later. But oh my God, these people are so goddamn weird. And I never thought that there was actually anybody who would like everybody's called a Nazi now, but that French Canadian dickhead and his little toadies, they're like, oh yeah, we're proud Nazis. That he's got this. I don't know if you know this guy. He was a big Mork fan, and he was so inbred. He talked like his tongue was 5 sizes too big for his mouth and shit. These guys would hang out with Shauner, and they would analyze live plays and complain about the lack of proper role play in them. And they would do a session and then have a post-session meeting where they would browbeat the players for not using the right tense. You weren't supposed to say we there. We were supposed to say you there for better role playing. They would analyze it to that depth. when they weren't, talking about how Jews ruined the whole world. But then they couldn't do encumbrance because that was too hard for their little brains. They thought they were, superior European, but they couldn't do encumbrance. So they were trying to figure out, they spent 2.5 hours speculating how much you could put in a medieval backpack. And this is where I just go, there's a math problem you can do to figure that out. And And the Max guy got mad because I said that and says, don't say shit like that anymore or I'll boot you from the live. I was on the live. And then I got into it with the other guy who said he was a Nazi because, uh, I mean, and there was a third guy and they were just, oh, Jesus, I could go on and on. These motherfuckers. But they're also goddamn weird. Max Bovine or whatever the fuck his name was, and I block all those people because they were literally like, oh yeah, whatever. So I find myself like, this is why if you go, well, why is he floundering? This is why. Well, there's a market for RPG. Where? These fucking retards? They're, you know what I mean? No. Right. It's true. I mean, you got one guy that's attacking your parentage because you didn't make a distinction between uh, playing over Zoom and playing over Fantasy Grounds. Just losing his fucking mind over that. Then the idiot that puts his diplomas that aren't real behind. Or that basic expert guy that just one day changed his avatar to a guy with a patch and a scar on his face, and then just started calling everybody dunces. They're all retards. You know what I mean? Like, there was always that element to RPG, and that's why I didn't do a lot of it at Gen Con, because you would sit next to these kind of weirdos. And they'd always be smelly, and they'd wear, they had some bad concert t-shirt on. These guys aren't going to buy shit from you. You know what I mean? They're unhinged, So, and I go, I don't think this shit is real. The only people buying shit, and he's not even doing it anymore. That dying place. I think his name is JP. I think he goes by JP. Nice enough dude. No problem with him. Maybe he might be the only other guy that's even at my age, because he was in 87 and I was in 87 in the army. So I assume we were, probably 2 or 3 years difference one way or the other. Anyway, and I think he makes himself a nice living. He's never spoken openly about the money he makes, but if you're talking about buying an M3 half track for fun, you probably got a few extra bucks. And he's not even buying shit anymore. And he openly said, well, I just collect it. I don't really have time to do anything other than thumb through it. I think there's just people who are art collectors, and I don't know that there's really that many people who are playing. Now, he plays every Sunday, almost every Sunday. And I know that because I'm on the list for the game, but I don't see anybody else that plays regularly who does any of that stuff. So that's why I go, I don't know that this is a good idea. I don't know. Plus, everybody in their fucking mother is making a game to sell. Who's not making one to sell? As much as I like the Substack, there's pretty much everybody's got a product for sale on the thing. There's just too much of it. I was told this 2 years ago by a guy I used to play regularly with. Now, he doesn't go on social media at all anymore. I haven't seen him in a year on social media. But he told me right off the bat, he says, this is not going to work for you. There's a too much of it out there already. It's a glut. And I didn't listen to that, and I should have, because he's right. You can't swing a cat without finding somebody who's making an RPG. What's one more going to do? Especially from somebody that's trying to sell to a bunch of people that have all sorts of attitudes about, my personage and my quality and all that sort of stuff. That's why I go, maybe I shouldn't do this. But then I see a bunch of other people doing it. I go, why shouldn't I do it like everybody else? So that's why I flounder back and forth. plus the fucking art stuff, because I'm not paying for that shit. Get fucked. No way. I'm not paying somebody who draws barbarians in footy PJs $20 for a fucking no. I'll never get the Shadow Dark thing, and I hate it because I hate that bitch, and I hate the way that she marketed that shit. And to go on Kickstarter when we all know, you know, the vast majority of the money raised was deposited by Rich Daddy. We know that's true. And the thing that really got me is all the people who flipped on a dime on their attitudes and their principles for this chick, and insisting they weren't getting paid for it, but I think they were. Really, and not just promoting the product, but admonishing people for criticizing it in any way. You're just jealous shit. That's the part that really fucking irked me. And I don't understand what's so different or groundbreaking about that. To me, it's just another fucking BX clone. Okay, so there's jousting in the original D&D, and everybody cries and moans about it. I think Kuntz even said it's stupid. Everybody hates it. Every once in a while, you hear somebody say, "Hey, that would be a great idea." And I've got my own tournament stuff like that, but I've never heard anybody go, "Hey, that would be fun." They just, they just poo-poo complexity and who would need it and all that shit. I tried to market. This was 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now. It was 2023 that I went out and I says, "Hey, if you want to learn the combat system for my game and do it in a fun way, let's have a tournament. You make a character, enter it in a medieval tournament. We'll do the whole 9 yards, not just the joust. We'll do everything that they used to do, and it'll show you how to do." Nope. Nobody. And especially the jousting, they really don't like the jousting thing. But I got that. That's simple as pie. All that is well, it's math nobody wants to hear, but it's that simple. And here's the other thing. Everything's been done ad nauseum. There's things. The only thing that hasn't been done is something that you haven't been exposed to yet. You're just not aware that it hasn't been done already. And I've seen that kind of thing play out over and over, both in wargaming and RPG. Oh, this is groundbreaking. McCoy, that was one. There was a guy named McCoy in Madison that did wargaming shit. And he came up with, they gave him credit for coming up with unit ratio. And I said, that's bullshit. You just haven't read anything older than 1970. All you got to do is go back to, the 60s and see Don Featherstone doing that. And then I can go back into the 50s and seeing Tony Bath do it and Peter Cushing do it. And I can see them doing it because H.G. Wells did it, in 1913. And H.G. Wells did it in 1913 because Robert Louis Stevenson did it in fucking 1873. So it's all bullshit. There isn't anything new to come up with. And that's another thing that I hate. There's this black, and it's the weirdest thing. Sci-fi in general is dropped almost entirely. Eventually, every once in a while, you'll see, some famous painter from the 70s, and somebody will put out, some sci. But that's it. Nobody will play sci-fi on Twitter. And the whole Star Wars thing online. This is another really weird thing. If you search Star Wars D6, West End Games D6, Star Wars RPG West End Game, all that, any variation thereof, 99% of discourse on that system and Star Wars RPG in general just dropped fucking May and June of 2022 on every platform. It just stopped. Yes, you'll find a couple. You'll find some from me and shit like that. But prior to May of 2022, there was regular discussion about it that you could search out and find. What happened in that month of that year that made it just fucking go dark? It's the weirdest thing. Right. It's exactly like the McCoy thing. His name was Gene McCoy, and he came up with this kind of system. And the fanboys of Gene's magazine that didn't have enough exposure thought that he invented the idea of using one model to represent more than one thing on the battlefield, because they had never read anything from the 60s or the 50s. Or any of the H.G. Wells shit or anything like that. So they were saying it was some innovation. It was some new thing. Nope. It wasn't. And now that was, it was on the internet, but it was a long time ago. You still had Alta Vista search and stuff like that. Now, with AI, all you've got to do, you can get that information 10 times faster than you ever could before. So I don't know that there's that many people that are in that kind of ignorance. What else is it? So it doesn't exist. Look at what people are talking about. Look at what people aren't talking about. Well, I don't know. See, to me, that's just like, if they're not talking about it, it's not in demand. If they wanted sci-fi or Star Wars, they'd keep asking or discussing that. But all they want to do is bitch and moan and be, the culture warrior shit. Star Wars is dead because they made a shotgun. Yeah, that kind of crap. So, plus mine is a there's the other thing. There's a weird vibe that a lot of people have about a universal game. They give it then it's a jack of all trades and master of none. That's what they say. So I don't want to have to switch around. I want something where people can go, hey, today I want to play in Old West America, but tomorrow I want to play in, insert sci-fi, Babylon 5 or whatever the fuck, just pulling something out of my ass. That's what I wanted to make. But, and there's a lot of people who say, well, the first thing is for success is make what you want. That's not true, because I can make, I want a remote control plushy Super Grover doll. Does that sound like that's something that's in high demand? I want to make one, but that doesn't mean anybody wants to buy one, It wasn't okay. They just don't know they need it because they don't know it exists. Well, I don't know. I don't know. But and there's the other part of it, because going back to the Discord and the huge things, if you make the huge games, you can. What I would like to do is do something like, and it doesn't have to be Discord. If there's a better platform for it, I'll happily ditch, because Discord is kind of fucking shitty. But an amusement park online where there's tons of games being played, they're very massive, and there may be even a need for staff involved. Maybe volunteers who get and it's not big enough where you can employ people, but maybe a volunteer that gets a cut, or a discount on the price or something like that. But you charge for the server. Hey, we're running all these games. This is effort. I think there's more potential in facilitating games for people than there is for making them. Yeah, but they're only rewriting history to themselves. No one else buys into their shit, and everybody hates them. So what are they really affected? Other than, oh, I know those guys. They're assholes. Fuck them. That's their influence on the rest of the community's perception of them. And yeah, they've got the history wrong. Now, I could correct them on the history, but they wouldn't listen. I'm going to correct everybody on the history, but they won't listen. I've made the videos. They won't watch them, but I've got the history. Fuck those guys. Well, I mean, those guys wouldn't buy shit from me one way or the other, but, and they wouldn't know. Sandy's got a history degree, so he remarks on war games from time to time. He hasn't done a lot of that. Recently, but I never agree. He gave me all the usual bullshit. Same thing Bill did, and Rob's another one. I mean, I'm not above all these guys or superior or anything like that, but some of the shit they sling is just, it's not intellectualism. It's the same old buzz phrases that everybody, throws around, because if you don't know the jargon and use the jargon, you can't possibly be the hip credentialed person that everybody thinks you are if you do use the jargon. But, and there's the other part. No, but the credentialism is a big deal, because if Zeb Cook or Rob Kuntz made what I made, everybody would eat it up. I just brought that up the other day. Sandy Peterson did a whole big deal about ecology and why certain monsters are the way they are, and the bat, pretty deep stuff. And I told Rob, and I told both Sandy in the past, internal consistency is how you have realism in a fictional world, and that includes, the study of ecology and other things like that. Ethology, ecology, anthrozoology, those disciplines, not deeply collegiate, into them, but brushing on them. That's how you keep a world consistent and tight, and everybody just, their eyes they glaze over. They don't want to hear all that shit. It sounds too technical. But the details on whether trolls have souls and what makes them actually regenerate can be useful in creating a world, also sometimes creating a story. So you're the little redhead pulled that shit with me. I brought up ecology while she's talking about playing AD&D, raw and all that. And she was very dismissive and just said, well, I don't understand why you would do that. I can't understand why my players would ask that. That's not really, I don't know where you're getting that from. That's not really AD&D. And honey, there's a chapter in the DMG that's listed ecology. It's fine. It's right in there. If you're playing raw and you think that everything written in that book is a rule, well, then go look at the chapter. It's not a rule, but there is a chapter on ecology. Right. And they all did that shit. They all made fun of it, and including her, and mocked it about the dragon poop, and because they didn't understand. But again, it's a heading chapter in the DMG, the first edition. The original one has a big chapter on ecology. So they were mocking somebody while in ignorance of the subject. So, such an expert in gaming, and that's what everybody affords her now, is this credibility as some expert in gaming. She's got this huge following that presumably some of it isn't because she looks good. She don't look that good. I've heard a lot of people say, well, she's got great tits. I don't know how they know that. I've never, but but if you can't even name everything that's inside the book you say you are using to play religiously, and you need to use all the rules, you're full of shit. And then to try to put somebody down who does know everything in that book, and then but still you get all the viewership and the credence as being an expert. There's a problem there. So in one of the worlds that I made dragon poop an export, just as a joke, because these imbeciles were making fun of it, of ecology. But go read the chapter on ecology in the DMG. And if you open up the Greyhawk, the original Greyhawk box set, it starts out with ecology as well, and a description of the plant life that you'll find inside there, because that shit matters. There you go. Okay, so they're watching for the tits. Okay, there's no doubt that that Alyssa is another one. Nice enough gal, good author, not putting her down, but there's a portion of that viewership, Mr. Johnson has brought them to that channel. Chicks just get that bonus. All of them do. So, but that was the part that really upset me, because she didn't need to be that way, and the mockery was stupid. It's almost as if it was a defense mechanism. So I think these people are really about the clicks and shit like that. They didn't want anybody horning in on nothing, so. Right. And have you ever even seen a picture? I seen one picture of her, and she deleted that shit real fast. And I mean, she wasn't Rosie O'Donnell or fucking Rachel Maddow, but she sure wasn't, Cheryl Teagues or Bo Derek or, you know, but nonetheless, that's the part about the whole geeks, in the past were mean to girls and wouldn't let them in. Are you fucking kidding me? These motherfuckers that couldn't land a date if they tried were gonna, oh, chicks want to play? Fuck yeah. You ever seen Revenge of the Nerds? That, I mean, this is a joke, but in the movie Revenge of the Nerds, how did you learn to do that? And he's eating the chick's pussy. He's like, because we're thinking about how to do it right while your boyfriend, the jock, is out there trying to throw the 100-yard pass or something like that. It was a funny thing. Yeah, yeah, they didn't like. Yeah, it was an unnecessary browbeating from these brosters who, it's the one that doesn't like the gold for XP or whatever the fuck it was, and all they did is keep mocking it about poop. But again, open Greyhawk, open, the DMG. There's other there. Gary's word is law, and stick with raw and all that shit. He wrote a whole fucking series of articles about the size, weight, shape of dragons. Like, pretty detailed shit. It was equal, it was and ugh. But it's all about even Bill. Oh, I don't care where the monster poops. Okay, Bill, the AD&D is everything. The AD&D is Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath, and it's blah, 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 it's got that hard edge and blah, 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 and I know it all, and I worked with Gary and all that. Okay, fucker. Well, it's not about dragon poop because he wrote a big thing about dragons, exactly what I'm talking about. But somehow you're mocking it when it comes from me. What, are you threatened that somebody's gonna, share something you don't know, or what the fuck? So you don't. I brought that thing up that Gary wrote to Rob too, when he was mocking the idea of simulation. So yeah, that's what kind of, up until then, I thought, hey, this gal is interested in playing, old school stuff, and she's a chick, and so that's always a plus. So I was, looking at trying to be, exchange ideas and friendly, and I got that kind of dismissive mockery instead. So she's not. She. There's lots of good-looking people that are assholes. So, um, that's why me no likey. But anyway, way back in the very beginning of D&D, and even just before it, he was writing in the Strategic Review this series of descriptions of dragons, because there was all this talk about, well, these things are so big, they're depicted so large, there's no way they would ever fly. They're not like a pterodactyl. They're too fat and thick for that. So he was going through and explaining, okay, this is the size and the weight. This is how fast they fly, and all the sort of shit that I was talking to Bill about, who he just mocked as being stupid, irrelevant minutia. And there's this big encyclopedia that was written by Gygax about it. So these, Yeah, it's just, but they've got the credibility because they've got the numbers and the that bullshit. I can't for the life of me remember the thing about that. Yeah. Well, the point was is instead, like for one thing, with the dragon ecology, it brings more life to your world and to monsters if they behave. I was trying to explain this to that psycho with the patch too, and all he wanted to do was, well, it's just fantasy. It doesn't matter, bro. No, what is it doing down there? Is it shelter? Is it a place to shit out your kids? Have you been put there as a monster by some entity with magical abilities as a guard? Not everything in the world is they're not all treasure hoarders. Sure, some dragons were depicted as treasure hoarders, and other monsters too, but not all of them. So if they're guarding treasure in a tunnel or a dungeon, who put them there? And why would they sit in there like it's a prison cell waiting for you to come through the door? What are they eating? Are they out looking for prey? Do vampires just don't give a shit about blood anymore? They're too busy guarding a handful of gold that they can't spend because they're living in a fucking dungeon. It all of a sudden, if you really analyze it, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And just going fantasy is just a way of cheaply excusing bad writing and incoherent plots and shit like that. So when you look at Monster Manual, it has percent chance in layer because it might be out doing other shit, maybe looking for food or something like that. Now you have wandering monsters for a reason. You can put now if what does it eat? Is it a dragon? They tend to like to gobble up a bunch of sheep and shit like that, or farmers' cattle. So they might be hanging around where there's farmland and grazing livestock so they can eat it. Now you know where they might be. And as a player or as a character that has some experience, they go, well, I've read something or I've experienced that they tend to hang around in these areas for a reason. So the whole ecology thing is baked in. Why are they called hill giants, fuckers? Because that's where they sit. Now, that's not technically ecology, that's more zoology, but all of that stuff plays into it. This is what I was telling Rob Kuntz about simulation because he was trying to piss all over it. And I says, it isn't the Matrix. It's not, we're not, when we say simulation, we're not talking about the holodeck or something like that, because that's how all you people portray it. That's when you use simulation, you make it sound, it's some again, an argument to the absurd. Well, if you want, he said this to me one time, he says, you want so much detail, you want to roll dice to check to see if the characters fart. That's fucking retarded and childish. And simply trying to keep some realism and internal consistency, he turns it into, well, you want a fucking random fart die roll. What a childish retort for somebody who acts so intellectual and educated. No, it just gives you, it makes things make sense. You wouldn't put desert next to Arctic on your map either, right? Well, that's just realism. So trying to make the terrain make sense as it would when you observe it on this planet, if it's the same type of terrain. Is it a fucking pine tree? It doesn't matter if that pine tree's in Greyhawk, Utah, Forgotten Round, wherever. It's going to behave the same way, right? So you want to take into account where they fucking grow, so it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb, to people who know that shit. Uh, you're asking brought it up or brought it up with a picture of the article? Oh, the dragon thing? Oh, I called it by name, and my old ass at this late hour can't remember what the name of that thing is. That's why I was typing. I was looking it up, but I mentioned it by title to him, and he knows goddamn well what I'm talking about. Oh, there it is. Great Tate Warmus. It was Latin, and I couldn't remember it because I'm old and shit. Great Tate Warmus, and it was a series of them, and he went through every, dragon adjacent, the Hydra and the green dragon, gold dragon, red dragon, black dragon, blue dragon. There was a whole thing, and it wasn't stats and hit points or any of that bullshit. It was, this is how big the fucker is. This is how it flies. He had a whole thing about how they fly, because there's a bunch of people that shit would never fly. That thing's huge. And he went through and explained it all the way so that it had some internal consistency to the realm. So now he had his own dragons, and they had their own build and their own shape and shit like that. And he explained that all the way. And people go, well, nobody needs to know that. It's just fantasy. Who cares if it looks like Puff the Magic Dragon? Who cares? It's just fantasy. Well, he did, because he wrote, and it wasn't just one article, it was a series. It was compiled into this thing that he called, that's kind of pseudo Latin, because Latin is used in categorizing Homo erectus and all that shit. So that's why he called it that. And I quoted that to Rob. Well, I think the title was enough he knew what I was talking about. I mean, he knew the guy. I mean, and that was written way back. That wasn't anything in the 80s or any of that shit. That was written a long time ago. So that's what so I brought that up to him. Says, why was, that's why Gary did that. And you know that. So I think that Rob thought he had somebody that was just going to cave, that was just going to accept the little rolled up newspaper thwacking that he wanted to give somebody for not agreeing with them, and just, oh, thank you, Mr. Coons, for making this great game. And all that shit. And it's not that I have disrespect for the man or anything like that. I just wasn't going to fold like a house of cards, because he does like to do an appeal to authority. And Sandy does too. I made this game, so I know everything. I got published one time, so I've got the credence that you don't have. Have you been published? That it doesn't work like that. If you go and look at debate and the rules of it, and the list of article fallacies that violate, that kind of logic that the Greek came up with, it's just a bullshit, disingenuous argument. But was it an online dictionary, or I find an old print dictionary and see if it has the same pronunciation key? I'd be surprised. That would be news to me. I've always done Wyvern, but if it's online, its accuracy is that's why I tell people, don't believe anything you hear about almost anything, especially if it was printed or said on TV after 1992. That's the political correctness, kind of information warfare cutoff year, 92. So go find something printed before 92 and verify that. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't. But if some AI synopsis of the Merriam Dictionary said that, I'd go, are you right? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. Yeah, I've always said wyvern. Interesting. Huh. Wyvern, huh? Okay. Yeah, he was the youngest of them. He was when it started, he was in his mid-teens, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. 16 or something like that. But this was put in strategic review. So I mean, I'm not talking like it was 67 or something like that, but it was years, it was like 73 or something like that. Let's see when the first one came out. He did it over a period of time. When was so Grete Wormus was the synopsis of all these things. It was meant to be like this, tome of dragons. It's, I put it in my games. Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't 67. It was 69 and 70. And it was reprinted in Strategic Review. It's older than Strategic Review. It was printed in a fanzine called Thangodrim. But they reprinted it in Strategic Review, and they but I put it as a tome that you could get a hold of. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe that's some old English shit, the way they wrote, or some Gaelic or whatever, wherever that, the etymology. See, it doesn't like the AI isn't specific enough. It just says European folklore. Well, that's fairly vague. What specifically where? Well, here's something that's more detailed. It says it comes from the Welsh. So, yeah, that may be some old English shit there with the weird R. Yeah, especially English because it's so all over the place. And when you go back to Old English, wow, I had one guy ask me if I could speak Beowulf. Oh, you're German. Can you speak Beowulf? No. Who the fuck? But yeah, yeah. Well, I'm putting language in a thing, like C.S. Lewis. That's a great accomplishment to create a language for your uh, world too. So, but that's why the ecology thing really pissed me off. It's a bunch of people that just want to jump on a bandwagon of mocking the outsider, and on top of it, you're the one that's ignorant of the realities here. So anyway, the rest of the story with the dragon deal is that great. These articles is where the idea for having different colored dragons have different breath weapons come. When they were reprinted, they established how D&D handled dragons completely. And one thing that Gygax did was and this didn't really turn out to be the best math, and people have corrected it since. But he said that 175 pounds for every foot of length is the average weight of the dragon. Well, when you suss that out mathematically, it doesn't really play out right. So people refined it so that the weight kept them from being unable to be airborne. Yeah, I went to school with a gal who majored in um, medieval studies and could do that sort of shit. But here's the thing: brilliant, and getting that kind of degree is an accomplishment. And she's no dummy scholastically, but she's still a fucking moron. And she'll, with a lot of other things, be, when you dive that deep into it to get a PhD in something that esoteric, the idea of a well-rounded education starts to narrow, because you just got to put that much time into that niche. And other things, she's a fucking buffoon. She wouldn't be, if you didn't tell her, she would have never changed the oil in her car once. And that, and then people go, well, that's just guy shit. That's just practical guy shit. That's not really, but still, if you're not street smart, or you're just oblivious to other subject matter, you got a PhD in that, but how do you fare with mathematics? She can't balance a checkbook without using software, shit like that, So just because you got a degree doesn't mean you're brilliant in everything. Some people think that. Remember, George Bush Jr. had a degree too, and that motherfucker couldn't say strategic right. Fuck, I damn near said it the wrong way. I go with what Gary did, with the exception of accepting the mathematical adjustments that were made by people who corrected his bad mathematics. And there again, a brilliant linguist, had a great vocabulary, was an English teacher for a time, but fucked up the math that was fairly, remedial math. It's just so. So when it comes to dragons, I have two sources. When it comes to D&D, I use what Gary said. When it comes to mythology, I use those old time life books that came out in the late 70s and early 80s. They had multiple. I've seen other people say they use them for RPG, and their descriptions of dragons and stuff like that in those books are pretty much my standard when it comes to, because they're drawn right out of the original mythology. Somebody who writes fiction might make modifications for creative license, and that's fine. I got no problem with that. I like Puff the Magic Dragon and Tiamat and all that stuff too, but those are my two primary sources. Not exactly going to write a peer-reviewed paper off of it, but whatever. Yeah. Well, he's just an example of somebody who has supposed Ivy League education, and is still a dumb mother. He's an idiot. And there was a couple of actresses that paid their, whatever. It could go on and on. There's lots of people that have degrees that don't know shit. So I was in operations analysis. That was one of the things I did, my job when I was out in DC. And that's military shit. And I read an operations analysis paper that was just the most asinine bass-ackwards bunch of bullshit. And as I read this thing, I was getting more and more angry. I go, well, who the fuck is this guy? Where is he getting this nonsense? And I went and looked it up, and the guy, I forget the official term that he called it, but something aero. What did he call himself? How did they term that? I got to get it right. Aerospace design engineer or something like that. What the fuck does that mean? So I looked the guy up. He's a literal rocket scientist. But for some reason, he decided to write about operations analysis. And you know what the fuck he was talking about? Even though he had a PhD, and I think a couple of them. Stay in your lane, motherfuckers. Doesn't matter how much education you got. Yeah, as far as dragons, right. They're more like pterodactyl, as far as size and mass. And that's what Gary was leaning towards when people were criticizing him about, the kind of things you see in the miniatures. I've got a giant red dragon from the old miniatures line, one of those, or the colossal one, the super, super big one. And that body style and all that shit ain't getting off the ground, no matter what kind of wingspan the thing had. It ain't happening. So they're much more lean. And one of the other things they talk about is the bone structure of the wings they're hollow bones. There's not a lot of density to them and stuff like that. So yeah, they're not as big, with some exceptions. If I put Tiamat somewhere, that it's going to be a little bit bigger. But Tiamat, well, I guess it is supposed to fly, but because that's a named thing and it's a legend and it's it's got that kind of deity connection and all that. That's an exception to the rule. But your average dragon, the babies, there's a easily painting of a dragon that looks like it may be 4 or 5 feet, and that would be a real young one. And that's kind of the sizes that I go for. Now, in my game, I have an editor system, so you can put in your own monsters, and that would allow you, if you don't agree with that and you want a big fat belly mother that looks cool but would never fly, there you go. You've got the tools to put it in the way you want, or modify the existing one the way you want, so that it isn't like the stuff Gary imagined. But that's what I put in the bestiary is the Gary dragons. And yeah, they're a lot smaller. Yeah, like you say, the medieval stuff. And then there's the Chinese dragons and stuff like that, the kind of stuff you'd see in the Oriental adventures. That's a little different. They got a different vibe and size and stuff like that. But some of them don't fly and things like that. I don't know, because I haven't finished it. I don't know if you played Baldur's Gate or anything. The only person I know that finished it all was Alyssa Hazel, and we don't talk that much or anything but there's a dragon under the city in that game, and I get the feeling that it's gonna. They keep referring it to a worm, so I get the feeling it's gonna come out looking like a bronze dragon from like Chinese mythology, which will be real long, but it'll have short legs and it won't have wings or anything like that. I've written a metric fuck ton of shit about that game. The things that I haven't done is break down, and like I said before, buy shitty art from people that put barbarians in footy PJs and shit like that. because that's what these people want me to do, that give me grief, Um, they want me to spend inordinate amounts of money and get to the point where I'm only going to make 50 cents or less on a book per copy just to satisfy their bullshit about AI and all that crap, and buy from people that art isn't good, but is way too, I looked at elf portraits and stuff on Drive Through RPG that were like $20. They were just headshots and they wanted $20 and they looked like shit. And people go, well, can you do better? And I go, it doesn't matter. I'm the customer. I'm in the market to purchase the product. I'm not in the field to make my own. The whole reason I'm looking to buy it is because I can't. But that doesn't mean I'm going to draw a piece of shit. I'm not going to buy stick figures just because I can't pay to Picasso. Get the fuck out of here. So it's overpriced and it doesn't look good. At that point, if that's the quality you want me to invest in, then I might as well just go get the AI and save myself $20 because it ain't going to look any better. But then everybody wants to blackball me. So, but as far as writing the thing, it's gone through some revisions. I've hemmed and hawed about a couple of things and changed them back and things like that. But I got a lot of it written. And the other problem was formatting and layout. Because I people like Victor, they told me to go get that knockoff of Adobe and all that. Fuck that. I ain't learning all that. So then I went and I'm not paying $60 to spend 6 months to learn how to use that fucking thing to make something that might make me very little money in the long term. Hell no. And I went on those gig sites like Fiverr. Well, shit, they want $150 for 200 pages. Well, there again, now I'm making nothing because I've got to crawl out of that hole, that $150 hole, So I'm only paying $20 per, for the fucking book at Lulu. Now you want me to increase the price of production to $170 per book, and then you'll get pissed if I charge any more than $10. That's a losing proposition. No fucking way. So I thought at this point, I'm just waiting for at least one or two of those AI lawsuits to maybe break towards the AI so I can tell those people fuck off, and I'll just, I'll get the price back down to $20 per book and shit like that. And then I'll be okay. Then the next hurdle to jump is how to lay the thing out, But the problem is no matter what I do, I see what other people are making, and they've got illustrations 2 or 3 on a page, and in some cases on every page. Even with AI, there's no way I can do that. There's only so many illustrations you can put into a Lulu book, and I'm not going anywhere else. I'm fine with Lulu because the price is good, and I've already set it up. Maybe, but I've never done a Kickstarter, and I've never known one that didn't need at least a year, and I don't have a year. The only problem is, and this is why I've almost gotten to the point where I think this is just a dumb thing. I've been talking about this for years, and the thing that really put the brakes on me at first was the art thing, because I got so many people screaming that at me, and I took them at face value about it. And now I'm in a place where I've got to leave. The dude that's got me here is like, that you've worn out your welcome. And it's not because I'm a mean guy or cost. It's just at some point you got to find your own place, bro. You're not a permanent resident. We've extended, more than, and he's right. He's absolutely fucking right. So I don't have the luxury of waiting around for a Kickstarter, and not everybody succeeds in that anyway. And if I sit around and wait for something that doesn't come to fruition, I just got to go if I'm going to do it at all. No, I'm not real confident in that whole Kickstarter thing. I know people make it, but you know the people I've made it. I watched Steve Jackson make $1 million off of it, but that was Ogre and it was Steve fucking Jackson. He didn't need to do that at Kickstarter. He could have gone to every convention and collected that money from, you know. And then there's the Shadow Jar chick, but she had a rich daddy, so that was not organic. Um, Other than that, you know, I talked to the guy Bear that did that he he did that retro clone of Heroes or whatever. Holy shit. There's no way I would put myself through that. He went through that for several years of production, or at least a year and a half production. It looks like he went through at least 2 years of trying to hype the thing and grow the audience for the channel. It was tens of thousands, 15,000 or something like that. And he says, I'm going to break even. Fuck that. I'm making money or I'm not doing it. Not because I'm a greedy son of a bitch, because I should be out making money in a more practical and realistic manner to start with. So I'm in a different position than a lot of these guys. They can just go, yeah, I'll kickstart it because it's not make or break for them. It's a hobby that they want paid for. I've made the mistake of trying to make it bread and butter, which is dumb and probably untenable to, you know. So there it is. No, oh, no, no. Not for me, because they fuck guys, you know. Yeah. That's why there's 35,000 of us on the streets, because they're not realistic in the way that they got insurance adjusters that are acting like, you know. Yeah. So I've honestly thought about just putting the fucking thing out without the stupid illustrations and be like, you know what, man? Here's the thing. People that want that much illustration 9 times out of 10 are people like the JP guy. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's a nice guy. I don't have anything bad to say about him, but he himself says, well, I just don't have time. I just collect the stuff because I like to fiddle with it and page through it. Okay, then you like to look at the pictures in there. If you wanted to use a functional product, why the fuck do you need that? Especially one that is heralded as being the ultimate game for the imaginative. This whole thing is supposed to be theater of the mind, but you got to have a color spread in the fucking centerfold of the thing. No. You want artwork? Go to a gallery. You want a game? Here it is. You know, this is. Look. Okay. Let's take a look at this. They're not the very biggest. Here, maybe I get a. Let's do this. Let me show you how this was. Okay. Watch this. Button. Where's the button? Share me. See that? That's the improved. That's the second edition. That's what I played, and I had a blast with that shit. I didn't need anything more than that. Nobody did, because you were about to go to the table and use miniatures and or your own imagination to think the stuff up. This whole idea that somebody says, well, you know, I just can't, my imagination can't be sparked without 4K high resolution glossy photographs. Fuck, dude, go watch some Mr. Rogers, get on the trolley. That's bullshit. You know, I think some of these people think they're doing themselves a favor. I don't know why they crusade for artists when they aren't artists themselves, like Bill, um, you know. But I think they really think that they need to help those guys and gals make money, with that shitty art. I don't think as many people care about it as they want to make it out to be. Right. I need a sugar mama. Because all of this in here is going to my shitty teeth and this bad shave job. It's a pussy magnet. That's all I want. Right. It's exactly what I want. I want, line drawings of pencil and or black ink. But I've seen I've seen a lot of other people do it. But they go, okay, well, if I'm doing black and white ink, then I need to do a lot of it. And they've got 2 or 3 winners. I mean, he can do his own art. Obviously, he's a talented guy and all that, but he's got pictures all over the fucking place. And I just go, if this is a game of imagination, why do you need visual aids? Half of you guys are talking about theater of the mind anyway. Well, how the fuck are you going to do that if if you got to stare at a photograph first? So, if you want a hot picture, if you want easily paintings, buy them and put them in a frame. If you want to play the game, read the fucking rules and get on the table. I didn't need pictures in that on grief. I had a bunch of tanks in a sand table. That's where the imagination is. That's where the aesthetics were. The instructions were in the book. You read the instructions, you set it down, you look, you have fun with the aesthetics on the table. So I just think this whole art thing is hyped by people who think they need to put dimes in the pockets of these bullshit artists. And sure, Kevin plays, I know he does, but like you said, it's 90% art with him, which is fine. That it's not a complaint, but I'm just saying, are guys like that really turned on about gameplay or game mechanics? Are they even really playing that much? No, they go to conventions with other old guys and play BX, and that's it. So we used to get that kind of the game I just showed you, stuff like that all the time. That's all TSR was making. You go look at they made a ton of old war games, and they all look like that. And that's all we ever needed. So I think that the problem I had was not knowing enough and assuming that this push for this art thing was legit, when in reality it's all smoke and mirrors bullshit. And I paused what I was doing to try to find a way to accommodate that, because these are the people that say they're in RPG and that's what they say they want. So you got to do it. But over the years, I've learned that's bullshit. And I just was chasing shadows and letting them, allowing myself to second guess everything because of the input that they were putting out. And had I just made the fucking book that I originally meant to make, with only, I would have been okay. But I wanted it to be perfect and all that. So I waited and waited and waited, and now I've backed myself into a corner. Bad decision making. But so there you go. Got to work with it. I mean, here's some other, not this one. Where the hell's the one I was just pulled out? This shit. Look at that. The air power. That's as much as you got. And these are the later ones. These are all TSR things they were making from back in the day. 75, 77. See? Fun ass games that all get thrown to the wind because they use mimeograph machines and shit or whatever. So these are all great. But if and Tractics, the one that Bill goes, oh, it takes 2 days to play all that dumb bullshit. There was nothing but black. I mean, that whole thing was black and white. Here's that. I don't know if it's showing up on the screen, but yeah. That game was great. And he's full of shit with that 2 hours. That's all you need. A couple of schematic line drawings. But I had the Efreet cover one, and there was nothing but a couple of sketches in it. There was all sorts of games that a lot of people were playing back then that didn't have any of that bullshit. And some of them were RPGs and stuff. So yeah, I think that's a more modern take that really, and I see people buying stuff. There's World of Worth put something out that didn't have art and it did fine. It's just, you just got to find people that aren't going to, either you want to look at pictures, you want to play the game. Some want to look at the pictures and all that pretty shit. But I don't think that it's a universal thing. I mean, this was great. Back in the day, I'll play this anywhere, anytime. This is a superior game to a lot of modern games for a lot of reasons. And it had the whole domain play and all that. It was a war game, and it was a role-playing game all rolled into one. And there weren't very many other pictures beyond that, 2 colors. Then they went to 4 colors in some cases. But that was a lot of money, and most people were just doing black ink. And they were fine. One of the first local, I was telling, there was war games that were local. Here's one, and this is the second. This is my buddy Gary Bloom. He ran the war game shop. That's not it. Christ, everybody's taking all the titles. There we go. This is the second edition. Red, white, and blue. The first one was done on an Apple II computer with the original print shop. And all it was that size book. See if I can get a better picture of it. Yeah. And here's the inside. And the first one didn't have any of that shit. It was a yellow book that said Total Conflict in giant blocky computer text. And it just had the rules printed out by the Apple II and stapled together. And he sold it plenty. Didn't, this one gets all the attention because it's got that pretty shit, but it's still just nothing but line drawings. He just went red, white, and blue because he had a couple extra bucks, and it was, Americana. I mean, and there's the other thing. Now when people say, I need something for visual reference, when it comes to the bestiary or the monster manual, okay, that makes more sense. But there's no way I could ever do that, no matter what kind of art it is, because I don't know how many are in the monster manual offhand. I don't remember the totals, but I know I'm equal, if not exceeding that, with what I've got. And there's no way I could pay for an illustration for every one of those. But I understand why people go, well, why the hell would I buy one if I can't see what the fucking monster looks like that I'm using? Totally understandable. And that was another where I'm like, well, that's just not going to work. Their point is valid. And I can't afford it no matter what. So, and I don't, the thing about Kickstarter is, how do you get people to your Kickstarter? Through social media channels. How am I going to do that when I'm turned down to goddamn near mute on most of them? Because Twitter's not the only one that I'm just, and I'm not the only person. It's not a personal thing. There's lots of people that are saying also. Sandy just said it the other day. Sandy Peterson, yesterday or whatever. He goes, my whole thing is tanked. They keep fucking with everything, and they this old shit isn't going to make any money for a company that pays for advertising on these platforms, so they're never going to promote it. They'll never give you any boost. So Kickstarter really ain't going to work all that well anyway. And I don't know. So what I have right now is just some black ink stuff, and most of it's AI ink stuff. But I've shown it to a couple of people that were anti-AI, and they said it. They didn't call me on it. They were fooled. So, and I hear this shit with people too. They go, I don't mind if you put AI art in there as long as you just close it. Oh, horseshit. You want the tag so you can go, don't buy this. See, this tag says don't buy it. I'm not telling you I'm just telling you it's an illustration. I'm not going to tell you a goddamn thing one way or the other. It's just going to put it in there. Right. Well, see, and that's the thing. Now, here's the whole thing with people. I agree, but this is the thing, and this is why so many of these people piss me off with the clout that they get and the credence and all that. It's not jealousy. It's not because I want people to look at me, but because they're full of shit. Bear seems a nice enough guy. What little I've been on his lives and I've interacted with him and stuff like that. But literally within the space of 10 minutes, he directly contradicted himself because he said the same thing to me. I said, he goes, well, what do you, like I said, he'll have you on the thing and he'll have you plug your shit. And he goes, I know you were making something. How's that going? I go, well, I've got this problem with the art and all that shit. He goes, fuck those people. People that complain about the AI art, we're never going to buy your product to begin with. Yeah, that's what I've heard before. 10 fucking minutes later, talking to another guy on the panel, he said this very same thing that I was afraid of, is that there's so many zealots about AI. If you use AI, you'll get blackballed out of selling. Most people just blackball you. Directly contradicting himself. It was less than 10 minutes. All these talking heads are full of shit, but they got big numbers because they've bullshitted enough people into them being some sort of expert on subjects that they are. Like the 40-year trope. I wouldn't put that in a bio because everybody makes fun of it, but it's been about 50 years. And even with my shitty memory, I sometimes can outdo these motherfuckers that get 10,000 views and I get 10. Right. So that's why you get it. So you get it from both angles, sometimes from the same people, and well, how's this going to work? Plus, even if I make the thing, how the fuck am I going to market it when I only get 30 views after a half an hour? It just keeps getting worse. Let's see, like there's one thing. Here, let's see. I tell you what, let's look at this. Oh, wow, is my browser slow? Ooh, that's a neat picture. Is that real? Pretty cool. Okay. Oh, you got to go here. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This fucking thing. And Grok itself said, if you see hard dives, if you see hard edges in these graphs, that means the machine is purposefully turning you down. I can maybe make it a little bigger, but if you see that shit, you know, this is over 7 days. Let's do over the last year. If this thing can crank that out. You know what I mean? Look at that shit. And then there's this deal, whatever the fuck happened here, why this shows all of that. Negative 145. Oh, I know what that is. I did that. That's when I got an automated thing. And then it'll do this kind of shit. It'll tell you, well, if you have too many bots and inactive accounts following you, we'll turn your deal down. Okay, well, how do I deal with that? And they go, well, there's programs that'll unfollow them. But then the next sentence it says, if you use automated software, you'll get degraded. Well, you just suggested that I use it. Why did you do that? Oh, because Circle Boom, the service that I use, is actually owned by Twitter. So they're asking you to pay their subsidiary company money, knowing that doing so is going to fuck you. You know, it's all a game. It's all bullshit. So, but there's my analytics. That's why this shit ain't got. I mean, that's over 1 year. All I've gotten is 1 million impressions. That Elvin chick got what, 5 in the last 8 or 9 months, maybe a year tops. You know, that's why you're being throttled, because I've watched people that, just walked all over me. Good for her. It's not her fault, but it's still proof that I'm, being fucked with. So that's the other thing. In a world of social media marketing, how am I going to succeed? And I don't know. Maybe a website, but then that costs money too. And most people don't even. I try to understand that. Are people using websites anymore? There's a lot of people saying that they aren't. That those things are falling by the wayside. Then there's other articles right next to them that say, well, social media is too toxic and people are going back to the old ways and shit. Oh, and I've got an old forum, and I'd love to have people use that because there's no algorithm or suppression or anything like that. But people are so lazy, they won't even click on a fucking link anymore. Like, that's too much to ask of them. Oh, I don't know. So that's why I'm always concerned. Those are the things that have me going up and down and up and down and up and down and on and off and shit. Like, among other things, like the few friends I have and talking about this shit. I don't know. Well, yeah, right. And I've had people say that too. They said, just make one now, and if it's good, then do a revised thing that has more detail and art and stuff like that. But there's so many people that say, well, there's always been. I literally judge a book by the cover. That's what marketing people always tell you. They say that adage means shit. That's exactly what people are judging these products by, the cover when they pick them up. And why don't I just sell them a cover? At that point, you've just bought a picture attached to a box that has a bunch of shit in it that you're going to say is too complicated and you don't want to play. You know. So are the people that are bitching about art just art connoisseurs? And I've had people say that too. They go, well, yeah, I'm really more about the pictures. Or I'm really more about the lore than actual game. I've heard people say that too. I buy all the Warhammer shit because the stories are interesting. And I don't know if that's true or if if it's some nerd version of I raid Playboy for the articles or something. I don't know. So, and then you show me guys like that guy Condor, and it's like these people are all fucking insane anyway. So maybe that's just the thing. It's just cast them all off as to being neurodivergent weirdos, and it doesn't matter, and just take it or leave it, whatever. I guess in the long and short of it, not using anything but 5 images and a cover and putting it on Lulu. There you go. At least I'm not out a ton of money if it doesn't go anywhere. That might be the way to do it. Fuck them. But maybe, the other thing is that's the reason I ask about games sometimes too. I have to figure if I can't establish relationships on social media because it's so suppressed and toxic or whatever, maybe playing some games with people and just being more natural and shit like that might attract them. Hey, by the way, I'm looking for this stuff, or I'm selling this stuff, but I don't know. We'll have to see. You ever read Dragon's Foot? The old Dragon's Foot forum? There's a bunch of good shit on there. Those guys get deep into things. It's old. But there's a whole thread about origins of monsters on Dragon's Foot. Maybe I should put that link for the little redhead. Whatever her name, Harmony. Show her that. This is how much it matters where the dragons poop. Gary said so. Everybody yeah. Oh yeah, but not really. Oh yeah, it's some, it's some deep technical shit. A lot of it. I love that kind of stuff, but yeah, it gets really into origins of different monsters and stuff like that. We'll see. But what was it you said? Write a book on it. What was that up here? Something about history. Let's see. Rich Gaming Cougar. That's so fucking awesome. I like old chicks, but at this point, I'm so old that I don't like old chicks anymore because they're too old. Like I was into chicks 20 years older than me when I was fucking 20. Now that I'm almost, where I'm at, somebody that's that much older, they have crested the hill. Oh, you heard Emmy's voice? I've never heard it. Is it sexy? Because she's not exactly. She's no 10. Put it to you that way. Kind of more like a 6, 7. Oh, you said you should write the history of gaming. Well, I've got the video, but here's the thing: if if Dave from Braunstein, I'm so fucking, I can't believe I can't remember his name. But if those guys see it, they'll fucking flip out. So would Rob. They're not gonna like it. Wesley. If he'll those guys will shit because it's bullshit. They didn't come up with a goddamn thing. They didn't do, it's nonsense. I forget the name. Okay, what's the name of this? You want to see how nonsense? Let's see. What the hell's the name of that? Scribner's. Scribner's magazine. You can find this online, like at those free libraries, like the Gutenberg Project. I think you can find it. It's called Scribner's Magazine. December 1898. Well, she's Polish. She only lives in England. Yeah, that makes sense. She's from outside of Warsaw or something like that. So I've never heard her on stream. But as far, yeah, it is getting late. But as far as getting doing the history, those guys would flip the fuck out if they saw it, especially if they've tried to trademark Braunstein or whatever. But it's as easy as looking at that old magazine. It's a 19th century. I think it's in PDF. I may be wrong. It may not be in PDF. It might be something like that. But I got it out of a library, and you'll see. So all he did was do what they were doing, and did it for the army. But the army was playing Kriegspiel. Shit. Do you know about, do you know what Dunkempf is? Do you know about this? I mean, it's wargaming, granted, but nonetheless, this is another one. That's not all that dissimilar from my title. I don't. It's not a two-part, but it's something like that. Yeah. So, but there's another one, Dunkempf. Okay. So I played Micro Armor as a young kid. Real, started with Rocco 187th, and they were too big. They're like HO. And then the Micro Armor stuff came, and I loved the shit out of it because you could have giant grain. 1/285th is an Abrams tank is about an inch long, and 1/285th. Okay, so I played that as a kid. I go to the service, the army, and we're gonna do some training. Okay, great. Let's it's about fucking time. I'm ready to get in that tank. No, not that kind of training. And they pull out a 15-foot long, 5-foot wide board that is a wargaming board with hills and roads and the whole fucking kit and caboodle. And they pull out this big suitcase looking fucking thing that says Dunkempf on it. And it's got you crack it open and it's got a bunch of fucking CNC miniatures. The same shit I was buying out of the game store from my own basement. They crack it open here. So they've been doing Kriegspiel since the fucking mid 19th century. The army, and so all these guys that act like doing wargaming is some I don't know what the fuck, but the Army ain't doing anything different than what you're doing in your basement. Here's what it looked like. The cover of it. It's fucking awesome. I'm like, dude, I just played this game. They're like, well, you didn't play it like we play it. And I'm like, oh, okay. They were wrong. It's exactly how I played it. Just wait, did that work right? I gotta make sure I had the video fucking audio on. Okay. So here's what it looked like from the front. This is a remake of it, but it's aside from that bullshit about John Curry, that's what the front looked like. It even had a fucking pith. I shit you not, it had a pith helmet on it because no one was a big freaking pussy. Now they'd call that Nazi. But here's what it looked like. So you cracked it open. Oh, and here it is. There's one picture. But there's another one that shows, I don't know where that went. Damn it. Oh, here it is. Just make it big. Open, make a new tab. Okay. Come on, you slow ass mother. How come it won't put up that one? Well, anyway, this one. It's just a bunch of fucking old, they're toy tanks. The same stuff I was playing with. I thought that was fucking hilarious. No. So the history is, like I say, those guys, they just took what they read from the 60s and before and put it together and make something else. So they could play Lotro battles, That's really what it was. Don Lowry met Don Lowry at Gen Con 1970. So Chainmail, first edition 71. But it was still just about C.S. Lewis mostly. So I did all that. I got the videos recorded. I got two of the three I wanted to do, and then I had a whole nother chapter about stuff that was several other videos, which I haven't done yet. The first two I did with Magenta. The third one, she's kind of flighty, and I couldn't get her to do the third one, so I'll end up having to do it myself. I'll have to rewrite it for one person, but I'll put that out. The history of it. It's not. They're about 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. It's really, I don't know that it's big enough that I could really charge for it or that well, that detailed. It's not like, it ain't like Griffith's documentary, but I don't have that kind of production money. But if I put the whole thing together, it would be about maybe 2 hours, hour and a half. I suppose I might be able to sell that as some sort of, just don't ask a lot of money. Who are they up? No, I haven't published them on anything yet. I wanted to make sure that they sound right. I wanted to polish them, edit them, and I wanted to have the whole series so I could put it out one at a time. I was hoping to record the third one, and I kept waiting for her, and she just kept flaking out. So I've decided I have to do it myself, and then I'll put them out. But there's going to be a lot of people I know it'll happen. There'll be a lot of people mad. There'll be a lot of people trying to discredit me, and there'll be a lot of people insisting that it's not legitimate, or it's not the right conclusion or something like that. So I've already honestly, I kind of already did it once. We've had discussions that are basically the same thing, and they are on there. We did a whole thing on Tony Bath. That was, I think we put that out. We got through about 90% of it before she started getting wacky on me. I think we did publish that, and it has this as a synopsis. I just went into more detail to make the 3-parter. See if that's on there. I think I did. But like I say, the thing about all of this is it wasn't just like those guys weren't all of it. There were all sorts of people doing stuff, and they were just doing it on their own. And sometimes they would write into to magazines and share it. They might be in Dragon or something like that. And other times they may have been at a con once, and they're doing all that same kind of stuff on their own, independent of being influenced by Gygax or anything like that. So. But it's not going to make it's not recorded because it was just fucking people in their basements and shit. So yeah, I did one on this. I better make sure this is edited right, but it's because sometimes I post things without editing it. But it's called The First Worlds: Lost Lore of Paragosms and Early Gaming, and that one's long. It's 2 hours. But I better go through, because what would happen with that broad is sometimes she would start to get, she's got diabetes too, and she doesn't control it very well, so she'd start to get really irritated and fatigued, and then get grouchy and start a fight right in the middle of the fucking recording, and I would not edit it and all that shit. But so there might be some ridiculousness on it, but I'll make sure it's edited and then put that out, put the other stuff out too. But that YouTube isn't any nicer to me. But YouTube, I've had the YouTube account for almost 15 years, and I've done a lot of replying to a lot of things that were filled with a lot of really bad words. So I'm not surprised that it's, I'm hung up with that one. I do have a new account for YouTube that I can switch to, but the prospect of moving everything over is daunting and unpalatable to my lazy ass. So I haven't done it yet. But yeah. It'd be a big bibliography too. It has a lot of stuff in it. So I wrote I might do a video because nobody wants to read, but I did a whole, another guy that did a lot of the stuff that these guys say was so breakthrough was Peter Cushing, the actor. He was a big gamer, and this is in the 50s, and he was doing Napoleonics. And he played with Tony Bath and Charles Grant, which is a good friend of Tony Bath's. And when he died, the family auctioned off a lot of his stuff. I guess there was some money problems and stuff like that. So there's a whole article about what they found in his gaming. So he had boxes of written orders and maps of worlds and battlefield plans and stuff like that for Napoleonic games and fantasy war games and stuff like that. He did a ton of that shit. And that was influential to a lot of people. But and he was influenced by, like I said, by guys like Tony Bath and Charles Grant and stuff like that. That all these guys who said, well, we want to research like that whoever those freaks were that were talking that shit. They need to read all of those guys from the 50s and 60s that were writing. Quarry, Featherstone, Grant, Bath, McCoy, who am I missing? Quarry, Bruce Quarry. He was a big one. He was more 70s. He was late 60s and 70s. But there was Don Featherstone, 50s and 60s. Charles Grant, 50s and 60s. Lionel Tarr. He was Lionel Tarr was the guy that influenced Tony Bath with making rules. All this shit is just handed from person to person. It's all reused in everything. None of it is new. Not a thing under the sun in gaming is new. And it never will be, because there's only so many ways to skin a cat. There's only so many ways to do saving throws or hit points or any of that shit. Holy shit. Oh my God, I had no idea what time it is. I thought it was 3 or 4 in the morning. It's 7 in the morning. Oh my God. Holy shit. I had no idea. Just too busy ranting and repeating myself. Oops. Oy, oy, oy. All right. I'm way past my bedtime. This is bad. Oof. Well, thanks for hanging out, Mr. Chat. I don't, Bob the other night, he was hanging out with me for several hours. I don't really get a lot of social time, so I appreciate it, but I didn't mean to burn the midnight oil to this extent. I just looked out my window and fucking daylight. Ooh, wow. Yeah. I gotta I gotta go to the store and all that shit. This was not a responsible thing to do, but I had no idea that we were at this point. Wow. Oh, well. Look at that. My timer says 9 hours. This thing has been live for 9 hours. Right, there you go. I got the StreamYard and I can put people up. That'd be fine. I can do panels and stuff like that. I just never get anybody to see this damn thing. But that would work. I think this is almost a record. I've gone longer in a couple of times playing a game. Not much. I think this might be the longest one ever. No, whatever. It is what it is. All right. Better pull the plug before it gets any brighter out there. So thanks for hanging out. But yeah, man, and then maybe next time play a game or something. I got all sorts of games. Video games and shit to link up or something. All righty. We'll talk to you. Yeah. Wow.